Hi everyone. Hello to everyone on the live stream. Hello to everyone here in the room. Welcome to Play at TED. We are going to have such an incredible time here together. My name is Chris Duffy. I am the host of TED's How to Be a Better Human podcast. I am a comedian, and I wrote a book all about how to laugh more every day. But this is true. If you were to Google me, that is not necessarily what will come up. If you Google me, and what I'm about to show you is it's important for me to let you know that this is not edited or doctored in any way. If you Google me, this is the Google image result that comes up. Now, what I love most about that is that one of them is me. That's just my little Poonim in there going like, hey, I'm here too. And actually, both of us, both that Chris Duffy and this Chris Duffy, we are both so glad to be here today hosting Play at TED. And this is an incredible, incredible, incredible event. I believe so deeply in the importance of play, in the importance of goofing around. I'm a professional goofball. And at the heart of this event, at the heart of Play at TED, is a simple belief that young people aren't just participants in this conversation. They are essential to it. And from the very beginning, we designed this experience with youth voice at the center. We began this initiative by bringing together more than 300 students from across the world, more than 27 countries, and they shared their stories and their insights about play, what it means to them, how it helps them to build real-world skills, and why it should be an even bigger part of how they learn and grow. And beyond today, this work is going to continue through TEDx events around the world, where even more voices are going to take the stage to share ideas sparked by this initiative. Our aim here is really clear. We want to spark a global movement demonstrating how creative play can lead to brighter minds, braver ideas, and a more imaginative future for everyone. Okay, so let's get started with our first session, Play is a Language. Our first speaker is a human creativity expert who trained in clinical psychology at Columbia University's Mind-Body Institute. She's the co-founder of Daydreamers, a platform exploring how creativity supports human health and flourishing, and she's the person who coined the term creative health. We're going to hear a lot more about that idea right now. Please welcome Katina Bajaj.
When I was 8 years old, I had this ritual. After I finished my homework, I'd head upstairs to my room, turn on my favorite Christina Aguilera CD, and sit on the floor, surrounding myself with all this stuff that was supposed to make me playful. I'd take out my Barbies one by one, spread out my markers in every color, and then I'd wait. And I'd wait. And I'd wait until something felt worthy enough, perfect enough to make. That moment barely ever came. Ever since I was a kid, play felt like something that I had to earn. And when I finally did do it, I took it seriously. My favorite game growing up was Emergency Room Doctor. I'd force my younger brother to scrub in, robes on, Beanie Babies fully prepped, and I was head surgeon, of course, so there was no room for mistakes in my OR. Most people don't become play skeptics until they're adults. But for me, even at 8, I was questioning the point of it. So I ended up doing what any reasonable skeptic would do, and I became a scientist. I got my master's in clinical psychology and spent almost the last decade studying the science of creativity. And what I discovered surprised me because creativity isn't just a talent. It is a core part of all of our well-being, a pillar that I came to establish and become a fierce advocate for called creative health. And one of the best strategies that we have to strengthen our creative health is exactly what I dismissed as a kid: play. That's because when we play, especially as adults, we unlock this unique type of flourishing. We have deeper fulfillment and stronger resilience, and even more original ideas. But the type of play that I'm talking about is probably not what we're all imagining. It's not just being silly or childlike or even starting up a brand new hobby. We've reduced play to be this cherry on top of an already good life. But from a scientific perspective, it is much more fundamental than that. Play is what happens anytime we choose to do something without knowing exactly where it's going to end up. There are no instructions we need to follow or outcomes we need to achieve, just two elements: intrinsic motivation, and the freedom not to know the answer in advance. The problem is, we've come to treat that type of play as worse than optional. It's something that we avoid and even punish. So much so that upwards of 70% of adults around the world today have stopped doing it. I first noticed this pattern as I was interviewing thousands of people about their current relationship with play, and I kept hearing the same thing over and over. They told me they didn't have the time or the talent or the right tools to do it anymore. And when they finally did, it wasn't play. It looked a lot like my emergency room, something that was scheduled and optimized with nothing left to chance. I know this might not seem like a big deal, like we're just having less fun, but it's deeper than that. We are living through a play deprivation crisis. We've systematically removed everything that makes play what it is, the spontaneity, the freedom, the wonder, from all parts of adult life, and replaced it with efficiency and achievement. And in doing so, we're losing the very survival skills that we need the most right now, things like our capacity to adapt and imagine and even feel alive. Play deprivation is tricky, though, because at first, we barely notice it's happening. We just feel endlessly busy. But over time, without play, stress can compound, and then burnout can become chronic. And then we walk around as playless adults, which ultimately creates a playless society, one where our institutions can grow rigid and lonely and polarized. But we can change this, though, not even just for ourselves, but for future generations, too. Because play isn't something we age out of. It is a lifelong trait, which means no matter how invisible it might feel, we can always restore it. And how we go about doing that is much simpler and more expansive than you'd think. At my company, Daydreamers, one of the things we got extremely curious to figure out was finding the optimal way to play. Are you noticing a trend about me yet? We studied all kinds of people, executives, postal workers, stay-at-home parents, from 18 to 85. And we looked at how they played, not in a lab, but in the texture of their daily lives. And as we analyzed the millions of minutes of creative behaviors that we collected through pictures and psychologically validated assessments, we found the opposite of my hypothesis. Play wasn't some list of actions we could add to our calendar. It was an approach. The people who became creatively healthy were doing something differently. They were playing all the time in all these parts of life, thinking playfully, expressing themselves playfully, even noticing when it happened around them. And as they began to embody it, their lives transformed. So while I wish I could stand here and give us one play prescription to follow, that would be the antithesis of what it is. What I can do, though, is paint a picture of what a playful life could look like, because we don't need more stuff. We just need to start injecting it back into how we already live. And the 3 places to start are during work, before sleep, and in public. Let's start at work, because most of us get stuck in this linear, task-oriented thinking, churning through to-dos and in back-to-back meetings. But neuroscientists have found that the spontaneous, imaginative thinking that's underneath creative play lives in a different part of our brain, called the default mode network. And that gets activated when we do things we don't normally consider productive. Playful people mind wander. They daydream. We often call that laziness, but underneath the surface, our creative brain is actually hard at work, connecting all these disparate ideas that don't make sense yet. Even Einstein swore by this. He credited his most innovative ideas not to doing math behind a desk, but to thought experiments. And right now, protecting our nonlinear thinking matters more than ever. And that doesn't happen through doing cringy icebreakers. So next time you see Mark staring off into the distance during a meeting, or even you want to look away from your inbox, celebrate it, because your thinking is starting to play. Okay, that sounds doable, right? But what happens when we get home from work? Well, most of us feel exhausted, so we reach for ease. We scroll, order food at the click of a button. We want our lives to be frictionless. But our play and our lives, need friction. There's actually a type of positive stress called eustress that comes about when we do things that require effort from us. That's why physically playing or making things with our bodies actually expands our energy and even our perception of time. But we've come to engineer the friction out of that too, though. We think playing at home is perfectly completing a page of that adult coloring book or following a YouTube tutorial to a T. Real play, though, is freer than that, which can feel uncomfortable at first. It's experimenting with a bunch of different ingredients without a recipe, or doodling in the margins of your notebook. It can be that simple. That's actually exactly what I was doing when I had my own creative breakthrough. Normally, I'd get home from work and try to relax, or if I was feeling extra adventurous, I'd take out my notebook and try to write something profound, neither of which are very playful. But one night, while I was writing, my pen moved to the left, and then it made a circle. And then a bunch of random shapes and patterns started to flow, and while I did feel uncomfortable, I was also incredibly liberated. And when I came back to reality and tried to make sense of it, I thought of my 8-year-old self, sitting on the floor of her room, waiting for something worthy to make. And I realized in that moment that she, like so many of us, got it backwards, because we don't need to wait for play to feel good to do it. Doing it in the face of resistance and discomfort is how we begin. But we can't just play alone at our desks or in our rooms. We need to play in public too. The last and most insidious sign of play deprivation is cultural. It's when we don't just deprioritize it ourselves, but we actively punish it in the world, silencing music in our parks or calling leisure time lazy. Almost 100 years ago, philosopher Johann Huizinga warned us about this, suggesting that when a culture loses play, it can become brittle and polarized, unable to cope with change. I know that might seem familiar and maybe even scary, but know that play is inherently contagious. Research actually shows that just being in proximity to people doing it can motivate us to do it too. So we don't always need to be the main character. We can just amplify it when we see it. I'm sure you've noticed this happen before, when a crowd begins to form around a musician, but most of us end up racing past. So next time, I want you to take out your headphones and listen for a moment. Maybe be the first to laugh or clap or join in, because when we make play visible, it allows our communities to come alive too. I know that even these small moments of play can feel like an act of rebellion in a world that's convinced us doing it as adults is unnecessary. And oftentimes they are. But it wasn't always this way. Since the beginning of our species, we have been making these beautiful, weird, funny, interesting things for no bigger purpose at all. Anthropologist Ellen Dissanayake actually has a name for this capacity. She calls it making special. In her work studying early human societies, she also kept noticing an interesting pattern. Every culture, without having spoken to one another first, kept adding these playful touches to the most ordinary aspects of their lives. They decorated their tools with intricacy. They made clothes and filled them with beads and shells. They danced and told stories and appreciated beauty for no functional or productive reason, just because. So this exact capacity to play, to make special, isn't just inside of you. It's wired into our entire species. It's always how we've stayed human, how we've bonded and adapted and even made meaning in life's most difficult moments. And I see that as our responsibility to keep that part of ourselves alive. So we need to play again, in any form, in every part of life. Not necessarily because it will lead us somewhere better, but because we are human, and humans play. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katina. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. We are today is all about making special. And speaking of which, how incredible is this stage? These are made out of actual Lego bricks. That's so cool. Okay, our next speaker is not just famous online for his art. He has had gallery exhibitions, he has collaborated with major brands, and he's had his works shared with the Prince and Princess of Wales. And before you start thinking, okay, surely this is someone who's already due to retire and probably have a major career retrospective at the end of his life, no, he is only 16 years old. Known online as Doodle Boy, he is an incredible artist. We are so lucky to have him here with us right now. And I will introduce him in one moment. Okay, he's going to be doing a live drawing, so you have a real treat here. Please welcome, straight from Australia, Joe Whale.
When I was younger, I used to get told off in class for doodling. I couldn't stop. My teacher would always stop me from doing this, and it was really worrying because as a creative person, it's something that I do naturally. After a few weeks at my art class, I was booked in because I was having this trouble at school. My teacher suggested something unusual. There was a big empty wall in a local restaurant. She asked them if I could draw on it. They said yes, so I started filling the restaurant wall with my artwork. People would come in and watch me while they were eating. Photos started appearing online. Then the local newspaper wrote about it. And suddenly, people all around the world were talking about this kid who couldn't stop doodling. That moment changed my life. I wasn't even trying to be an artist, but the important thing is how it started. It started with my imagination and parents who didn't disregard but embraced my passion. It started with the freedom to just draw. And that's what I want to talk about today. Because the world is very different than when it was when I was first doodling 10 years ago. Today, it's possible to type prompts into AI, make anything, and feel creative. But I believe there will always be value in letting our imaginations be the true driver of our creations. Because imagination is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. But if you don't use it, it gets weaker, and your body will rely on something else to do it for you. Creativity is not encouraged today. It's not given value. So it's easy to turn to the tools right in front of us and get an instant result. But you don't learn by going straight to the end. You learn from the journey. Everything begins with a thought, an idea, a meaning, or a vision. That's your imagination, the beginning. And that beginning influences what you do from that point. It's freedom. Imagination is the first step, and direction flows through the creation. You're letting yourself literally wander wherever you wish, the freedom to go anywhere. Because that first step is coming from you and not something else. What I can see is we'll be reliant to replace something we all need and all have. We'll be handing it off just because it's easier. And that worries me, because for everyone growing up around AI, they'll see it as normal to sacrifice their unique perspective, becoming more and more shaped, even defined by what they can't control. I'm just going to show you something visually now. I often start my artworks with a simple shape. Thinking something spiky here. And then big eye, like this. Then I'll add some other detail. Often when I'm creating in the moment, it helps me feel very free. So I can just flow with each character and each line. In New York, as I've traveled, I've seen lots of people on skateboards. So I'm going to draw one of them. And I'll add the wheels in there. And then I often like to add icons like a heart. I feel like it's very simple but very effective. And then I love these kind of eyes, like an alien, like that. Then I'll keep this going. The arms. And then the legs as well. And with this character, I'll just start with another simple shape. Like so, fill in this. This guy's not very happy. And then what I like to do to balance an artwork is just add lines and shapes to just fill out the space. And movement lines, which give life to a piece, something I always use. I hope we can all take a step back from AI and embrace what makes us truly unique, our ability to convert figments of our imaginations and turn them into impactful realities. We face this choice every day, so let's embrace this uniqueness, this imagination, and the creativity that brings us all together. Thank you.
Nice work to all those kids. Great work, kids. And thank you so much to designer Ji Lee, who created this project inspired by his child's creativity. Also, a really cool opportunity is during the breaks, if you felt inspired by Joe's talk and you want to do some doodling of your own, we are going to have the ability for you all to be doodling yourself, so look forward to that. Okay, for our next talk, we are going to shift gears a little bit. You're going to hear all about the importance of children's play, but these are children who are living under some very difficult circumstances. Our next speaker, Erum Mariam, is the executive director of the BRAC Institute of Educational Development, where she champions a simple but powerful idea. Every child deserves the right to play. She has worked with children in Bangladesh, Tanzania, Uganda, the Philippines, Sierra Leone, and beyond. Erum's work and responsibilities meant that she was unfortunately not able to travel here, so we filmed her talk in advance while she was still in Dhaka. As I know that you are about to see, the work that she is doing is so powerful and so important. So please join me in welcoming Erum Mariam.
In August 2017, the genocide in Myanmar had exploded overnight. The military were killing Rohingya people, setting their villages on fire. This was part of the ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya people. The women and men who had escaped were now flooding across the border, carrying infants and young children on their back. Within 4 months, over 850,000 people crammed into refugee camps in Bangladesh, in a town called Cox's Bazar. I am Bangladeshi and I live in Dhaka. I have spent my career working to make sure children have access to play when everything else in their lives has been in chaos. I have worked with children for over 3 decades now through BRAC, the world's largest NGO. While the Rohingya refugees were arriving by the thousand in Bangladesh, I got an urgent call from my BRAC colleague. He told me I had to go visit the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar and see how the children were doing. I thought about how much those kids had been through. They saw things that no child should ever see. I wondered, how would they ever recover? I believed play might help them reconnect with what they lost, their culture and their sense of home. I believed play might heal them. And what we discovered over time was that it was not just any kind of play that would help them heal. It was specifically play from their own Rohingya culture that helped them feel pride, gain confidence, and experience joy after being violently forced to leave behind their home. So I'll go back to the beginning. After that phone call in 2017, I traveled to the camps in Cox's Bazar. Aid workers had set up safe spaces for the children. I found children drawing guns in their art. That was not unusual. But I saw something that surprised me. Someone had donated Scrabble sets and Uno cards for the children. It was a generous gesture, but the children had never seen these games before. They didn't know the rules, they didn't speak the language. Even the adult facilitators didn't know how to play. They were arranging the Scrabble tiles into patterns because that's what made sense to them. Standing there, I thought, there's got to be a better way. These kids were used to wide open spaces with trees and flowers, and now they were crammed into a refugee camp with 1 million other people. Every shelter was a copy-paste of the next. Bamboo frames, tin roof, blue and black plastic tarp held back the monsoon rain. The air smelled like still water and human waste. But none of the kids ever complained. And there were no signs of frustration. Instead, some kids were just withdrawn. Others were restless. Some wouldn't engage with kids or with adults. This was painful to watch, but typical of kids who have gone through such extreme conditions. But even the kids who were withdrawn would come alive and express more joy when they were playing in a certain way, the Rohingya way. So for the next few months, we watched them and we asked lots of questions. What did you play in Myanmar? How did you play it? How did you decorate your home? Why? What does it mean? Children, parents, grandparents, and siblings would show and tell us. From the kids, we heard the stories their grandparents told. We heard rhymes that their siblings knew by heart. We watched physical games that their parents did when they were little. And we watched them make traditional Rohingya art, the kind of art that would be hanging in every household back home. And from that, we built what we now call the Humanitarian Play Lab. Small, welcoming spaces for kids 3 to 5, decorated by the Rohingya community itself, with hand-embroidered cloth hanging from the ceiling and artwork of flowers and homes and animals, images that the children recognized from a life they were forced to leave behind. Each play lab is facilitated by young Rohingya women who spend up to 5 hours simply playing with the kids. Each play lab is also supported by other women trained in psychosocial support to help kids manage their emotion. At 9 a.m., those kids leave their home to walk to the play lab through narrow passageways. It takes them only 3 minutes to step into a different world while still in the camp. A Rohingya woman, their play facilitator, greets 30 young children. She asks, "How are we today? Are we all okay? Here we are like friends and siblings. At home, respect those who are older and love those younger. Then she asks, who wants to lead the rhyme? One child steps forward to lead. Hands are up, bodies move, they chant, they play, they jump, they giggle, they listen to stories, they draw. One of the girls is Noor. Noor is just 8 years old. 5 years ago, Noor was undernourished, withdrawn, and shy. She was physically weak with continuous diarrhea. When Noor started coming to the play lab at the age of 3, she sat quietly. She watched. Then she learned the rope game from the facilitator. The game she plays is a traditional Rohingya one. 2 kids hold a long rope, flipping it back and forth, while Noor leaps over it without touching it, reciting a rhyme while she's jumping. She's tracking the rope, she's controlling her feet, and she keeps the words coming all at once. Noor kept playing. As she played, she became stronger. Her mother noticed that Noor became less shy and confident. And once Noor learnt it, her mother encouraged her, telling her to jump higher, go further, be bolder. When you watch her jump rope, you forget for a moment where you are. She doesn't just jump, she flies. Now Noor walks around the camp with a rope in her hand, just in case she finds a space to jump. She may still be shy to speak to strangers, but she will jump in front of any audience. That's not a small thing for a kid who used to fade into the background. Noor's mother played this game as a girl. This is not a Bangladeshi game, she says. We Rohingya call this Roshi Fal Dani. This has made my daughter stronger. She's not scared anymore. She has courage. Then there is Mohammed. Mohammed is about 7 years old. He lives with his parents and 4 siblings, and he is known as the seesaw boy in his neighborhood. This game is not the seesaw that we imagine. The Rohingya seesaw is where 2 kids wrap their legs around each other like acrobats and swing together going up and down. At the play lab, he learned something that was even more important than the skill to balance during the game. Mohammed learned that he needs to be careful while playing the seesaw game. One wrong move and the other kid will get hurt. Children learn to pay attention to someone else's body before their own. So he prefers not to play with the younger kids, not because he doesn't want to, but because he's concerned that he might hurt them because of his strength. Playing taught him to pay attention to how others might feel. He became more thoughtful of his mother and his younger siblings. When he gets biscuits in school, he chooses to bring it for his younger siblings instead. And he cleans the house and washes the pots so that his mother can get some rest. He hopes to be a teacher someday. Now let's talk about Tuhi Noor. Tuhi Noor is 4 years old. As a 2-year-old, she was shy and quiet. Other children teased her and called her Fuli, meaning fat. She never responded. She cried silently to her mother. Her mother, Yasmin, worried how she would raise her daughter to be more assertive. When Yasmin became a facilitator at the play lab, she brought Tuhi Noor with her. Soon Yasmin noticed that Tuhi Noor would be the first to raise her hand to lead the Kabbya, a traditional Rohingya rhyme with hand movements and body gestures. Tuhi Noor learned the entire rhyme and when and how to move her body and when and how to add hand movements. She now leads the Kabbya. She stands at the front, reciting the words in a clear, loud voice and moves her hand and body in a way that the other kids follow. Some of those following her are older. She doesn't seem to notice. Leading the Kabbya meant doing this perfectly so that others could learn and follow. She became the lead at age 3. Tuhi Noor loves leading the rhyme so much that she will practice at night with her shadow on the bamboo wall and dance with it. Yasmin says Tuhi Noor is bold and no one can tease her anymore. These are just a few examples, and we've been running the Play Lab since 2017, reaching 50,000 children across 350 humanitarian play labs in Cox's Bazar. We've also used this approach in the Rhino refugee camp in Uganda. We've been working on it for the last 5 years, and we'll be scaling and setting up 150 play lab reaching 63,000 children in Uganda. I believe this work really matters. The Play Lab helps children to get ready to enter school feeling confident and proud. When I visit the camp now, parents say shukriya or thank you for recognizing Rohingya play. The children here didn't choose to be refugees. They didn't choose to leave behind their home and where they belonged. But through play, we've helped them rediscover their own culture, the Rohingya culture. And in doing so, they showed us something extraordinary, their ability to find confidence, joy, and pride, even when a place is so unfamiliar. And that is something that every child deserves. Not just the children in Cox's Bazar. Every child, everywhere, deserves the right to play, their own play. Thank you.
We actually have Erum live on video stream with us right now from Bangladesh. Thank you so much, Erum, for that beautiful talk, and thank you so much for being here with us, too. Erum, I'd love to know, what's your own personal relationship with play?
Well, I was raised by a mother who was so playful, and she really believed in play. And so she would tell me stories of the largest fruits and the brightest flowers. And she showed me how to climb trees. And on a day which would be rainy, when it was raining, she would say, let's go and play outside. She would take me to the gardens and say, let's roam around with the butterflies. And so, in my childhood, she never stopped me from playing. I could play nonstop. So when I grew up and I became an adult, and then I joined BRAG, the NGO, the founder was Sir Fazle Abid. And Sir Fazle Abid did groundbreaking work for children who were vulnerable in health and education. And so one day, Sir Fazle Abid asked me, so Erum, what do you think of play for younger kids? And I absolutely jumped at the idea. And so with that vision, then I started working on play in Bangladesh, and a lot of my colleagues started working on play in East Africa. And I worked on play in Bangladesh with some of my colleagues. So we were working in Bangladesh, and a lot of my colleagues were also working on play in East Africa. And all of us, while we worked, we really recognized that play was absolutely life-changing for all children, but particularly for children who were vulnerable. And so I'm very grateful to my mother for having a childhood where I played so much. And I'm very grateful to Sir Abid for letting us work on play. So my own relationship with play is that I'm very grateful.
Well, we're very grateful for you and for the work you do, and I hope you can hear the applause that you've gotten here in this room. Thank you so much, Erum, and thank you again for being here with us. All right, our next speaker is the only award-winning artist that I've ever met who can also absolutely dominate in a slam dunk competition. He is a Harlem Globetrotter and a beautifully nuanced, talented, mixed media artist whose work has been shown at Art Basel, Miami. There is really no one else like him. Please give a huge welcome to Maxwell Pearce.
Guys, here goes from level 7. Can I see that, Zeus? Thank you.
That was me shooting a basketball off of a 230-foot New York City building. It's certainly not your typical basketball court. I am a member of the Harlem Globetrotters, a legendary exhibition basketball team that is credited for integrating the NBA, popularizing new moves like the alley-oop, and creating so many others. These are the new moves that have advanced the game, but they've also given joy to the people that come and watch us perform. And that right there is precisely how we have lasted for 100 years while also earning a spot in the Hall of Fame. Getting to this point in my career certainly was not a straight line. I've always struggled with high-level sports coaching. There's a certain culture that has excessive cursing, yelling, and also a hyper-seriousness that can really stunt your growth. Although we were playing sports, ironically, we weren't coached not to be very playful. I was a creative kid who loved art, but I was really, really shy. So the constant confrontation with my coaches was always robbing me of my creativity. I learned that there was a seriousness in respecting the quality of the game. Whether it was basketball, football, baseball, or cross country, all of my coaches emphasized honoring and respecting the essence of their sport. And that meant taking every drill and every exercise seriously and not doing anything that will challenge the traditional way of doing things. This is exactly what led my high school coach to telling me to stop trying to dunk the basketball. But ironically, it was my playfulness that got me to this point in my career. So here's where I've landed today, and this is what I'm so excited to share with you all. Play is the most important ingredient in every person and every industry's evolution. I am an athlete and an artist, and I have witnessed how play can break rules to improve both of these worlds that I live in. So just imagine if play, creativity, and a little bit of rule breaking was in every industry. There once was a time in basketball where dunking was frowned upon so much that the NCAA banned it for 9 years. Once that ban was lifted, the popularity of the game skyrocketed. This context reminds me of my coaches yelling at me to stick to the fundamentals, all because I decided or had the audacity to try and dunk the ball one time. Thankfully, I didn't listen to them and I got more and more comfortable with it. And over time, I was able to land my first dunk contest. With a lot of work, I was able to build a global reputation for dunking the basketball. I began to experiment with the boundaries of this. I would incorporate things that we didn't normally associate with dunking, like with a dog. Or catching a baseball. Or catching the ball without looking from someone else who's not looking. Every time I approached this with a playful mindset, I was rewarded, not only with advancing the game, but also with the opportunities that I dreamed of as a kid. There were several video games that I used to love to play, like NBA Live and NBA 2K, and I had the opportunity to feature my dunks in both of them. I've also had the opportunity to feature my dunks in GQ magazine, as well as SportsCenter Top 10, and eventually received an honorable mention for an ESPY award. Unlike what my coaches constantly bickered about, being a Globetrotter requires much of the opposite. So much of what we love about the game today, a lot of that was at one point deemed as not fundamental or non-traditional. There's a beauty in balancing seriousness with play. For example, if I decided that I wanted to do something and I actually accidentally made a mistake, there is a way that I could brush that off. When a Globetrotter makes a mistake, they can have it be overlooked because of how they playfully embrace its direction. They recognize that something went wrong, but they actually welcome the unfamiliarity that comes with that new position. So for instance, if I try this trick right here, and I accidentally dropped the ball, I can use the momentum from that mistake to grow it into something new. What I've learned is that in order to get to that point, you have to be able to roll with it. Because otherwise, you'll stop before you're ever able to discover something new. And that is actually how we are able to stumble upon a new concept. As I mentioned before, I am also an artist. In fact, the artist side of me came before I was ever a basketball player. Basketball, amongst other sports, has allowed me to have an ongoing relationship as it impacts my practice as an artist. Sports have given me the tools to identify voids in and around my life, while also giving me a platform to fill them. Again, I was a really shy kid, so art was my way of expressing myself when sports didn't give me the opportunity to. I used to create drawings of my favorite anime characters. I would paint pictures of animals. And over time, I started to focus on people with real stories. Some of these experiences that I've had with basketball have allowed me to gain a new perspective. One day, I decided to cut up some shoelaces and put them on a canvas. I wasn't totally satisfied with it just yet, but I knew that I had something significant there. Using this as my medium has allowed me to communicate my identity through my pieces. This is what it looks like up close. One of the signatures that's constantly through my work is using pieces of equipment that are a part of my personal journey as an athlete. For example, sometimes that's cut up basketballs from a past Globetrotter game. Other times, that's tennis rackets from my childhood. And sometimes it's just shoelaces that I wore when I was doing something important. Play has given me the flexibility, but also the vision to see these materials as something more than just what we use on the court or on the field. All of these items, they have stories behind them. They have connections to the people that use them. Whether it's the tennis ball that bounced several thousand times to bring people together, or it's the spinning basketball that brought smiles to so many people's faces around the world, or if it's shoelaces that I wore on a bad day, but I knew that I needed to keep moving. Play is what brings all of these things together, figuratively and physically. The world's brightest thinkers, engineers of evolution, they all play too much. Seriously. Thank you.
Thanks. Give Maxwell another huge round of applause. Wow. Thank you so much. In all seriousness, I just want to say it is such an incredible honor to be in the same space as such talented and beautiful people. And one of the real cool things that we have going on in the break is one of Maxwell's newest art pieces will be on display, so you can see it up close and personal. This is the conclusion of session one, and one of the things that makes Play It TED incredible, it's incredible for so many reasons, but one reason is because it is not just happening in this room, it is also happening online, where they have their own amazing hosts that are going to be conducting exclusive interviews, playing games, showing TED Ed animations, and revealing behind-the-scenes moments. So if you're watching the live stream, you will get to see interviews from guests like incredible people like Simone Giertz, Andrew Yaffee, and others, and we will see you, if you're on the live stream, we'll see you back here for session two. So live stream, I'm going to hand you off to my colleagues in the studio.
Thanks, Chris. And hi, live stream audience. I'm Alexandra Panzer, and I just caught a basketball.
And I'm Alex Rosenthal, and I didn't, but I would like to try someday.
I believe in you.
Now that we're off the stage, things are going to get a little weird and wonderful.
Yep, the main stage is gonna keep the big ideas flowing. We're gonna be hanging out behind the scenes with some of our favorite creative minds. We're gonna have conversations, games, experiments, a live performance, and probably a little chaos.
I'm going to be playing games with some creators and luminaries and seeing where curiosity takes us.
And I'm gonna be sitting down and chatting with some of your favorite creators, people who are celebrating play in their work online and off.
So stick around, because we're just getting started. I'm so excited to introduce our first guest. Simone Giertz is a Swedish inventor and YouTuber and the founder of Giertz Studios. Simone?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Also, what a buffet.
Oh yes, please don't eat them.
No.
There is one edible one in there, but we'll see
I
if we
have
can
to
find it. We're gonna play a game, and I'm also while we just chat. So we're calling this game Brictionary. It's basically Pictionary with Lego bricks. So we're each gonna draw something out of this hat, and we're going to create it for each other.
Okay.
And how do you feel about multitasking?
Good.
Okay.
Good. I mean, if there's anything constantly being on our phones have taught us.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
multitasking. Okay, so we're drawing
Drawing
a
it,
note
yeah,
and
do
then
it.
drawing in Lego bricks.
Okay. Yes, exactly. And
How did you come up with this idea?
I don't know. It came to me in a dream. Okay, this can be a.
Because it's funny, because before I started my YouTube channel, I actually gave, or did a project with Lego when I was in advertising school, and one of the warm-ups that we thought of was doing Pictionary with
Was it?
Lego bricks. Yeah.
Was it just like this?
Yeah.
Did it work?
It was just like this, but a lot more screaming.
Should we scream?
Yeah, no, it was just because it was like a team thing and everybody had to guess. So yeah.
I don't have the most skills at building out of Lego bricks, so.
You're in luck, because I do.
I just found a really good piece. Okay. I'd love to also just chat while we do this.
Yeah.
So, and in that the theme of the event is play, I just want to talk about games and play and everything, and I feel like you have one of the most playful design processes that I've ever seen, and I'm just really curious about the role of play in how you create.
Oh, dude, it is really like, I played a lot as a kid, and then I was an incredibly ambitious teenager and really lost my touch with the play in a lot of ways. Like I was so duty driven. And then I realized that like enthusiasm is a way better fuel than duty. I think I'm kind of ready for you to guess.
Okay, put it up here so that the audience at home can guess. I'm going windmill.
Yay!
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we did it.
That's very good.
Yeah, but
okay,
I
so
realized that
draw
like
another word.
enthusiasm is a way better fuel than duty, but to keep your enthusiasm, it's like, it's not a skill that we really learn. And I think play is one of the things of just like being freeform and setting the bar really low. I think for me, the problem was often like setting the bar really high and letting my perfectionism get in the way. So now I'm just like, you know what, just do something. It doesn't have to be great. Oh, this one's a hard one.
Yeah, I'm also, I don't think this is gonna work. Interesting. So what did you play as a kid?
I mean, I feel like there's a way that adults imagine the kids play, and it's like, mom and dad. Mine was like, we are orphans. We need to harvest the organs of the other orphans to survive. Like, it's a lot of just playing despair. I don't know.
Oh, I have a 5-year-old, and we're just always orphans.
I feel like it's like the Disney complex as well, because I think it's the thing of like, you're a kid and you have to figure it out on your own, where it's if you have parents, you're like, why wouldn't I just go to my dad?
Yeah, exactly. It's immediate conflict and sets up stakes.
I'm looking for a torso or a head.
So, okay, so when you start...
Where's a head?
So like when you're starting to create something new, it seems like you play with material a lot. It seems like you play with design. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I think it's, okay, wait, sorry, I'm ready for you to guess another one.
Okay, put it here just so
Yeah,
we can.
this is teeny tiny for all of this. It doesn't stand up on its own, so I have to hold it.
Okay, wait, and then I need to. Okay, interesting. Body horror. Worm. Snake.
No.
Esophagus.
It has a
Stomach.
head.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought the pink thing was the esophagus. Wave. Dolphin. I think I need more.
Ah, damn it.
Okay, sorry.
I'm disappointed in you.
I deserve that.
I probably did a bad
Okay,
job.
well, here, I'm going to try
Okay.
mine. Color is meaningful, I will say. And I'm also, okay, I'm going to put it here for a second so we can see it up close. It should have a head.
It should have a head.
Well, I think this thing is a head.
It is.
Okay, and then I'm gonna play with it.
A bush plane.
No. I mean, it is. You're right that it's flying.
Yeah.
And the
But
color
why is
color is
the
meaningful.
color important?
Oh, okay.
Man.
Here, wait. I mean, not really throwing up. But
Oh, dragon.
yeah, there you go.
Yay! Okay.
Okay, I need a new word.
Sorry, you were asking
Okay.
me a question, and I'm not good at multitasking apparently.
That's okay.
Right. Design and material, and I mean, for now, a lot of my projects start with the problem. So it'll be like, glasses are annoying and
Yeah.
they fog up. And then I start thinking of, okay, is there another way you could do it? I think for me, I wonder if this actually will help you. Novelty and uniqueness really matters. So I want it to be a take, like my ideal project is a take on an everyday object that you haven't seen before. So like rethinking these objects and how to do them better or get them to do a different job. Okay, what about this now? I wonder if the hair helped.
Oh man, please, if you are in the comments, please help me out here.
And there's so much blue around.
I mean, is this a humanoid thing?
Yeah. It's one that you're very familiar with.
Is it a character? I'm very familiar with it. Is it a specific person?
No, but it's living in the water.
A mermaid?
Yeah!
Okay. Great.
Great.
That's perfect. Okay, you were talking about design and everyday objects, and I wanted to talk about jigsaws a little bit because
Okay.
we've both done
Jigsaw
wacky jigsaw
puzzles.
projects
Yeah.
recently. And do you want to describe some of the interesting things you've done with jigsaws?
Yeah, so this is once again comes to like the uniqueness that I seek for the things I do. And I think that is honestly part of my perfectionism coming in because I'm like, I won't allow myself to do what just other people are doing because I'm like, yeah, but then how can I justify taking up space in the world? So in some ways it's like me setting the bar really high for myself. But I love jigsaw puzzles. I think they're so fun. And I thought, what if you had a puzzle where almost every piece was an edge piece? Because usually you start with the rectangular outline of your puzzle, but if every piece is an edge piece, you would need to have a different technique. So we have developed this set of edge piece puzzles, which basically is like an outline that snakes around and that's mostly two pieces wide. So it pushes you to do something differently. And I think that is really, really fun of just like, okay, what if everything that you know about jigsaw puzzles doesn't really apply here?
So I've done one of them. I did the ant hill
Oh,
one,
really?
and I loved it. And my 5-year-old also really enjoyed doing it. And like, I love that it tells a story. So with my jigsaw game, Pandora's Legacy, you can't really start with the edges. Like it's a similar situation where it's sort of breaking the like, okay, do the frame first.
Yeah.
And one of my colleagues, that made him very mad because he was like, that's where I start. Like,
Yeah.
just give me the
Yeah.
edges. What kind of responses have you got from people?
Oh, I get the juiciest, angry, happy reviews.
Yeah.
I realize that it's like, yeah, it's people who are just like, this was so hard. I yelled through all of it. 5 out of 5 stars.
Amazing.
So yeah, it's a lot of people who are upset and thrilled that it's difficult in a different way. I mean, your puzzle was incredibly difficult, but for all the clues and stuff,
the
I got
sort of
about
embedded
halfway
puzzles.
through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some cool stuff at the end too.
Oh, damn it.
Actually, yeah. There's some like mechanical things that
Yeah.
I want to tell you about at some point because just to I think your brain would enjoy those. Okay, and so you also have an all-white puzzle with one missing piece.
Yeah, we actually took that out of our catalog.
So as a gift to
rest
humanity?
in pieces. Yeah, one of my first products that I did was an all-white puzzle with one piece missing. So you got 499 out of 500 puzzles, and I think that was also like it was kind of commentary on perfectionism, and that I thought it was really funny that like if a puzzle misses a piece or is missing a piece, it loses a lot of its value. But what if it was sold intentionally incomplete? And also I have a big jar in my workshop that has everybody's missing pieces. So it's like kind of just the most benign supervillain.
Yeah, it's like
where
it has
I
their
have
souls.
Yeah, I have all their missing pieces.
So it's sort of like exquisite torture in two ways. One, you have no image. What do you think about constructing with the puzzle box? Like, do you?
I don't look at the box.
Yeah,
That's
I
because
try.
I'm hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And was that part of the intention there, that you can't like
Look at the
it's
box.
all white?
Yeah, I mean,
There's no
maybe.
box to look at.
It's just all,
Okay,
and it's
have,
random cut as well, which makes it
I have something
okay.
for you guys. It's a little bit of a minimal take on this.
Yeah.
Here, I'll face
What
it toward the camera.
scale?
This is 1 to 100 maybe.
Yeah. Wait,
I don't know. Actually, I'm not very good at estimating.
Yeah.
Maybe this should.
I
okay,
like
let
the
me
slow
switch the order of
zoom
these.
on
Yeah.
it. It's like, what is it? What does it
Okay.
mean?
I'm also just going to act it a little bit.
Lighthouse?
Yeah.
Oh, yay!
Spot on.
The acting.
Are you
helped
eager
a
to
lot.
finish what you're building now?
Oh, I don't have one. I'm just free building.
Oh, I'm so
just
sorry. I
playing.
should have given
No,
you something. Okay.
No, it's all good.
You want to play another game?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna play some. So Ted, we make games. And do you want to play a logic game or a word game?
Word game.
Let's do it.
But also English is my second language, so
That's okay, because
don't
we're
make
gonna
it
play
too
together.
hard.
It's not gonna be too hard. It's gonna be fun. So this is a game called Letter Brew.
Okay.
And the first part of Letter Brew is, are you familiar with word ladders? Where you change one letter at a time in a word. So we have the word melt, and then the clue is asteroid blank. So
Asteroid belt?
Yeah, exactly. So we change one letter in that, and then here, I'll zoom this a little bit. Please play along at home. Please put your answers into the comments. Okay, every time a blank rings, an angel gets its wings.
Bell.
Bell, very good. A charging animal in the Lamborghini logo.
Charging. Oh, it's like a. It's like.
Yeah, bull.
A bull? Oh yeah.
I think.
No, I thought it was a. Oh, I thought it was a cat animal or a feline.
I thought it was too.
Sure.
If I didn't have those letters, I would
Yeah,
have
I
said
would
like
say,
puma
yeah.
or something. Okay, so we have 3 of these to make. Feel poorly, and I haven't
Ill.
I haven't done this level before. I think it's ale because it's like feeling.
Oh.
Okay, deep frying liquid.
Oil.
Nice. Hooting bird.
Owl.
Owl.
That's fun.
Hard precipitation. I think it's the first letter that we have to change.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's sleet.
Sleet?
Yeah, there we go.
But
Piece of paper. You don't think it's
Sheet?
hard enough? The
Yeah.
precipitation.
I don't know. Sheet.
Sheet. It's harder than like your average precipitation.
Yeah. I sometimes thought sleet was like half melted snow on the ground.
I think it's the freezing rain. Melted snow on the ground.
Yeah.
Beginning of a haiku. Buying animal.
Sheep.
Okay, so this is where things get wacky. We made 3 words.
Okay.
And there are 3 transformations. And our goal is to change each of these words into the same final answer. So for one of them, we're going to do a rhyme with it. Another,
Okay.
we're going to add a letter, an anagram. And the last one is going to be whole into part, as in like, if it's bull, it could be a part of it. It could be a horn, for example. It's one part of it. But we don't, but like part of the game is figuring out which goes where.
Add a letter and anagram.
And I don't actually know the answer. And
This
please,
is
again,
weird.
put your guesses in the chat.
Rhyme.
Okay, part of a sheep is fleece.
Yeah.
Bull has horns. Owl is okay.
Beak.
Beak
But that doesn't rhyme with sheep.
or bull.
So wait, so we were trying to try to find
Talon.
one part of one of these that rhymes with one of the other.
Yeah, one of these. Yeah, exactly. One's going to go into the
Hoof.
rhyme bucket. Hoof, like,
Um,
and what's just going to be the anagram one?
wool. Bull,
wool,
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 bull.
wool. Yeah, you nailed it. Okay, so sheep is the whole into part.
Bull
is the rhyme, and
and
you add an O to wool, and to owl and get wool.
oh, great.
That was amazing. Wool.
We did it.
Hooray. Okay, excellent work. We finished exactly
was
3
really
minutes.
fun.
Okay,
Yeah.
another word puzzle or logic puzzle?
Logic puzzle.
Okay, awesome. Have you ever done like nonograms or Picross before?
Nope.
This is a logic puzzle form. I think let's do this one, where the numbers on the rows tell you, so the 2 means that 2 of these are filled in the row.
Okay.
And in the columns, it's the same deal. 8 means that 8 of these are filled in. And if there's 2, 1, 1, that means there's 2 filled in, some number of x's, a 1, some number of x's. And so you can
Okay.
just fill it in sort of piece by piece. And like, okay, a nice place to start was with the zeros here. And
Nice.
then, for example, like we can do this 8 because this is 10 high. So
Yeah.
we know these are all filled in.
Okay.
And we kind of like
Great.
some nice little
And
ASMR
then
sounds.
7 will be everybody but 1.
Yeah, exactly. So you can sort of like count down from the top, 7.
So these
and
are
count up
already
from the
filled
bottom.
in by 1,
Yeah.
right? So those
These
can't
ones-
be? Oh, they're 1,
Yeah.
1. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've done our 1, 1. So now we can do like this 4, for example. Oops, I did it with X's. Would you like to steer?
No.
You're happy?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm happy to just watch you. So we could do 1 there, because that's 2 and 1, 1.
Let's see. Well, we don't know which of these 2 the 2 is going to be.
Right.
But with this, we do know there's a 2 here. Okay, and then we can do this one too. What do you think it's going to be?
What
So
do
they're
you
all
mean?
picture, like it's going to be a picture.
Oh, it's gonna be a
That's why
picture
I
of
love these.
something.
These are some of my
Okay,
favorite
okay.
logic puzzles because they're a picture in the end. And in fact, for this one, it's all an image from a TED Ed animation.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's a giraffe putting its hand on another giraffe's neck.
It's like a comfort
And
giraffe.
saying, yes,
yeah, it's
you're
like
okay.
it's going to be okay.
You're not as tall as I am, but that
I could
is
use
okay.
that kind of giraffe
Yeah.
in my life.
Okay, so we've got 1, 1, so that could be either there or there.
Yeah, I think we can do the 7 now.
Yeah, right.
7.
And then 2 can be either there or there.
Yeah.
Wow, this is, I'm like not sure how to calibrate my brain to do
Yeah,
this.
it also tells
Wait,
you.
2, 2, 1, so this one has to be.
Yes, perfect. And then we can continue this one, make that a
Right.
4 across.
And then I guess just that one.
Are
What
we-
is it? Oh, it's the music.
Yeah, music
No.
notes.
Yay, that's fun. Wait, so are these all games you can play online?
These are games that you can play daily on TED.com/games. Yeah, it's really fun.
I feel like everybody has their own little game widget, and I have to brick Sudoku on my phone because I go too hard on it.
Really?
Yeah,
Like how hard are we talking?
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like one Sudoku after another.
Uh-huh.
So, and not to knock Sudoku, I like Sudoku, but at the end of Sudoku, you just have a grid of numbers. And
Yeah.
that's why I like this one. Like this was actually my gateway into like puzzles.
Yeah.
My mom got me like a book of paint by number that goes by a bunch of names that the Games magazine put out. And then like it's so satisfying because in the end you've made pixel art. And in fact for this game, the constructors are all tattoo artists. And so we just get some like nice, fun art in our lives.
That you can get tattooed on your body later.
And I have. Every time I solve a level.
Yeah, you just do one.
You should,
you're
if you could
running
see
out
my
of-
arms,
Yeah,
it'd be pretty cool.
that's so tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really,
Thank you.
really tough. Yeah.
I know, that's what I am.
Yeah.
Well, Simone, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been such a pleasure playing with you. You did really great with the Lego bricks.
Oh, I'm sorry for shaming you for not kissing my mermaid. I could have
It was
done a
like,
better job.
that mermaid, I think needed to see a doctor.
Yeah, no, she'd lost her arms and torso, but I couldn't
she was
find
just-
the torso. Yeah, she's very
She was pure in the wave of
She's
form
a
of it.
mermaid on GLP-1. She's just very skinny and just a worm.
That's
yeah.
the world we live in now.
Yeah.
But thank you again. And next up, we have Alexandra is going to be back with an unmissable interview with the CEO of Dude Perfect. But first, we have a TED-Ed animation that is about one of the best games ever made, especially if you're ever in a restaurant and you make eye contact with a random baby. I think we've all been there. And if you haven't guessed what it is, you'll see it in a second.
In Italy, it's called il gioco del cucù. Palestinians say ba'eno, and in Japan, it's inai inai ba. But in every language, the response is usually the same. Peekaboo is a near universal source of laughter and connection for infants and adults. It's the first game that almost everyone plays. So what is it about this goofy game that babies love so much? While infants develop at different rates, many cognitive and motor abilities emerge in a certain order. For example, while 6-month-olds can typically grab things and then promptly drop them, walking and talking generally begin around 12 months. This timeline was first formally charted in 1936 by Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget. And while most modern researchers agree this process is more fluid than Piaget believed, the early developments he identified are key for understanding peekaboo. First is face processing. This happens almost immediately. Newborns as young as 2 days old can recognize their caregivers' faces. Then around 6 to 10 weeks, babies will begin social smiling. This is when they notice nearby laughing or smiling faces and start to mimic them. At 2 to 4 months, they may begin to understand cause and effect. And finally, between 4 and 7 months, they learn object permanence. Piaget described this as the understanding that people and objects continue to exist even when you can't see them. So before this period, out of sight can literally mean out of mind, making hiding your face akin to a magic trick. Before object permanence, this disappearing act can range from confusing to pleasantly surprising. But by 9 months, these developments are working together for peak peekaboo performance. At this age, infants can focus on the game longer, predict the timing of the reveal, and even look for the hidden object or person. And since infants learn about the world through play, peekaboo is one of their first teachers. In one study, 11-month-olds were shown a barrier, the bottom of which was hidden behind a screen. Then researchers rolled balls and toy cars behind the screen, removing it afterwards to show that the toys had either stopped at the barrier as expected or somehow gone through it. Infants shown these seemingly magical toys showed more interest in them afterwards, even ignoring new objects in favor of the toys that challenged their expectations. The social expectations peekaboo develops may be even more important. The game features several hallmarks of what researchers call social play: eye contact, turn-taking, and joint attention. These skills are the foundation of human conversation. And since it's a conversation, what the adult does matters. Just as caregivers learn to read their infants' cries and verbal cues, babies learn how adults respond to their behavior. Some play researchers call this back and forth serve and return interaction. And peekaboo is a prime example. This call and response structure is also why some psychologists describe peekaboo as a baby's first joke. It's an interaction where the format is reliable, but the content is surprising. As other motor and cognitive abilities develop, this foundation of social skills and object permanence informs various kinds of play. Once kids begin walking and talking, peekaboo usually evolves into hide and seek. Though their hiding isn't usually very good at this age, due to poor impulse control and a lack of theory of mind. This is the ability to understand, imagine, and predict other people's mental states. Without it, a child might think they're hidden simply by covering their own eyes. After all, if they can't see you, surely you can't see them. Once theory of mind develops, around age 3 or 4, kids can begin playing pretend together, all occupying a shared imaginary world, though even the most cooperative pretend play is often sprinkled with peekaboo-style surprises. By ages 5 and 6, language expands to inform more playful negotiation. leading to games with more complicated rules. After this point, most kids' favorite types of play are more determined by their personalities and interests than their cognitive development. But no matter what play they pursue, as adults, they'll likely wind up playing peekaboo again, this time from an all-new perspective.
Hello and welcome back to the studio at Play at TED. I'm Alexandra Panzer, and as part of our day celebrating all things play, we are going to be sitting down and chatting with CEO of one of the most popular channels on YouTube. I'm talking 65 million subscribers popular. We're here with Andrew Yaffee, CEO of Dude Perfect. It's sports, it's comedy, it's, in a word, antics. And Andrew helps make it all happen. All right, Andrew.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Okay, so for anyone who has just turned on the internet today, can you tell us a little bit about Dude Perfect and how you got involved?
I would love to. Dude Perfect started 17 years ago, at the very dawn of the internet.
Before I was born.
Yes, early YouTube days. 5 friends who were playing in a backyard at Texas A&M University, standing on the roof of their house, throwing a basketball off it into a hoop. And they filmed that and called it Backyard Stuntmen, posted it to a little-known website called YouTube at the time. It went viral, which at the time was 50,000 views. And later that week, got a call from Good Morning America. And they said, "We saw your video, we'd love to have you guys on." And from there, the guys continued making things that they thought were fun, filming what they were doing in their lives, challenges and stunts and antics with each other. And it just continued to grow and grow and grow. And now we are a fully scaled sports media and entertainment company that looks to inspire play.
Well, exactly. So that's your mantra, is to inspire play, right?
It is.
So what does that look like, and how does your work online inspire people offline?
Yeah, our core audience is 6 to 14-year-olds. Like, that's the sweet spot, the super fans. And we take a lot of responsibility in that. And we think it's really important that kids love us, but parents trust us. And one of the things we look to do is create incredibly compelling content, but that wants those kid fans to go try to do something. And there is nothing more playful and human and global than friends experimenting. Right? That's ultimately what it is. Sports happens to be our platform. But when our guys do, and we hear it from parents all the time, our guys will do a trick shot of some sort, throwing an object or flipping a bottle, and kids will see a 10-minute video and then go try it for 2 hours. And we love that. And we've now started, we have a whole series we call the Trick Shot of the Month, where we challenge our audience to go come up with their own trick shots and submit them. And so every month we're getting thousands and thousands of submissions from kids across the internet.
What's the wildest trick shot you've gotten? Or do you have a favorite?
Let's see. There's so many good ones. Usually it is, it's hard to come up with new ones, especially when our guys have been doing it for 17 years.
For so long,
It's usually when a really little kid does something.
Oh my gosh.
I have a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old, and they're not quite, they're aspiring trick shot artists. So I love when we get the submissions from the younger kids of them trying to do something crazy, always safe. We always make sure there's parental supervision, but it's a lot of fun stuff to see.
Well, I don't know if you caught my trick shot earlier, but I caught a basketball on camera, so I should submit. We'll cut it and I'll submit it. That's perfect.
Well, I know a guy. I can get you in the contest.
Okay, great. So your target audience is young people and families, right? So do you have any advice for parents who are trying to engage with content together, who are trying to make this screen experience something that they can share? And
I mean, I would say the first thing is pick content that you like too. right? Like 80% of our content is co-viewed between parents and kids.
Nice.
Which we love. We cherish that, right? Our sweet spot is that, you know, kids love us and parents at a minimum tolerate us. And, you know, when we bring in top sports stars or celebrities or do funny things, like we see playfulness in adults. Actually, earlier this week, we hosted a conference at our office, and it was, we had 200 adults come through at the end of the day, and our office is, there's a football field, and there's a basketball court, and a pickleball court, and a mini golf course.
Nice
and
office.
It's really nice. It's great.
We have seltzer on tap.
We don't get a lot of work done, but whenever adults come into our office, they naturally start to play. It sounds ridiculous to say it out loud. There was a gong hanging from the soccer net, and 3 people came up with a game on their own to see who could throw a football, a baseball, and a pickleball from the football field to hit the gong first.
Nice.
And it was 2 teams then competed. And it's just that natural spirit of experimentation that adults love too.
Yeah.
And so I often think it's, 1, pick the right content to sit with your kids and watch, and then 2, go out in the driveway or sit on the floor, get down at their level and do the thing with them. Because when they show that spark of excitement, double down on it and find that thing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a fully formed game. It doesn't have to be an hour of board games. But if it's 5 minutes of flipping a bottle with a kid, I'm pretty sure the adult's gonna have a good time too.
Yeah, well, and that's what I love. I love that first video of just a bunch of friends hanging out in a backyard, kind of just like trying to one-up each other with these trick shots. And I love it, which so does the whole internet, by the way. It's a very popular video. But that it reminds me of that feeling when you were a kid of just being like bored.
Yeah.
And letting that boredom just like inspire you to find stakes and create stakes for each other. So so my question for you, you're a very cool grown-up with a cool job, and like a lot of cool jobs, came from the NBA, very cool. Do you ever let yourself get bored?
You know, I was actually reflecting earlier in one of the sessions that I need to install some more boredom time in my day.
Yeah.
I'm someone, like many adults, am too addicted to my phone, connected, and I find the instant I feel that tinge of boredom, I tend to look at it and find some stimulus.
Yeah.
And I'm a daydreamer by heart. I'm a daydreamer by nature, and I wanna. It's one of my New Year's resolutions in May is to, now do a little bit more daydreaming because I think it's really inspirational.
Yeah.
So I don't think we do enough.
Yeah. What does that look like? How do we make more space how are you going to make more space to be bored? How are you going to daydream?
One thing I do, I'm a voracious podcast and audiobook listener, and I think it's probably too much that walks. I don't need audio on every walk I go on. I can take an hour a day, and I have a Brick, highly recommend, which is a device that blocks your phone. I'm going to start doing that for several hours during the workday, just to give me some space. I already do it when I'm home with my family, but doing it more during the workday because it resonated so much when one of the speakers said, it's those moments of connection that are unexpected. That's where real ideas and creativity and fun come from.
Absolutely.
And it's funny, I was reflecting also, our guys at heart love to play with each other, right? That's where it started. And as we've grown up as a company, the natural tendency is we're gonna script more, we're gonna have more people on set, we're gonna have safety protocols and our insurance and brand partners all come to the set. And they've given me the feedback of like, well, it's great that we went from having one guy with a phone to now a full-scale production crew, but it feels like work. And it's like, we can't make good content when it feels like work. We need it to feel like play. Like, that's the beauty of the content.
Yeah.
And so there's this balance that we strike of like, we want it to be bigger, we want it to be safe, we want it to be more professional.
Right, but still live.
But like, they're not actors,
Yeah.
They need to be playful because that's what the audience sees and responds to.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that they have space to play, and I want to make sure that I have space to daydream and play as well. So.
I love that. Okay, well, so my last question for you, it's a two-part question. The first part is, are you guys like best friends?
We're colleagues.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But so
we hang out a lot.
The company,
we spend a lot of time together.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a special brand of friendship, colleague.
Yes.
It's like very, but this partnership was born out of friendship. Do you have any advice for adults who want to use play to try and make their relationship stronger?
I think it's really hard to plan it. Like I think too often we as adults are like, okay, this is my playtime, this is my fun time. I think it really is more about the mentality that you approach everything that you do. And that's what I see at our company, which is in this most serious of meetings, sometimes the best creative ideas will come up, right?
Yeah.
And how do we allow that to happen, right? That we can't be a super structured, this is the meeting about finance, and this is that goes against everything that we want to be. And so really leaning in and allowing play to be, and creativity and that unstructured nature to really undergird the whole culture.
Yeah.
And whether that's in a friendship, in a group of friends, or whether that's at a company, I think that's really important to be able to have that base layer of just like, hey, listen, let's not take ourselves too seriously. Let's be able to take a step back and engage the silly part of our brains, because that's where good ideas and also just a more enjoyable experience come from.
Absolutely. Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
All right, so coming up, we have more interviews with some of our favorite creators. But first, have you ever had an imaginary friend? No judgment. Mine's actually here with us right now. You just can't see her because she's off camera. But next up, we have a TED-Ed animation about how having an imaginary friend is kind of a flex. So check it out.
Amia and her friend Zelba have been inseparable for nearly a year. They share secrets, play games, and rule over imaginary kingdoms. Amia loves to talk, and Zelba is a great listener. Amia sometimes has bad ideas, and Zelba goes along with them anyway. Amia is very real, and Zelba is not. Some parents worry about their child having playmates they can't see or hear, but imaginary companions are a normal part of psychological development for many kids. In fact, they even provide a special kind of support real friends can't. But to understand this, we first need to explore what leads certain kids to create these fictional figures. Most often, their inventors are simply looking for someone to play with. Imaginary friends are typically created by children roughly 3 to 4 years old who lack siblings of a similar age. These kids tend to be socially outgoing. They like company, so they invent more of it. And while almost all kids enjoy playing pretend, children with invisible companions are especially fond of make-believe. One study even found these kids were better storytellers, suggesting that imagining friends might help with linguistic and cognitive development. Outside a love of fantasy and socializing, experts haven't found any meaningful differences in personality, intelligence, or shyness between kids who do and do not have imaginary friends. However, the invisible characters themselves couldn't be more different. They can be animals, real or fictional, humans of all ages, shapes, and sizes, with features straight out of a fairy tale. Some come alone, others have a gaggle of imaginary friends and family. They can even be what researchers call personified objects, stuffed animals or toys brought to life by the imagination. And these manifestations vary from place to place. A 2004 study found roughly 67% of US kids under 8 had invisible companions, while in Japan, personified objects were much more common. These fictional figures don't just look different, they also fill a variety of roles. Many are playmates and confidants, but others are scapegoats, errand buddies, or babies in need of care. This wide range is why researchers typically call them invisible or imaginary companions, since they're not always friends. In fact, researchers have even reported children who fight with their imaginary companion or are actively afraid of them. These situations can concern parents, but not only are they totally normal, they highlight the special power of imaginary companions. Each of these characters is designed to fulfill their creator's needs or wants. By creating a scary invisible companion, a child might be experimenting with feeling fear and how to conquer it. Negotiating imaginary disagreements lets kids practice dealing with conflict without real-world consequences, and resolving these arguments can help them explore empathy and caregiving. In these ways and more, invisible companions give developing children the agency to explore emotions and social interactions on their terms. And since research consistently shows children know these characters are imaginary, the kids are always in control, even when it doesn't look like it. Some invisible companions stick around through their creator's teenage and adult years. But generally, as kids start making friends in school around age 5 or 6, they talk about their imaginary companions less and less often. That said, the time they spent with these fictional figures has lifelong benefits. Research suggests pretend play strengthens a child's theory of mind. This is our ability to understand, imagine, and predict other people's mental states, a skill that can help kids develop empathy and build relationships. And while we might stop speaking to our invisible companions, we never stop talking to ourselves. When you rehearse a difficult conversation in the shower or talk through your problems to a pet, you're using the same skills you learned from your imaginary companions, talking through your inner monologue to problem solve and regulate your mood. So the next time you see a kid chattering to thin air, know that you're watching the beginning of a lifelong conversation.
Hi folks, welcome back. I'm Alexandra Panzer and you're in the TED studio for Play at TED. If you're a fan of teeny tiny little hand-drawn and animated worlds, you're probably already familiar with our next guest. She was named the #1 Instagram account to follow by MTV and BuzzFeed. We're talking to the award-winning illustrator, animator, and storyteller, Rachel Ryle. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Oh my goodness, our pleasure. Okay, Rachel, can you tell us a little bit about what you do, who you are, and your art?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am a self-taught animator. I started animating back in 2013. That's when MTV named me the best to follow, so I'm really holding on to that title.
Yeah, keep it.
I'm going to hold it on.
I didn't give a year.
Yeah, it's been a while. But since I've just evolved it into a career where I do animation, illustration, and storytelling full-time for different brands and different projects just out of passion and curiosity of my own.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I want to focus on, you refer to yourself as self-taught.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, today we're celebrating play and we're trying to understand the role it plays. Oh, I'm not the first person to have done that today. In how we work and learn and all aspects of our life. So for you, how does play help you learn? What does that look like?
Oh, it's a joyful process, also kind of like a painful, but not, to be an adult and put yourself in that childlike mindset of what can I make, how can I make it, in a day and age where it's like make, go do, more, and to just be present in the process of how could I make this come to life, or what can I create out of this time that I have. I feel like so much of my art comes from a place of just curiosity and diving into my creative approach, and sometimes I put out pieces that maybe I'm not very proud of, but it's also always a learning step to understanding new processes and growing my craft and ultimately telling stories in new and exciting ways as an artist.
I love that.
Thanks.
Yeah, so when you get into that zone where, because this is your profession now, where you're like output, like I need to make these deadlines and whatever else, how do you pull yourself back? How do you get back into that sense of exploration and curiosity that kind of got you started in the first place?
That's a great question, and I feel like I'm in that season of play right now where if I am the age that I am, 22.
Same.
Plus a couple. If I'm that age and I struggle with the feeling of pressure, I don't know how younger generations are handling that, you know, that need to create or you know, the pressure to put out. And so I have been actually working on a piece that I've been lost in for like 2.5 months now, and it's to the 30-second mark of how long it plays for right now. And it's been an interesting thing of really appreciating that time that I've put into it. And I'm currently the only person who has seen this piece play so far. And I feel like I'm lost in the play. Like I'm back to the art table. No one's seeing it yet, and no one's judging it or, you know, anything yet. So I think that I push myself to just enjoy that process, because that process doesn't always come, to be with yourself, with your craft, playing in whatever you are creating without any other voices or noise around you. It's just you and the piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm in it right now.
Oh, yay!
Yay.
Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, and that's funny, you know, we talk a lot here today about incorporating play into schools and into our workplace and everything, but we're, you know, the elephant in the room is like, in those environments, we're also being judged, we're being assessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you manage that as someone who, it sounds like your work springs from this place of joy?
Yeah.
How do you handle that kind of expectations and worrying about other people's assessment?
It's definitely been a journey, and I think there are good days and there are bad days around it, but knowing that ultimately my art has been the #1 thing that speaks the best for myself. So if I'm going through a season where maybe I don't feel like I'm thriving in my craft or I'm productive in my craft, ultimately that piece that I'm creating will be what speaks to, like, it will open the doors that are ahead, and it will do better work than I could ever do of, like, using my voice to say how I feel. Like, my art says the message and it gets it out there. So I trust that process, that playing in my craft will then lead to something bigger than I'm capable to do without making the art in the first place.
Yeah, trust.
Trust.
Sounds like it's a big trusting yourself.
And chocolate. Yeah.
Chocolate, yeah. Do you have a favorite animation that you've made, or one that means a lot to you?
That's a great question. Gosh, shoot. I'll say the one that I'm working on right now. I just got back from Japan, and I've been working on a passion piece about it. And so I'm very proud of it, and hopefully going to come out like next week if I get it done, when I get it done. And
you have it on record now.
Yeah, I got it on record. Yeah, I would say that always the piece that I'm working on seems to be my new favorite.
That's the best.
It's the best.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, okay, we've talked a lot about your practice. I'm curious how your art and how your approach to art making and your sense of play influences other aspects of your life, or do you find a way to take that sense of play and apply it to other parts of your life?
Yeah, absolutely. I just got to visit with a really great family friend of mine, and their daughter Ava and I connect over art. I love playing with kids in art because it's the most free that I feel of being at a table. Like, one day we worked on drawing like a Malibu beach house, and the next day we were drawing horses, which I'm terrible at. But we were just playing, and I surprised her. I contacted her school and I came in and surprised her to be the art teacher for the day, which was so much fun to see her like freak out that I was there, and then just play with the kids for like an hour straight. And yeah, so I love to incorporate, particularly around kids, like however I can make a day, like a child's day better by creating art with them or making art for them, writing them letters or whatever. That's how I incorporate it into my life. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I know you have actually worked with Lego before, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that partnership?
Yeah, definitely. I've had I'm very happy to have worked with them a number of times through different umbrellas, but my favorite time that I worked with them was when it was a season of me creating like new and different types of art, and I was putting it out on my channel and just trying new things, which is very challenging as an artist. It's vulnerable, it's uncomfortable.
Especially if you're known for a certain style.
Style. And but I just trusted the process and put some art out. And I kept doing it as uncomfortable as it was, but unbeknownst to me, Lego was watching my channel, and they were about to launch a campaign highlighting people who are challenging themselves to grow in their craft. And they were watching my art evolve, and they're like, we want you to be a part of this educational division. We got to do videos for kids that were played in schools and like challenging people to always be pushing themselves to grow creatively and through play. So.
I love that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, well, with a couple minutes left here, I wondered if you would play a little game with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Poker,
in the spirit
poker,
of play.
poker.
It's not poker, but we can talk later.
All right.
Yeah, so basically, I just wanted to ask you, inspired by some of your earlier work, I wanted to ask you a series of teeny tiny questions.
Please.
Okay, first question.
Yeah.
If you were a teeny tiny mouse living in a teeny tiny house, what would be your bed? A walnut shell?
Oh.
A matchbox? Or a pat of butter?
Gosh, I would say the butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then I could also use it for a slide on a hot summer day or something.
Yeah, it's soft.
Yeah, it's soft.
Absolutely. Right answer. Okay, next question. What's better? A thimble? A Barbie shoe, or a really tiny spoon?
Probably the spoon, because you can eat chocolate.
Okay, all right, we're plowing through these. Someone's an expert. Okay, last one. If you were, say, a teeny tiny mouse living in, say, a teeny tiny house, what would you use as a hat? A button, a peanut, or an empty coffee creamer pod?
I would say the button, because it would look like a beret.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's
fashion.
Chic.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
Chic.
Rachel, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Likewise. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. All right. So, coming up shortly, we'll be playing more games with YouTube sensation and Lego brick connoisseur Emma Soros. But first, check out this video from TED speaker Stephen Johnson on how some of our species' most innovative technologies are not made out of necessity, but out of that strange, delightful sense of play.
Roughly 43,000 years ago, a young cave bear died in the rolling hills on the northwest border of modern-day Slovenia. 1,000 years later, a mammoth died in southern Germany. A few centuries after that, a griffon vulture also died in the same vicinity. And we know almost nothing about how these animals met their deaths. But these different creatures, dispersed across both time and space, did share one remarkable fate. After their deaths, a bone from each of their skeletons was crafted by human hands into a flute. Think about that for a second. Imagine you're a caveman 40,000 years ago. You've mastered fire, you've built simple tools for hunting, you've learned how to craft garments from animal skins to keep yourself warm in the winter. What would you choose to invent next? It seems preposterous that you would invent the flute, a tool that created useless vibrations in air molecules. But that is exactly what our ancestors did. Now this turns out to be surprisingly common in the history of innovation. Sometimes people invent things because they want to stay alive or feed their children or conquer the village next door. But just as often, new ideas come into the world simply because they're fun. And here's the really strange thing. Many of those playful but seemingly frivolous inventions ended up sparking momentous transformations in science, in politics, and society. Take what may be the most important invention of modern times, programmable computers. Now, the standard story is that computers descend from military technology, since many of the early computers were designed specifically to crack wartime codes or calculate rocket trajectories. But in fact, the origins of the modern computer are much more playful, even musical, than you might imagine. The idea behind the flute, or just pushing air through tubes to make a sound, was eventually modified to create the first organ more than 2,000 years ago. Someone came up with the brilliant idea of triggering sounds by pressing small levers with our fingers, inventing the first musical keyboard. Now, keyboards evolved from organs to clavichords to harpsichords to the piano until the middle of the 19th century, when a bunch of inventors finally hit on the idea of using a keyboard to trigger not sounds, but letters. In fact, the very first typewriter was originally called the writing harpsichord. Flutes and music led to even more powerful breakthroughs. About 1,000 years ago, at the height of the Islamic Renaissance, 3 brothers in Baghdad designed a device that was an automated organ. They called it the instrument that plays itself. Now, the instrument was basically a giant music box. The organ could be trained to play various songs by using instructions encoded by placing pins on a rotating cylinder. And if you wanted the machine to play a different song, you just swapped a new cylinder in with a different code on it. This instrument was the first of its kind. It was programmable. Now, conceptually, this was a massive leap forward. The whole idea of hardware and software becomes thinkable for the first time with this invention. And that incredibly powerful concept didn't come to us as an instrument of war or of conquest, or necessity at all. It came from the strange delight of watching a machine play music. In fact, the idea of programmable machines was exclusively kept alive by music for about 700 years. In the 1700s, music-making machines became the playthings of the Parisian elite. Showmen used the same coded cylinders to control the physical movements of what were called automata, an early kind of robot. One of the most famous of those robots was, you guessed it, an automated flute player designed by a brilliant French inventor named Jacques de Vaucanson. And as Vaucanson was designing his robot musician, he had another idea. If you could program a machine to make pleasing sounds, why not program it to weave delightful patterns of color out of cloth? Instead of using the pins of the cylinder to represent musical notes, they would represent threads with different colors. If you wanted a new pattern for your fabric, you just programmed a new cylinder. This was the first programmable loom. Now, the cylinders were too expensive and time-consuming to make, but a half-century later, another French inventor named Jacquard hit upon the brilliant idea of using paper-punched cards instead of metal cylinders. Paper turned out to be much cheaper and more flexible as a way of programming the device. That punch card system inspired Victorian inventor Charles Babbage to create his analytical engine, the first true programmable computer ever designed. And punch cards were used by computer programmers as late as the 1970s. So ask yourself this question: what really made the modern computer possible? Yes, the military involvement is an important part of the story, but inventing a computer also required other building blocks: music boxes, toy robot flute players, harpsichord keyboards, colorful patterns woven into fabric. And that's just a small part of the story. There's a long list of world-changing ideas and technologies that came out of play: public museums, rubber, probability theory, the insurance business, and many more. Necessity isn't always the mother of invention. The playful state of mind is fundamentally exploratory, seeking out new possibilities in the world around us. And that seeking is why so many experiences that started with simple delight and amusement eventually led us to profound breakthroughs. Now, I think this has implications for how we teach kids in school and how we encourage innovation in our workspaces. But thinking about play and delight this way also helps us detect what's coming next. Think about it. If you were sitting there in 1750 trying to figure out the big changes coming to society in the 19th to 20th centuries, automated machines, computers, artificial intelligence, a programmable flute entertaining the Parisian elite would have been as powerful a clue as anything else at the time. It seemed like an amusement at best, not useful in any serious way. But it turned out to be the beginning of a tech revolution that would change the world. You'll find the future wherever people are having the most fun.
Hi, if you're just joining us, I'm Alex. I'm the creative director of TED Games, and I'm about to play some of those with a very special guest. Emily creates Lego content as Emmasaurus across social media. She's been a Lego fan since 2017, and with over 3 million followers, she loves sharing her Lego builds and Lego City with other Lego fans around the world. Emily, welcome.
Hello, Alex. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very happy to be here.
I'm so excited that you're here, and I'm so excited to play with Lego bricks with somebody who knows their way around them.
A little bit. We'll see.
So we're going to chat, but I also thought we'd play a game while we chat.
All right.
We call this Brictionary. It's Lego Brick Pictionary.
Yes.
So we're going to draw words out of this hat.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
I can go first?
Yes, please. We're going to both go simultaneously.
Okay,
Don't show it to me.
Oh, okay.
And then we're just going to build while we chat.
All
So
right.
I hope you like multitasking.
I think so. I'll try.
Oh, yes. I know.
Okay.
I think I know how to build this. Okay. Well, so first of all, while we're doing this, so your content, you build a lot of kits on your videos.
Yes.
How often do you just have a big pile of Lego bricks to play with and build something out of it?
Semi-regularly. I do love having my Lego bricks sorted. I am very meticulous with my collection. I have multiple different drawers, and each little drawer inside these big furniture things, and they're all sorted out. And so it actually makes it really easy and kind of fun. It is a mess trying to put things back, but it's very nice having it kind of ready to go whenever I want to get creative.
So you'll actually like figure out what you want to make and then go to your drawer and get like the red brick that you haven't. Do you have them sorted by like shape and color?
A little bit. Sometimes it depends how many of the piece I have. If I have a lot of one piece, then I'll probably do it by color as well as piece type. But it really just kind of depends.
Is there like a recognized Lego brick filing system?
No, unfortunately not. That would make our lives a little bit easier in trying to organize everything, but it is fun kind of like having bricks together and trying to build something. I'll have like official sets in my Lego City, and I will try to build things around the official sets to make it look like a city instead of multiple different sets connected. And so it'll be like a roadway or an ocean in front of little different beach sets that are kind of set on the sand, trees. I love building trees.
I love trees.
Yeah, there's a lot of different like fun nature things that we love building in the city.
When you make a tree, is it like this? Or do you like
It's like a tree.
Oh, it's like...
Yeah, we build a tree.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready for you to guess my first one. I'm going to put it up here so that the audience at home can see it and guess.
Not ready.
Okay,
I think it's a boat. A helicopter.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sound effects are allowed. Okay, yeah, I'll leave it up there. So
Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to draw a new one out.
Okay.
I'm going to keep going. Okay, so tell me what play looks like in your life.
Gosh, there's a lot of different ways that I love to play. A lot of it's through with Lego bricks and sets. I love getting creative with it, but it's also fun it's kind of playful to kind of just like get imaginative with stories. Like in my Lego City, I love doing like search and finds, like finding different like silly things and like thinking about new weird scenarios that I could include there. Like having a dog park, but then having like some, maybe different animals there. Like how would they interact? Like how would different animals interact at a dog park? Having, I don't know, weird relationships on the city streets with like robbers or cops, but then also like superheroes kind of intervening. And so, I don't know, there's a lot of different ways through that. It's also been really fun kind of exploring play in a new way with my daughter. She's 10 months old. And it's been kind of cool seeing play through her eyes. She's still very little, but I can kind of see the play starting to happen, and that's been just incredible. I'll give her like a Duplo brick to hold, and that's about all she's doing with it right now, but hopefully later.
Get her started early.
Yeah, okay, hopefully she'll be doing more with it eventually.
I got a really lucky draw. Oh, were you ready for yours?
Okay. I'm doing my best with it. You go first.
Okay. Yeah, this is a little.
Are they sunglasses?
Not even.
Glasses?
Yeah, it's just
glasses.
I can't believe I drew that after.
Okay.
Not planned.
Okay. Here's mine. I'm gonna try to do it most with sound effects.
Okay.
Forgive my build skills.
Yeah, and just put it up here, and then we can get a close-up shot as you do your sound effects.
Da, da, da,
oh, it's definitely a shark.
Yeah, right? It's a very good shark.
Yeah,
I think.
The top of one.
It's the top,
that's
you know.
Yeah.
Something like a shark.
Instantly recognizable.
Shark-esque.
My next one's really hard, so.
Let me grab another one.
Oh, yeah, please. Oh, I've been hogging the hat.
Oh, you're good, you're good. Okay, let's see.
Okay, so if Lego came to you tomorrow and said, design a kit, what would you do?
Ooh. I am a very big Scooby fan. I love Scooby-Doo, so like something related to that would be very fun. I think like, I don't know, I love movement in Lego sets, so like all of the different arcade, I don't know, like carnival rides, like roller coasters, and like they did like a Ferris wheel, a merry-go-round. So maybe like something new like that could be kind of cool. Maybe like another roller coaster. I don't know.
Have they done a full-on roller
They've
coaster?
done 2 big ones in the past, and those were really cool. Maybe like a new merry-go-round. Those are always themed really fun. I don't know. There's a lot that they could do.
Yeah, you have a lot of merry-go-rounds in your future.
I hope so.
It took my daughter's 5. It took her a little while to like get over the. It's like a little scary at first.
A little bit.
But now she's super into it, and then we can't not do the merry-go-round if we see it. Okay, so my next build is a little impossible.
Mine feels impossible a little bit too.
Do you play Lego outside of your channel?
I do. Sometimes, so me and my husband will take Lego sets and do like a date night in kind of thing, and we'll build a Lego set together, and that's really fun. We'll like maybe put on a movie related to something we're watching. You know, there's like so many different fun like IPs within Lego. So like if we're building a Toy Story set, we might put on Toy Story. And so that's really fun. I usually do have a camera going, but it is nice to step away from the social media side of Lego building and just go back to the roots of like just like building for fun. It's always fun, but it's nice to just, I don't know, relax and talk and just play.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is so bad, but okay.
A robot? Oh, was it actually?
Yeah.
I didn't cheat. I promise. I didn't cheat.
Because if you look at this, I don't. I mean, maybe. Oh, okay. It actually, like when I see it on camera, it looks more like a robot than I anticipated.
Oh, a little bit. I mean, yeah. I mean, it obviously looks like a robot. I guessed it first try. I don't know. I think that's excellent.
Maybe I should
you did
have
a great job.
Little more confidence in my building skills.
Here's, I kind of have 2. Here's the first one in case you.
Okay. Chapeau. No, bow.
No. Maybe if I put it this way and I'm.
Crown.
Ta-da! Yeah, a crown.
Crown, very nice.
And then this person has one, but I felt like that was cheating.
No, I appreciated that you actually took the
like
hard route as opposed to when I just did glasses, had glasses. Should we play some more games?
I would love that.
Okay, amazing.
Yes.
I asked you ahead of time what kind of games you like, and I was really excited when you said spelling because we have a spelling game. And I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
I thought we would do it together, if that's
great.
cool. Maybe we could take turns on words.
Yeah,
so this is our
spelling.
spelling game. It's called Spell Check. It was originally made by a creator channel called Answer in Progress as like sort of a exploration of how weird the English language is. And they made a game that we really loved, and then we expanded on it.
Yeah.
So it starts off with standard spelling. So you'll hear a word, and we have to spell it.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to take the first turn?
Yeah.
But we can.
Indefatigable.
Yeah.
I-N.
Well, you get to.
Oh, I get to type it.
Yeah,
I was like spelling bee mode.
You can't do that.
Indefatigable.
You want to go for it?
Yeah. How do I do it?
New book.
Okay, it was close. We got orange.
The gubble.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
G,
okay.
the G. Nubuck? That's my turn.
Nubuck.
Okay, I gotta hear the
A
meaning.
soft leather with a rubbed, suede-like outer surface.
I've never heard of
Do you know
nubuck.
this word?
I don't know this word, no.
I'm gonna go like sort of fun spelling.
Yeah.
Nubuck.
Promulgate.
I can't
Wow.
believe that was right.
That was actually incredible. Kudos. That was great.
Promulgate.
Promulgate.
Promulgate. To officially or publicly spread, announce, or put forward an idea or rule.
You know, promulgate.
Yeah, promulgate.
Okay.
Opponency.
Okay. Opponency?
Opponency.
Okay.
What does that mean?
We started with a really hard round. I don't know. Good question.
Opposition, resistance, or the state of being against something.
I feel like I have a guess for it.
Opponency? And E? You think it's an E or an A? Does that look right? Like opponent.
Yeah, opponent. Yeah.
Civet.
All right.
Man, yours are
civet.
easier.
Yeah.
Civet.
Civet?
Civet. A small cat-like mammal, or the musky perfume substance it produces.
They're the ones with the coffee.
Civet. S or C?
C.
C, you think so?
Yeah. I think it's a V.
Civet.
Civet. Okay.
Let's go for it. Okay, it was close. It was
All
just
right,
one letter out.
all
Okay.
right.
All right, next round. So this round, we're going to hear the definition.
Okay.
And we both have to guess the word and spell it. And the earlier that we buzz in, the more points we get.
Okay.
So you want first turn?
Yeah, I'll let you have first.
Okay, I'll take, yeah. What if it's like spoon?
The study of human movement and physical activity. It examines how movement relates to health.
Can I buzz in?
Oh, yeah.
Geography?
Well, it's,
I don't know.
maybe.
At a high level.
Yeah, definitely at a high level. Let's see.
Do I just enter?
Kinesthesiology.
Man, I was thinking like movement through place.
like migration.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
like your answer too. Okay, you want, so now it could be officially your turn.
Okay, sorry, I stole your turn.
No, it's totally fine.
A system of administration carried out by non-elected officials working within a structured hierarchy.
Okay, I think I know
It
what
can
this is.
also mean
And I think it's bureaucracy.
Oh yeah, no, that could sound right.
It's a doozy, but I think I know how to spell it. Maybe that, is that O extraneous? Is there no there or not? No, I think there's not. Yes.
Oh, nice.
The release or purging
turn.
of strong emotion, especially through art. It can also mean any
Oh.
emotional clearing or renewal
I think it's,
that brings relief from tension.
Okay, what's the word? It's like at the end of a play, and you're like, okay, let's just spell anything.
Anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we could spell denouement. It's not the denouement. That's probably harder to spell than
That might be
than the
harder to
actual
spell.
word. Catharsis. It's catharsis.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
I'll let you. Okay,
you want
okay.
to turn
Yeah,
to
I think I
catharsis?
can do it. Does that look right?
Yeah, that looks
Yeah.
spot on. Yes.
Okay, I spelled one right.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
You got
Very
one.
cathartic.
Yes.
Okay, in this round,
Okay.
we've taken an excerpt from a TED Talk, and there's a missing word, and we have to spell that word.
Okay.
For the last 20 years, I've been teaching about behavioral endocrinology.
Okay.
And this is a field
No problem. Endocrinology.
Yeah.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I think so, right?
Yes.
Got it.
In that round, you can have 3 chances, and 3 tries, and we didn't even need them.
Oh, nice.
Okay, last round. So this is a really hard word.
Okay.
But we can take clues. Like we can see how long it is.
Yeah.
Crustaceology.
Crustaceology, of course.
Yes.
I'm guessing the study of crustaceans.
I would think so.
Should we see if that's
Is
what
that
it is?
too?
Scientific study of crustaceans.
Okay. Sometimes it's
Exactly.
obvious. Sometimes it's like something totally different.
Yeah, I know you
But
have
nailed it.
you have a science background.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I did not study crustaceans.
You weren't a crustaceologist?
I was not a crustaceologist.
Did you consider it briefly?
Possibly.
Did you know that everything keeps evolving into crabs?
Is that
Crabs have independently evolved 5 times.
We didn't learn that in school.
In
No.
data science school. Crabs are the final form of
Wow.
everything.
Are we eventually going to be crabs?
I think
Is
we're
that how that
I think we're on the
works?
way.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know like what the intermediate steps
Yeah.
are, but the end.
I wonder how long it'll take for us to get there.
A few more years at this rate.
Yeah.
Okay, crustacean.
Okay,
well,
crustace.
Okay, well, so we can try to
okay.
type it in, but we can reveal specific letters, or we can reveal the length as well. So maybe we should try the word first, see how we're feeling about it.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. I like
you
that.
You seemed confident.
So, thank you.
Crustaceology.
Stay.
I think C.
C?
C is my guess. I think that's going to be an E, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But should we reveal that one? That letter?
Yeah, let's reveal that one. Yep.
Yeah.
You got it.
Do we feel good about the rest of the word? Please type in your guesses on the live stream too.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel good. Do you feel good?
I feel as good as I'm ever gonna feel about this word.
I wouldn't change anything.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Yeah.
We
So
did it.
that's like a double or nothing round.
Oh, okay.
Like if you got it wrong, you got no points.
Wow.
But we got times 2.3.
That's awesome.
For 543 points.
I think we're doing good, right?
I think we're doing so
I
good.
feel good with that.
Okay. We have just enough time to spell a little more,
Okay.
or we can play. We don't have time for a full trivia game, or we can do a word game. You want to keep spelling? I feel like we've got a good spelling thing going on.
I feel like I do. Did you ever do a spelling bee? Do you remember like what word you lost
I remember being so
on?
stressed about spelling bees in school, and I like the reason I like this game is because I don't have to do it in front of an audience.
Yeah.
And yet here we are.
Kind of, right?
But doing it together, like there's never collaborative spelling bees, and so I feel a lot better about what we're doing.
Yeah. No, I feel good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll at least start some spelling.
Okay.
Oops.
Ultimate.
Oh, this is speed round.
Oh.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Terminal.
Terminal.
Finality.
Finality.
That looks right.
Resolution.
Resolution.
Coda.
Coda.
Yeah?
Yeah, go.
Conclusion.
Conclusion.
Closure.
Closure. We
Yeah!
aced it.
Nailed
And
it.
There's streak bonus, there's
That was good.
everything. I've never gotten everything right in one of those rounds before.
Wow.
The speed round.
Look at us go.
Okay, we got another one from a TED Talk.
At first, emotionally charged buzzwords like this feel like enlightenment.
Oh, look, it's still on the previous one. Okay, let's pretend that doesn't say endocrinology right there. Okay, I bugged it out by loading 2 levels in a row. But look, we got 543 again.
Go us.
Emily, thank you so much for joining. It's such a pleasure to play with Lego bricks with somebody who probably knows every single one of those bricks.
I dabble. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
humbling. And next up, so Alexandra will be back in a few minutes to interview what's got to be one of the coolest dads ever. And I know dads. But first, we have a stop motion treat. This video is by Leroy's Place, Brooklyn's only monster store, and it was created in collaboration with Ellie Moonen.
What's up, people? That was my favorite song, It's Raining Tacos, by Moses Smith and his son. Welcome back to Play at TED. We're here to remind you that play is a superpower that you have access to at every stage of your life, whether you're with your friends, at work, or in class. And here to remind us how play plays an essential, I did it again, play plays. Is anyone keeping count? How play is an essential part of learning is YouTube creator Sergey Urban. He is the host of the Dad Lab, one of the most trusted sources online for activities, for STEM activities for children and their parents. Hi, Sergey.
Hello.
Welcome to Play at TED.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Before we dive in, I wonder if you could just tell us a little bit about the Dad Lab and how you got started.
It's as simple as me being a dad. And I'm not a teacher or a scientist, I'm just a dad.
A real dad. Dad Lab by a real dad.
Exactly, that's where the name comes from. The dad's just to point where I'm coming from. So I have kids, 2 kids, and started doing activities with them, basically playing with them, just doing some kind of educational stuff. Just we're learning numbers, letters, doing some crafts. And at some point I started sharing the content, taking photos of the activities, and then filming videos of those activities, posting on social media. And it just kind of spread all around internet, all social media, and now it's my full-time job for over 10 years now.
Oh my gosh, amazing. Well, and you have an activity for us to do together here today while we talk. Would you mind talking us through it?
Fantastic, yeah. Okay. Because the thing is, I have many followers online, and people think, some of the people think, okay, the Dad Lab creates videos for kids. That's not what I do. What I do, I create videos for parents, and I always try to find something simple but exciting enough. So parent would watch the video and then think, oh yeah, I have those 2 things at home. I can try it tonight with my kids. So the idea is always to make it simple, exciting, and really accessible for parents. And today we're trying to take one of those ideas and incorporate it into a fun game for us.
Okay.
Again, idea is quite simple. In fact, in some 18th century, in some mathematical Japanese journal, they wrote an article like a puzzle. So here is a picture. Try to find a way to fold it so many times that you can cut it only once, and that's gonna be it. And you gotta cut out this shape out of this piece of paper. And
that's amazing. So an 18th century puzzle magazine is
in Japan.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And as it turns out, there is a theorem called fold and cut. Simple enough to remember. So, and it basically says that you can take any shape and fold a piece of paper. So the only kind of thing is the shape should be made out of straight lines. So you can fold a piece of paper in a specific way, so you can just cut only once, and you can cut this shape out.
Okay.
And so the simple thing is,
simpler than saying simple.
Yeah, so just a bit of introduction. So let's say here's a square, you want to cut out the square. The simple solution would be, unprepared and mathematical solution would be to cut the hole and then cut out all these pieces, which is going to be a lot of work.
Absolutely, that's how I would do it.
Exactly, but there is a way. If you just kind of fold it in half, just like that, and then you can see if you cut it just 3 times, you can get the square. But what about making it even more simple? So if we fold it like that, now we have just 2 cuts. And if you cut it one more time, if you fold it one more time, just like that.
1.
And you can cut it, and then you cut it. You should be able, to get a square hole, just like that. Again, the most amazing thing is not just having the hole, it's just having the shape as well.
Yeah.
It's just like that.
Okay, wait, I want to try it.
Yeah, go ahead. Now,
okay.
Is the square going to be too simple for you? Let's go with something I haven't shown you yet.
Okay, the triangle. Yeah. Wait, okay. I was kind of so excited to nail that square. Okay, so it's 3, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna try just simple shapes.
Yeah.
The cool thing about that activity is that I'm not sure how historically accurate that is, but apparently Betsy Ross used technique of cutting once when she was making the flag of America, just making all the stars. And the thing is, there is a way to figure out. You can just either draw the star and fold it a few times, or you can just follow simple tricks.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, so how is it going?
Now I will tell you that this equilateral triangle that I made is not quite equilateral, so we're going to try to get it right. But speaking of which, actually, I wanted to ask you, so when you're coming up with these activities to do with your kids, or for people to do with their kids, where are you drawing your inspiration? Is it based on what you want them to learn, what their interests are, and what materials you have around? How are you coming up with your?
Yeah. I love how people want to have one specific answer for all the
yes,
problems.
there is
it's
one.
Like it's
one
like
answer.
the question: how do you educate?
Okay, what are
raise a child? And
some of your approaches?
Some of my approaches. Obviously, there are lots of different approaches. One of them being, first of all, when I play, I want to have fun myself.
Yeah.
And again, what we were talking at the very beginning, I'm trying to inspire parents, saying that you can have fun. Like, this is one of the activities. In fact, this activity, as long as your son or daughter can cut, you can do this activity, starting with simple shapes and just progress a bit to more difficult ones. But either way, what I want parents to have fun. And I'm the same. I'm thinking, oh, there is something exciting that I heard about, and I want to try it. And why don't we try it with the children together?
It starts with also you having fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is and I think, we hear from a lot of parents that have this feeling, they know it's important to play with their kids, and there's something intimidating about it. That play, they either tell themselves, I'm not a creative person, or I'm not, I'm exhausted, I was just at work all day, like I can't come up with something to do. How do you, what do you say to parents like that who think of themselves as not creative? By the way, I'm about to crush this triangle.
Okay, let's see what happens here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Remember that my triangle was not perfectly drawn. One cut.
One cut.
Oh my gosh, I really hope I did this right. Oh!
Congrats, yeah, it's a beautiful triangle.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so what I said to those parents, the thing is, again, like with parenting, with play, there is no kind of wrong way of doing it.
Yeah.
The biggest challenge that I face myself, and I hear that parents face, is that they afraid to start because they're afraid to fail. Like, for example, I do a lot of science experiments, which are, again, simple enough. You're just mixing vinegar and baking soda, something as simple, but like with color and stuff. And parents sometimes don't want to approach that because they're just afraid, because like if the child asks something and they don't know the answer,
right?
And the answer to that problem, the solution is so simple. If you don't know, you just say, I don't know. Let's Google it together.
Yes.
It's as simple as that. Like, there is no wrong way of play, no problem if you don't know some stuff.
Yeah.
And it's people just like that, and it's okay.
I love that, and that's such a good reminder. One of the themes that's coming up today a lot is that failure is an inherent, essential ingredient in play. The possibility of failure, and riding that line between success and failure, or whatever success looks like with play. And I think that feeling also of saying I don't know is also kind of, it's like a release. It creates space for more curiosity.
Yeah, there is no test with wrong marks. You just live your life, and like the kids. And again, coming back to the failure, it's not just when you play. It's like coming back, you're growing and you're building your business. There is even an expression like fail fast, meaning try everything and you fail through all the things that don't work, and finally you find something that works. And it's just being open and just enjoy the thing, enjoy the process.
Yeah. Well, and I think also there's this pressure that when you're doing something in a learning environment, that you have to learn something like a theory or a rule or a mathematical practice or something. And what do you think about, these experiments and these activities you do, there is a lot of science and math behind all of it. Is the goal to learn those things? Do you think that even if you don't learn, for example, a rule of physics, are you still learning something through playing? What is your...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, some of the experiments that I do are difficult, some of them simple.
Mm-hmm.
And my approach is, again, I don't teach them deep science behind it all.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is to open their minds, that you can combine two simple things and you'll get unexpected results with producing some third thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just open-mindedness and just learn the world around them.
Yeah.
And be brave to try things.
Yeah. The celebrating curiosity.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I guess, because that is, the root of all learning. And so for kids themselves, I wonder, do you bypass that feeling of like, oh, I'm being tricked into learning somehow? This isn't play, this is school.
It just depends. But the thing is, like, sometimes, again, coming back to people who watch videos online and want to do the activity with the kids, sometimes it happens, and I have the same kind of problem. When you prepare activity, saying like liquid 1 should be mixed with liquid 2, and you have to get this reaction, and you're just setting it all up for the child and saying, okay, this is exactly what you do. And this is a wrong approach to the thing. Because again, all the kids, they are born curious. Fantastic, good job.
Thank you.
All the kids are born curious. So if you just give them those liquids and saying, okay, here is like a play set for you to experiment. At some point, they will combine those two liquids and they will get to the results. But maybe some of the steps are going to be messy and unpredictable at first. So the thing that we don't have to, we're supposed not to do, is to stop them exploring.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the failure. That is kind of difficult one.
Yeah.
We have to be open to their experimentation. And again, coming back to the star, I mentioned already Betsy Ross, but apparently Houdini was doing one of these experiments as well. Magic tricks, when you fold a piece of paper and cut it once. Here this is for you.
Okay.
And you cut it once just like that, across.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
And you're supposed to
Like
get,
this?
yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. And you're supposed to get a star. Let's see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh.
Fantastic,
A
yeah.
star.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And a hole. Yeah. So that's how you make lots of stars for American flag. Just lots of cutting of small pieces like that.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Sergey. This was really fun. It was great chatting with you. Thank you for joining us here today.
Yeah, my pleasure. So just a big challenge for all the viewers out there.
Yes.
Just try to sit down with the family and try to cut the whole alphabet using just one card for every letter. There is no one solution, lots of different solutions, but it's a cool challenge for the whole family, for the whole night. It's going to take a while.
That's great. You take that challenge with you. Let's see what you create. Thanks again, Sergey.
Thank you.
Take care. All right. We have one more interview coming up before we return to the theater. But first, we have a TED-Ed animation on the cognitive benefits of risky play and how we can design better playgrounds that promote fun, agency, and development. Stick around.
In the 1930s, Danish landscape architect Carl Theodor Sorensen noticed that his neighborhood's children loved playing in old building sites. Watching kids swing from exposed beams, scavenge for scrap materials, and hammer together bridges inspired him to transform an abandoned housing estate into a dedicated junk playground. Sorensen's site became a huge success, and soon countries throughout Europe were making playgrounds out of derelict building yards and even former World War I bomb sites. These environments might look dangerous, especially to 21st century parents who tend to be far more anxious about their children's safety than previous generations. But research has found these seemingly scary setups teach kids important lessons that standard playgrounds don't. Play is profoundly important for childhood development. Creating games and following rules helps teach problem solving. Moving our bodies through varied terrain helps hone our motor control, and playing with others lets us practice language and refine our social skills. Since play comes naturally to all of us, children are likely to develop these skills in most environments. But researchers have identified a few factors that can maximize these benefits. Chief among them is freedom. Play is all about experimentation, and kids need the agency to explore and shape their surroundings without adults getting in the way. The next factor is novelty. Kids are always hungry for new and unpredictable play elements. Finally, they need time to see their plans through. While we could all use more time to play, the best play environments offer freedom and novelty that kids can explore as much or as little as they like. But traditional playgrounds don't offer much flexibility here. Swings, slides, and climbing frames are hardly novel structures. They also have relatively low affordance, a term used by play researchers to indicate how open-ended an object's design is. Items with high affordance, like a sandbox, can be interacted with in many ways. Meanwhile, objects with low affordance, like a slide, were designed with a single use in mind. Even when kids are creative enough to find new uses for low affordance objects, they're still more limited playthings. To address these problems, some designers are looking back at Europe's junk playgrounds to create modern adventure playgrounds. Big, open spaces full of high affordance structures and free play possibilities. Berlin's Koller 37 features scrap and building tools for kids to manipulate. In Tokyo's muddy Harappa Park, children shape water slides, sinkholes, and splash pools out of the natural landscape. And in London's Glam's Adventurer Playground, kids burn things in fire pits with the help of play worker employees. While some parents worry these unpredictable spaces are too dangerous, play researchers like Ellen Sanseter would say this so-called risky play is essential. Giving kids the space to experiment with fast speeds, high heights, and getting lost helps them develop better judgment and confidence. In fact, risky play is how kids learn to manage risk and keep themselves safe. One study even found that kids were more likely to get seriously injured in traditional playgrounds, perhaps because adventure playgrounds encourage them to be more aware of their surroundings. Risky play also helps develop skills for managing mental health. Experimenting with small doses of uncertainty gets kids used to life being unpredictable, helping them better manage anxiety for years to come. Adventure playgrounds aren't the only places for risky play. Nature playgrounds encouraging kids to explore creeks, caves, and tree climbing combine the perks of risk-taking with the health benefits of connecting with nature. Meanwhile, other designers are working to bring more freedom and novelty to traditional designs. This Philadelphia park features a 30-person mega swing, and Nebraska's Omaha Riverfront Playground uses a ribbon of multi-layered decking as a play spine, warping up and down to reveal secret tunnels and rope forests. So the real key is to design a variety of playgrounds, supporting a wide range of activities that promote fun, agency, and a dash of uncertainty, inviting kids to fill in the possibilities.
Welcome back to the TED Studio. Next up, we're going to be talking to early childhood educator Monica J. Sutton. She combines her unique teaching style with singing, dancing, and play on her YouTube channel, Miss Monica. Hi, Monica.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us in the studio.
Course. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh,
so thank you.
We're excited to have you. Okay, before we dive in, I got lots of questions for you.
Okay, ready.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you do on your YouTube channel and who you are in your background a little
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Monica J. Sutton, but the children call me Ms. Monica.
Ms. Monica.
And I've been an educator for 23 years. I started my career, and pretty much my whole teaching career was in New York City as a special education early childhood teacher. But then when the pandemic hit and parents became teachers, I decided to put my classroom on YouTube, on my channel, and open up my classroom there. And so now I teach children globally preschool skills through fun and lessons and singing.
I love it.
Yes.
Globally, so your reach is amazing.
Amazing, right?
Yeah. Okay, so while we're chatting, I wondered if you would play a little game with me.
Okay, yes.
It's a little interview game I call Head Chin Table. I'm
Head,
not
chin,
great
table.
at naming things.
It's like the song, head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for the vote of confidence.
Okay.
Basically how it works, there are 3 rules. Rule number 1, at any given point, one of us has to either be scratching our head, touching our chin, or have our hands on the table.
Okay.
Rule number 2, if one person changes pose, the other person also has to change pose.
So then I have to go like this.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I go like this.
And then
And you go like this. Oh my gosh, you got
Okay,
it.
we gotta do this.
And then the 3rd rule is that we can't be doing the same pose at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, and we're definitely gonna mess up.
It's a lot to take in. Okay. We're ready.
Okay. Wait, so we'll just do a little practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
2 hands.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. We're gonna nail it.
Just smile through it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you are an early childhood educator. Can you
Yes.
talk a little bit about how play shows up? Wait, in your work. Wait.
Oh, I'm supposed to be, okay. Yes, absolutely. Whether it is in the physical classroom or whether it's in the physical classroom or even digitally, now that I have a digital classroom, play always shows up. I'm intentionally trying to create interactive moments through play. I'm always trying to create fun experience for children. And again, that's digitally, that's physical. It always shows up.
And I wanted to ask also, we've been talking to a lot of YouTube creators today, and they've been talking about how they all celebrate play and try to promote play, but this is online content. So how are you thinking about folks engaging with your work in the real world, offline?
That is such a good question. I'm always thinking about connection. Honestly, that is always at the center of my work, connection and play. But if I can maintain that connection piece through the screen, then we can create engagement. So for me, like I just put out a video, it was an episode about colors. And instead of just teaching the colors, red, green, yellow, instead of just teaching it that way, I asked the children, okay, I'm gonna hold up a card. Now, can you find something green in your home? And then you add the little fun music. You have 5 seconds. And they're running around, and then I run around, right? You show me going back and forth across the screen, and then you come back and say, oh, what did you find? But I'm looking in the camera, what did you find? And then I tell them what I find. And so that's how I intentionally create an interactive moment of play and fun. It's so great. It really is.
Great.
No, it really is fun.
And so is that how, do you have advice for parents who are wanting their children to engage with your content or with online content in general?
Absolutely. I think, number one, you should always try, co-viewing. We call it co-viewing. It's called so many things, but co-viewing, if you're watching with your child. So if I ask them to go find that color, you can pause the video if you want. It is a video, so you can pause it and give them extra time. So maybe my 5 seconds is not enough time. Let them have the extra time they need to go find that color or whatever it is they're doing, but being involved or stopping the video, I like to call it like the pause and connect, right? So you pause the video and then ask them, what do you think the answer is? Or what do you think of whatever it is I'm talking about? And then even if they get the answer wrong, it's okay, because that's what I'm there for. And then together, I'm going to explain it, the parent can explain it, you let the video play. So it's really just being a part of the lesson with your child, because it takes away from them just viewing and just being a watcher. And then it allows them to be more active in their participating.
There is something of, oh my gosh, I'm realizing how much I talk with
Yeah,
my hands.
I know, me too. And I want to move so bad.
Okay. Should I liberate us from the game?
Yes.
Let's do it.
We
Okay,
did
we're
good,
free.
we did
good. This idea of co-viewing seems really, really powerful, because so much of we have these personal screens, we have these tablets and phones and everything, and it's so like just between you and a screen. but you know, if we can make it a more social experience, it has that potential.
I agree.
Yeah.
And it takes away from the scrolling because even little ones, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, they're scrolling if you are not regulating and, you know, really guiding them through it. I visited a family one time. Sometimes I do like surprise visits to fans and families, and I got to visit a little one. He was so tiny, he was 3, but he was showing me that he loves my Good Morning Train song. And so he's playing the song over and over and over. And then when he got tired, he started scrolling, and I was like, oh, he scrolls? Oh, he scrolls.
Oh my gosh.
But right there, I saw a teachable moment where a parent could step in. You can step in, you know, stop the scrolling and talk about what happened. And then maybe transition to something else. Maybe transition to the train toys he has, or transition to something that is similar to what we were talking about, or a book about trains, right? That's what helps. Now, of course, naturally, sometimes you have to just, you know, parents have to let the children just have whatever. I get it. But when you can, yeah, co-view.
Co-view. Okay, I love that. Do you have a favorite part of your work?
That's so hard.
A favorite, not the favorite.
I know. I was just talking to a friend of mine, and I'm like, I love everything. I want to create everything. I have so many ideas. And just being here in this space, I'm getting so many ideas. I think
watching the talks and
listening to the speakers and listening and seeing some of the work they're doing, because some of the videos they're showing and the work they're doing, and then just walking around and creating with the Lego pieces. I mean, I'm just like focused. I was so focused on creating my initial, and I finally got it. But and then I lost it somewhere along the way. I lost it. But it's okay. But it just felt so good, and I love that part, the play. So for me, I think my favorite part is connecting with children, really being hands-on, whether it's through the screen and doing private lessons, or whether it's doing events and experiences in person. Yeah, just being there with the children.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, so play is obviously an essential part of your work. It's how you teach. It's a way you believe that it's a part of how people can learn. Does it sneak its way into other parts of your life?
It does. I wish it did more, but I'm actually determined to allow it to sneak its way into my life a little bit more.
We've been hearing that from a lot of people today, and I think that's a challenge for all of us to find more ways to incorporate play into our lives.
It is so true. We have to. It is so important.
But is there a way? Do you have something that makes you feel playful? I mean, it could be your work or anything.
Of course, my work and creating the activities that we're going to do, because I usually have to create them first. So I have a private kindergarten class I teach. It is virtually, but we were working on the STEM project. For 8 weeks, we were building different projects. But for 8 weeks, we were building projects that I showed them. So let's build this together. How do we do it? And then the last 2 weeks, it's been they're designed. They're sitting down and designing and putting it together. And so what was so fun is that on Wednesday, we built 2 of their projects in class, and that was so much fun. So that was fun because I get to play and figure out these projects before I get into the classroom. So that's fun. And then I love to collage. That's play for me.
Collage?
That's play for me.
Wait, can you talk us through the collage a little?
I do. Okay, so as a little girl, I used to always collage magazines because I grew up in the 80s. So magazines galore. I used to cut out pictures of magazines, of just anything. It could be because I love the color purple, and I just cut out different things purple and make poster. I would make poster boards, put them around my room.
Yes.
And so now I don't do the poster boards because my husband would be like, "What is this? What is this?" So now I have, but I have a gigantic collage book. It's huge. It's like an art book. I went to an art store to get it, and then the pages are empty, so I get the collage. Like when I go buy a whole bunch of magazines when I get in the mood, and that's fun for me. That's a Sunday afternoon fun. I don't do it enough. But it's fun.
Is it? And then you're looking for that kind of flow state.
It's like whatever's on my mind. It could be I want to travel more. It could be I'm just feeling the color pink this season. I'm gonna find everything pink. Anything.
I love it.
Yeah, that's fun. That brings me joy.
I want to get back into collaging.
Collaging
it does feel like something like from childhood.
And stickers. Do you like stickers?
I love stickers.
Yes. Why did I think we were? Like,
I don't know how to. I feel like I've forgotten how to use stickers. I don't know where to put
with
them.
Stickers too.
On the collage.
Or, yeah, for me, because I'm not. I mean, I know a lot of people journal and they'll use it that way.
Yes.
Or they plan planners. I'm not a planner.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't sound.
I'm not a planner. Right. Yeah. I love planners, but I'm not a planner. I just want it for the stickers. But I just put them in my collages.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I love stickers.
Well, so, and do you have videos on everything from letters, colors, morning routines? That's my fave. Do you have a favorite video or a favorite song? Or
that is hard.
I know.
Okay, if my husband was here, he would tell you every song's her favorite song. She says that.
Good for you.
Of course, the Good Morning Train is always going to be a hit because that is something I used to literally sing in the classroom with students. And then I would probably say, they're all my favorite. Maybe Little Star. Little Star, because it's my take on Twinkle Twinkle.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, it's good that you love what you do. I think that's probably helpful.
I do.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Monica, for joining us here in the
me.
studio.
Yes, this was
Such
a pleasure.
A pleasure. Yes. All right. Well, let's see. Next up, oh, you know what? I'm actually going to ask Alex to come back up and join me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
we'll
you.
See you at the event. Yeah.
See you all soon.
Take care. Alex, get back in here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I have to tell you, I was admiring your Lego work.
Oh, thank you.
And everyone's spelling work.
Impressive spelling work.
Yes, really good
Emily
spelling
did.
work.
Yeah.
I forgot how fun spelling is.
Yeah, they don't teach you that in school.
Yeah, they don't
They teach you the spelling, but not the fun part.
Yeah.
It's so wacky. English is so wacky.
I know.
Okay, wait. So I have it on good authority that you have an adorable baby, and the authority was your baby because I was cuddling her the other night, and she was the sweetest little person.
She is.
So I want to talk. So I'm talking.
And you have an adorable little baby who I
Yeah,
still think of as a baby,
yeah,
even though she's not a baby anymore.
Almost 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Always be my baby. I want to talk about what play looks like in your life.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Well, my little baby is 5 months old, so she is.
Such big cheeks.
Yeah, she does. Oh my gosh. She's not watching, but love you, babe. We just actually last night I got her this. She's teething, so I got her one of these little like rubber teething balls, and she was getting like really frustrated by it. Like she really wanted to get in there, but it wasn't doing anything for her. And so then I got down on her level and I put the other end in my mouth, and we were kind of doing this like tug of war thing that was like kind of like two dogs.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound like fun.
No,
it was. She laughed.
We have a teething toy right over here. Should we?
Should we do it? I don't think so. But no, she laughed for the first time.
The first time ever?
Yes.
I have very distinct memories of my daughter laughing for the first time. And you did it.
She did.
Oh
it was
my
this
God.
playing this very silly
That's
game.
the specialist moment.
And I have to tell you,
Yeah.
her laugh, it's not like a cute little like baby giggle. It's like this.
That's what Ginny's first laugh was like too. I was like crouching down behind a box, and I had a little toy bunny, and I was like going back and forth like that. And she
Cute.
just got the laugh, and I was like, okay, yes.
She's like, this guy.
And like it was basically the high that I chase every time that I play with her. But yeah, it was like this chortle. It wasn't just like
a chortle.
Yeah.
A chortle.
And that's how you know you really got them.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I mean, I guess the lesson is there. It's about getting down on the same level a little
Yes.
bit.
Yeah, I actually wear out the knees of every pair of jeans I have.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
You should
like,
keep them all, your jeans with
yeah,
holes
exactly,
in them,
as
like,
a record
yes.
of like the play that we do together.
Yeah.
No, I think that getting down on the level is a thing to do.
Getting down on the level. And also like making sure you're having fun, which I feel like came up again and again today. It's like, you know, there's this pressure to create fun for children when we're talking about learning and being with kids, but also like find ways for to have fun yourself, and that like informs the
I'm sure
experience.
Like feed off of each other's
Yeah.
energy of having a great time. It's also just like such an exercise in improvisation, especially the older they get, of like just like, okay, first of all, I need to make a game out of the random supplies that I have around. What are we gonna do? But then also just like the yes anding and like teaching the child to yes and.
Yes, the yes anding. No buts.
No buts. Yeah, I have like the most like imaginative play focused child ever.
Oh my gosh.
We have a magnetile castle in the living room next to a Duplo brick castle over here. And
are they friends or enemies?
No, they're enemies.
Of course.
And so I have to be the evil princesses who are trying to overthrow and infiltrate the magnetile castle. It's basically like an episodic show that we have going on. When we're disguised, they're like, I'm a musician coming to play at your castle. And I come in, and then like they get unmasked and they get tossed back over. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet with my daughter, but I cannot wait.
Yeah. Did you have like games that were special to you as a child?
Yeah, I mean, we played a lot of like, I love the schoolyard games. They were so silly. Like I remember my friends and I, my class got lost in this game for like, I want to say a month, where we were just collecting acorns and hiding them. So like, I guess we were playing squirrel. I don't know.
Yeah.
We were hiding them in different places and we thought it was like very cool, like edgy. Like I've got this stash of acorns under this trash can in the schoolyard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love those like big group games that you would come up with together, and yeah.
Do you
What
think
about
there's
you?
like a forest that's grown from that game?
No. Actually, I remember the day that the janitor moved the trash can and found all our acorns.
Oh no!
I was like,
no.
I've got to clean this up.
Oh, was that a tragic?
Yeah. No, we moved on. I
Okay.
think to Beanie Babies. I want to say it was the '90s.
That was the time. Pogs. Do you remember Pogs?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I never understood.
I never
them.
played Pogs. I just collected. I had a giant tube full of them.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you
okay.
were-
I guess I remember that from my childhood.
Yeah.
But I have like so little memories of my childhood.
Yeah.
But okay. But here's another game that Jenny and I play. So we will make escape rooms for each other in our basement.
Amazing.
We usually work together, and we make it for my wife Bethany, and we take turns. But like it's just like sort of a design project where we come up with the theme and the puzzles together. A lot of construction
I
paper.
want to live in your house.
Yeah, well, you won't be able to escape it. I mean, okay,
Well,
no, you're very
I
smart.
will.
You very, yeah, but you will be
Thank
surprised
you.
when
When I get stuck.
it's like a good locked in the basement experience.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a fun one. I highly recommend that one. Yeah, just anything. We also, we watched, I introduced her to Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Oh my goodness.
Great
Yeah,
show.
great show.
Yeah, still holds up. First of all, somebody should make, if you're out there and you're thinking about a show to make, probably Legends of the Hidden Temple. But then we had to make our own episode. And so like we designed it all, we made teams, and it just became like this great like imaginative play plus art object.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I love it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and Alex is a game designer,
Yeah.
so and has designed many games for TED on TED.com/games.
Yeah. Do you want to play a game?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's play the purring test.
Okay.
This was our first game. So the premise of the purring test, it's really a game about teaching about AI, like teaching people to recognize it, and also trying to get in the head of AI, like because of its black box nature, trying to wrap your head around
Right.
like what is it? It's not thinking, but like
What
why
is
is it
it
making the decision?
doing?
And like it's about how weird AI is. It's not
Okay.
about like how like wow look at these amazing things. It's like reconciling with the weirdness of it. So it's like a guessing game where
I love a guessing game.
So you're going to get a series of clues. So in this one, the answer is a thing.
Okay.
And so there are 3 clues that we can draw from. The first is write a riddle about this thing, draw this thing as a cat, everything level has a cat, and create a jewelry collection inspired by
Oh
this
my
thing.
gosh.
What would you like to see?
Well, I think we have to start with the cat.
Okay, let's start with the cat. You, please.
I'm gonna do it. Whoop. Okay.
I have a guess. I haven't played this level.
Oh wait, I might.
You want to guess?
An emoji?
I think so. That was my guess as well.
Hey.
Hey. Okay, that's so they're increasing order of difficulty.
Okay,
And
wait.
please play along with us in the comments.
Can I just read this
Oh,
riddle
yeah,
real
the
quick?
riddle.
I'm not a word, yet I help you say how you feel in a fun little way. Smiling or crying, I show it with cheer. What am I? An emoji.
An emoji. It doesn't.
Amazing.
I
All right,
wanted it
this
to
is
rhyme.
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, you want to see? Okay, next level.
Well,
a
I
thing?
think we might. The folks in the
okay.
theater might be heading
I
back
guess they
in,
are,
and
yeah.
We have to get ready
Can't
to
just
throw
play games
back
all
to
day.
the stage. I know. Once we disappear, we're just going to be sitting here playing games, y'all.
It's true.
Yeah, but yeah, the folks are heading back in now. So the stage show is about to start, but we're going to wrap up here for now. But we'll be back. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
We've
Don't
got-
despair. We got
yeah.
interviews. We got more games. We have a special performance coming
We got
up.
live music.
Yeah. In the meantime, you get to watch some really beautiful talks. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna cry. You're gonna think. I don't know.
You're hopefully going to learn more about how to include play in your life.
Indeed. So, without further ado, back to you, Chris.
Hello to everyone in the room. Hello to everyone on the live stream. This is session 2, Play is a Craft. And before we get started with this session, I want to just share a little bit more about our amazing TEDx community. TEDx is a global community of independently organized, volunteer-run events that bring people together to share local ideas. Last year alone, the TEDx community hosted more than 4,000 events. And their TEDx Play events are going to be kicking off next week in Indonesia, the UK, and Colombia, and will continue over the next year in places like Thailand, Ethiopia, Portugal, China, Australia, India, Brazil, and many more places all over the world. In our last session, we heard about our desperate need for play and how powerful it can be. And in this session, we're going to see some amazing manifestations of what can happen when people center play in their lives. And personally, I have already been really inspired. I loved seeing all of the doodles that you all did on the mural and seeing Doodle Boy's work. And I also wanted to just highlight particularly how talented he is and how talented all of you are by contrasting your incredible doodles with some doodles that I have been doing. Over the past several years in my journal, I journal every morning, and I occasionally will draw a self-portrait with my eyes closed. So here's an example of how I look to myself with my eyes closed. And then here's how I look to myself on my birthday. And then here's how I look to myself with my eyes closed as a dog for some reason. And lest you think like, oh, that's not a great drawing, Chris, because you're doodling with your eyes closed, let me just show you my eyes open, me trying my hardest. Okay, still absolutely terrible. And even in my dream world, I still look exhausted and disheveled. So there you go. You are very, very talented. You are all extremely talented. And it is what a delight it is to get to play with you all today. Now, speaking of talent, our next speaker is a star of the stage. She is a lead actor on the British equivalent of Broadway. What I'm trying to say is this is a theater luminary. And she is only 11 years old. Please welcome Suki Hillier.
Hi everyone. Today I want to talk about imagination and theatre. For the past year, I've been playing Matilda at the Cambridge Theatre in London's West End. The theatre has 1,249 seats, and it is almost full every single night. Matilda is based on the book by Roald Dahl, and a lot of you probably already know the story. It is about a brave little girl who, even though she is bullied by her parents, uses her intelligence, courage, and magic to take control of her own life. Well, I am that Matilda, alongside 3 other amazing girls. The 4 of us share the lead role, which is wonderful. But getting here was not exactly simple. I had to go through 6 rounds of auditions, twice. The first time was in spring, 2024. I made it all the way to the final round, but then got a really bad cold. I couldn't sing, I couldn't perform, so I had to stop. 6 months later, I had to go through the whole process all over again. And then came the hardest part, the waiting. 4 whole weeks of not knowing. It felt like 4 years. But then finally one day, the call came. I'd been offered the role. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I did both at the same time. Here's something I should tell you though. Matilda and I go way back, long before auditions, long before any of this. I started watching a 1996 Matilda film when I was just 3 years old. I watched it over and over again. I would sit very still, staring at objects around the house and trying to make them wobble. So, when I finally got to step onto the real stage of the Cambridge Theatre, I could do things with my eyes. Well, after 7 years of staring at cups. 3 months of intensive rehearsals followed. Every step, every line, every move. Again and again, until I didn't have to think about it anymore. The casting coaches were also patient with me. Honestly, they deserved medals. But somewhere in all those hours, something had changed. I had stopped trying to find Matilda because I realized she'd been inside me the whole time. She was the girl I'd been dreaming about since I was 3. I didn't become her, I just finally let her out. The theatre itself is a world of its own. It has lights, painted walls, window frames, desks and swings. And there is a library where I can dive into my books and find the wonderful Mrs. Phelps waiting for me. There is my very kind Miss Honey. And over there, sitting in front of the telly with my brother, are my rather obnoxious parents. And somewhere, lurking into the shadows, is the terrifying Miss Trunchbull. Every night before the show starts, I stand backstage getting ready. In my mind, I think about Matilda's life, her love of books, her hatred of bullies, her courage, to find her own way to fight back. I breathe in, I breathe out, and then I step onto the stage. And when I'm in the light, I am her. I'm brave enough to stand up to Miss Trunchbull when she grabs Boy by his ears. I shout to her with everything I have. My heart beats so fast, I can feel it. When my dad rips my books, I know I'm resilient, and that I will get my own back. Glue his hat to his head, dye his hair green. Every time I have a hidden smile, right here. I love standing on the elevating book stand during quiet. Everything's so still, so quiet, but my heart is pounding as I feel all Matilda's anger bursting out through my eyes. But things in life do not always go as planned, and the same is true on stage. One night, during the scene where I hug Miss Honey, because she'd offered me something no one else ever has, kindness, I hug her very tightly. At that exact moment, Miss Trunchbull ran in. We were supposed to spring apart, except we couldn't, because my hair was completely tangled into a necklace. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds of stage time feels rather long, let me tell you. But nobody panicked. We stayed calm, we stayed in the scene. Quietly, very quietly, we untangled ourselves. I lost some hair and Miss Honey lost a necklace. But we carried on. The audience never noticed a thing. And most luckily, Miss Trunchbull wouldn't catch us either. You see, the stage and life are not so different. Because imagination isn't about escaping the real world. It is a way of building one. And when our imaginations work together, every character on that stage comes alive. The cast, the crew, and every single person in the audience all join in. That is when the real magic happens. I look out and see your shining faces back at me. I can see smiles, I can see tears. I hear you clapping so hard, as if you'd never want to leave Matilda's world. And honestly, neither do I. But at that moment, I want to give every single one of you the biggest hug and tell you Matilda loves you all. Thank you.
Keep it going for Suki. Oh, so incredible. I'm truly, I don't have anything to say other than how incredible she is. I am so excited for what we have coming up right next. Our next speaker is one of, in my opinion, the most exciting and talented designers in the entire world. He has elevated footwear to an art form. He's created iconic designs for everyone from Versace to Crocs, Puma, New Balance, and more. He's an industrial designer and a fine artist, and he is joining us for a live conversation on stage with Chloe Shasha Brooks, TED Curator. Please welcome Salehe Bembury.
Salehe, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So, among many of your popular designs, you made Crocs cool. And this is called the Crocs Pollux Clog, based on your own fingerprint mold. And
Yes.
what I love is that Crocs reached out to you asking if they could send you some shoes, and you said, how about we actually collaborate instead? And they said yes. So once they said yes, how did you decide to do this specifically?
So it was a great honor because they first wanted to collaborate, and then when I sent them what I didn't know was a kid's Croc shoe, they let me know that they loved that I was thinking of the form of the Croc, which a lot of collaborators in the past were simply reskinning the Croc, maybe adding gibbets, and I was thinking of the form, and that comes from my industrial design background. So once they saw that I was interested in manipulating the form, they asked me if I wanted to be the first collaborative designer to create a Croc from scratch, which I immediately did a Birdman hand rub and said yes. And so this is the result of that. And so initially I had to make sure that I fostered and maintained the existing elements of the Croc DNA and made sure that I didn't scare away the existing consumer. And getting the honor of working with a brand like Crocs, you get to work with their heritage and their DNA, so I had to make sure to maintain that, and then also introduce my own brand identity, put it through a new lens, and potentially speak to a new audience.
It's pretty amazing because you've had a really amazing journey as a footwear designer. You started at Payless in 2009, and then you started doing collaborations with a lot of brands like New Balance, Cole Haan, Versace, to name a few, and now you run your own brand called Sponge. That's what those are. So to help paint the picture of how you've forged your own path, I'd love for you to share the story that I just love, of you being on your couch, eating cereal in a moment of unemployment, and you somehow went from scrolling on LinkedIn to convincing Versace to give you your dream job. Will you tell us that story?
So cereal on my couch, that is a description of the image of unemployment that I was experiencing at that time. I was using all of the tools that have been given to us for outreach, LinkedIn, Craigslist, maybe it was even Facebook at the time, and sending messages to whoever would accept them. I reached out to a Versace design director and I proposed an opportunity. I said the sneaker industry is a multi-billion-dollar business, and traditionally that consumer isn't paying attention to fashion brands. They're traditionally paying attention to the sneaker brands that we're all used to and probably wearing right now. But then there was this mass education that happened that Raf Simons, Adidas, Nike, Comme des Garçons, and now this massive consumer was aware of the fact that fashion houses can make sneakers. And so I reached out to them. A few days later, Donatella herself responded, said she loved my ideas. She, perfect timing for that photo. She said that she wanted me to come out to Milan and present to her what I thought the sneaker program could be. I went out to Milan a few days later, presented a combination of merchandising and design and sales insight, and she loved it, and she was like, I want to hire you, I want you to move to Milan right away, do you want to consult? She was really open about what the opportunity could be. Because she was so open, I asked if I could have my own design studio in Los Angeles and travel to Milan monthly for factory visits and shows and whatnot, and she said yes. So I went outside and did my pursuit of happiness, cry in the streets, because my life changed instantly, but really what that was more about was the power of asking and what that can bring you.
Yeah. So throughout your career, you've always used color and form and function in a way that's felt really playful. And there's so many nuanced details in your designs, like there's so many Easter eggs that people could find if they know what to look for. So I'm going to show some pictures of your shoes, and I'd love to just hear you share your design philosophy for each of them. So tell us about these.
So this was my first ever collaboration with a Chinese brand called Anta. This was a from-scratch collaboration. A lot of collaborations these days are color-ups and skinnings, but this was I guess the result of a white piece of paper. And I guess what I was trying to accomplish here was an introduction to the footwear industry and the audience, because before that I was working at different brands, and this was the first time that a piece of footwear is going to feature my name. So there was a lot of things that I had to introduce to my existing audience.
How about this one?
This is the Halle 1. It's the first signature sneaker of Tyrese Halliburton. I became a footwear designer because of basketball. That was my kind of initial inspiration that made me feel the emotions that I believe I'm giving to others now. It is with Puma. He recently wore it in the previous NBA Finals. Had a pretty tragic ending, but it was still amazing to be a part of that shoe, and for it to fall at that part of my career was really special.
I love these.
This was a shoe I did with Pierre Moss, which is a high fashion brand. The creative director reached out to me and he asked me to create a shoe that looked like, or that represented the feeling of being financially stuck. I knew that I couldn't use concrete, so then I quickly thought of using silicone as the solution, and that's what I made.
And that was in a runway show, right?
Yes, this was in a SW16 runway show, I think, or SS.
How about these?
These are a bunch of images from my Montclair Genius collaboration. This was my first ready-to-wear collection, and as of late, a lot of my work has been described as like world building, and this was that in real form, because I got to create a full installation that helped further tell the story of the ready-to-wear collection, and featured footwear, accessories, and there were some pretty big billboards as well, which I hadn't experienced thus far in my career.
And when you did this ready-to-wear collection, how did you go from just doing footwear to clothing? Like, how did you think about that?
I think one of the most difficult things for an independent designer is creating your signature language. Like, what is that signature identity that someone can recognize without even seeing a logo? So once I kind of established that, I think it now makes it easy to bring that across different categories of product.
And then this video is just so charming.
That is Thundercat. That's Steven. That was for a New Balance project called Sand Be the Time. A lot of the projects are influenced by experiences. So this was from a trip, where was that? That was the pink sand dunes in Utah, and that basically was the foundation of the story for that shoe. So the average person looking at that shoe might see a pink shoe, but then with the story of the pink sand dunes and relating the execution of the chenille into the colors of the sunset, now you've cultivated a community, you've invited people to come into your world, and you've told a story.
It's so cool. So staying on that New Balance theme, you designed the New Balance 574 yurt shoe with a whistle on the heel.
Yes.
So most designers would never think of that. So I'm going to share this with all of you so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry. Never mind. That is a different question. I will get to that in a moment. When you moved to Los Angeles, you got really into hiking in nature. And this is still about New Balance. So you started designing outdoor shoes and gear, and in one instance you translated Arizona's Antelope Canyon, which are photos these are photos from that canyon, into a shoe called Peace Be the Journey, which came out in 2020. And that shoe, even though it came out 6 years ago, is still so popular that it's being sold on for markup on resale sites like eBay, like to this day, consistently for a lot of money. So tell us why you think this shoe is still so popular.
Potentially that I told a story that people could resonate with. This was influenced by a trip to Antelope Canyon, a beautiful place for those that haven't been. And ultimately the goal was to make this shoe represent that experience. So if you're looking at that shoe, it's an orange shoe, but then when I tie the orange to the tones of Antelope Canyon and the blue of the inn represents the sky and the maroons represent the tones in the sunset, and then the campaign tells that story further. Now when people wear that shoe, sure, it may be a shoe that they think looks cool, but then they now feel like they're a part of a community. I remember when I first started traveling to China for work, I would always look for people wearing Supreme because I assumed that there was a higher likelihood that they spoke English. So sometimes there are visual cues that signify community.
Yeah, that's a great example. Okay, now the yurt shoe. So this is another New Balance shoe and with a whistle on the heel. And let's see it in action for a second. So how do you think of that?
So New Balance tasked me with the opportunity of creating a shoe from scratch. Around this time, my buddy Samuel Ross, who's a designer based out of London, he had this Nike shoe called the Zoom Vomero, and it featured a molded plastic piece on the back of the shoe. And I'd wear them a lot, and people would always ask me, what does that molded piece do? And I would respond, nothing at all, and people seemed to still accept it. And I found that really fascinating because it was a very unused area of real estate of the shoe. And so I thought to myself, what if this area of real estate could be used for something functional? Obviously, if that functional thing was filled with like technology, now you're looking at like a $2,000 shoe, so that wasn't an option. So then I thought of how I could manipulate plastic to function. That became a whistle. Truthfully, I created the whistle without thinking of the why, the purpose. I just thought a whistle was cool. And then for the prototype, I glued a whistle into a New Balance shoe, and I met with the team, and I told them a whole story of think about camping with your friends, and it's almost dusk, and you stop to take a picture of some deer, and your friends walk ahead, and now you've lost them. You can just, and then I grabbed a shoe from beneath the table, blew the whistle, and then they all slope up. And so, again, that was, maybe a little bit of my industrial design background, trying to figure out how to find utility within maybe something that doesn't have as much. But then more importantly, I think it's kind of cool to just do something first in footwear. There's never been a whistle on a shoe. And if you were to think about, how much energy it would take for you to scream if you like broke your ankle on a hike alone, compared to the amount of energy it would just simply take you to blow a whistle. So, giving the consumer a tool seemed like a good opportunity.
One thing I've heard you say before is that genius can be created in seconds and crap can be created over months.
Yeah.
I think that's such a great line. And
that's why you never charge hourly.
That is so true.
Yeah.
So, no, anyone who hires consultants. But So how does someone optimize their life so that they can avoid creating crap over long amounts of time?
Maybe avoid distraction. I've always found that when trying to create, not getting too distracted by the thing that we all have in our pockets right now and constantly scrolling other people's ideas. Social media, the internet, Instagram, it's a great sense of inspiration, but it can also create a massive cloud of distraction that helps you or makes you lose sight of your own vision. And so I think finding that balance between the work and avoiding distraction is important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that you're known for beyond your shoes is, speaking about those Easter egg details in your work, is the boxes that you actually designed for the shoes, the shoe boxes.
Yes, yeah.
And so any sneakerhead I've spoken to is like, oh, Salehe's boxes, like I love collecting his shoes because they stack so beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
So like, how much time do you spend thinking about how the shoe will look on the foot versus in the box?
Well, I just think I often go back to, I'm pretty experienced in footwear design, but I have like my master's in footwear consumerism. So I just think of those moments that resonated with me and that made me feel cool or more athletic or magical. And so I'm really just trying to recreate those moments. I really think it's important to take advantage of every area of real estate of a product, because as creatives, all we have is that reveal moment, right? So when we reveal that product, how does it make the audience feel? Do they like it immediately? Do they not like it immediately? And then they see it over and over again, and then they start to like it. I love that relationship with product because it's almost like Steve Jobsian, if that's the term, because he said the consumer doesn't know what they want until you show it to them. So the Crocs Pollux being an example, like there were a lot of people that shoe upset at first, and then slowly seeing them come around to both that product specifically or even the brand of Crocs was really cool to witness, because you almost were like changing minds with product.
So this passion of yours runs deep. You, when you were 9 years old, you made this Air Jordan 11 out of clay. And I would love to know, do you still feel like you're the 9-year-old version of yourself when you do your work today?
Absolutely. I mean, if you love what you do, it's not a job. This is pretty much what I've wanted to do my entire life. So there's a certain level of freedom, there's a certain level of nostalgia that exists within my work. Not to quote Kanye West, but he in one interview he was saying that he felt like he was creating most freely when he felt like he was 3 years old, and that was a time in our lives where we didn't have many boundaries or restrictions, and we just kind of did. Our creative output was exactly how we wanted it to be, and now we potentially have employers or market rules or trends that we need to follow, and then those are all ultimately like guardrails that prevent true creative freedom. So. Everything's about balance at the end of the day. At the end of the day, but I still try to maintain that freedom as much as possible.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Salehe.
Thank you
for
having
being
me.
here.
Alrighty mates, welcome back to my channel, and today we'll be doing a tutorial on how to make a PB&J. First, you gotta grab that jam. And oh no, there's none left. Alright, well, let's try the peanut butter. Oh yeah, there is some left. Alright, put those aside, grab the plate. Gotta thread the jam, then you gotta grab your bread. Oh, so good, so good. And I dropped it. Ugh, we've gotta put the bread on the plate, grab your spatula, and scoop. Then you gotta put your PB&J back and, well, grab the sauce. Put the sauce on and, make it, eat it, try it, put it in the fridge. I know it grew like, catch it. And I got you, you little stinker. Bite it, and that was not good. Thanks for watching, though.
Jim's Kitchen!
That was Jim and the Bread, created by Nevea, Liana, and Nimar of FC Academy, a student filmmaking program based in Massachusetts. Okay, next up, we have a musical performance which I'm telling you is going to knock your socks off. She is a high school student and a professional accordion player. She travels the world performing her music, and she is the co-founder and co-organizer of the Accordion Star International Competition, which brings together hundreds of participants and jury members from over 30 countries. Please put your hands together for Maria Telesheva.
Thank you so much, and hello everyone. I am 18 years old, and I am from Eugene, Oregon. I've been playing the accordion for about 12 years, and it is such a pleasure to be here and share the beauty and versatility of my instrument with all of you. Recently, I had the privilege of performing for NPR's Tiny Desk Concerts. Thank you. And there I performed the piece that I have just played for you, called The Prelude and Fugue by one of my favorite classical composers, Johann Sebastian Bach. Now, I love playing music in many different styles, from Bach to Beatles to AC/DC, especially in a duet with my father. He is my teacher and a professional accordion player himself. Now, before I play my final piece for you, I'd like to briefly familiarize you with this instrument. So this is a professional model of a B-system chromatic button accordion, which has 120 buttons on the left side and only 106 on the right side. Not that many. There are also registers over here, which I use to change the tone of the sound. so I can imitate other instruments, such as the bassoon, the piccolo, the organ, and so on. And they are also duplicated up here, and these are called chin switches, which, as you can guess, I can operate using my chin, like this. And additionally, this middle part here, which I constantly push and pull, is called the bellows. And the bellows act as the lungs of the accordion, since they pump air in and out and control the dynamics. Now, considering this instrument weighs about 35 pounds, I would say it's a bit of a workout as well as an intense brain exercise to handle. And you may be wondering why I chose to play such a unique instrument. Well, when I was little, we actually had this tiny little accordion in our living room. And one day I just came up to my dad and said, "Hey, can you teach me how to play this?" So I started off by learning a few chords and simple melodies, and I just fell in love with the instrument, even though the first ever accordion I played didn't even have all the notes. So I would say that having a teacher at home living with me also helped me progress pretty quickly, which has brought me to where I am today. And now I would like to play for you Moments Musikaux by composer Franz Schubert.
Another big round of applause for Maria. If you want to find more of Maria's music, and I know that you will, I'm certainly so excited to hear more. You can find more on her YouTube channel. I really recommend checking that out. I can also just say, Maria has been like warming up quietly on the accordion backstage, and it is going to be such a profound disappointment for me tomorrow to not have like quiet, soothing accordion music in my life all day. Our next speaker studied urban planning at MIT. He then found so many inspiring ways to bring those planning decisions out of the ivory tower and into regular people's lives. He is the co-author of the book Dream, Play, Build, Hands-on Engagement for Enduring Spaces and Places, and he has facilitated more than 2,000 workshops across the United States. We're doing great, everything's good. You know, play, everything, at any moment, something surprising could happen. That's the beauty. He has facilitated more than 2,000 workshops across the United States, helping residents shape conversations about public space, climate, transportation, and civic life. Please give a big round of applause to James Rojas.
Hi, I'm James, and today we're going to learn about how to build your ideal city through play. I wanted a dollhouse growing up, but in those days, boys didn't play with dolls. And my parents couldn't afford to buy me building blocks, so I started collecting small polycaptive popsicle sticks, and my grandmother gave me a shoebox, and they built my first mini house. I was so motivated by it that I kept on building streets, neighborhoods, and eventually cities. So that led me to career in city planning. But over the years, as a city planner, I realized that we take our work way too seriously. We use the city as a deadline, as a measurement, as data, or a problem to be solved by a really fancy presentation. And we use words people don't understand, maps people can't read, numbers that confuse people, and surveys that people don't fill out. And community meetings are dreaded both by the planner that has to facilitate them and the public who has to attend them. It's either an empty room where nobody cares about the issue, or it's a combat zone, where a few aggressive people with very strong opinions will dominate the conversation, and everybody else stays silent. But like most people, hate public speaking. And myself, I communicate better with my hands. So I thought, and for a lot of community members, the city is a place of memories and sensory experiences. So planners have very few tools to capture these kind of intangible qualities. So for planners, we get the land use right, but the feeling wrong. We could design streets for cars, but not for humans. And we all would like to walk down the street like this. So I thought, what if we designed cities like we did as children through play, or at least how I did? Because as children, our brain's command center, or prefrontal cortex, is not fully developed. So we used our senses and imagination to explore the world. And we played and we shared without any kind of agenda. So I went back to my childhood and developed a place where people use objects to build their urban planning solutions. I introduced this approach to planners at that time, and a lot of them were hesitant because it wasn't based on a measurement or data. And plus, they were worried that people would build things that the city couldn't deliver on, such as a launching pad to the moon. But instead of abandoning this idea, I took a different path. With friends, I opened up an art gallery where I could put my method into practice. I would lay out thousands of small recyclable objects on a table and have people just build their ideal city from them. And it was a hit. People were creative, and they were social, and they would stay for 5 minutes or a few hours. And they were I saw a happy side of people that I would not see at community meetings. So after facilitating hundreds of hands-on art installations, I co-wrote a book to understand why this process worked. And how many of you are under the age of 26? Raise your hands. Well, your brains aren't fully formed yet. So you have capacity to think big and think creatively. After 26, your prefrontal cortex is formed. And now you worry more about survival and that. So it's hard for you. So people would think more about parking than their imagination. So through play, we can think about how we use our brain. We can figure out survival mode and think about the city as an imagination and with creativity. So eventually, city planners took notice and began embracing my method. So my city workshops or play dates are accessible to people of all ages, background, and languages. And they go into a very simple prompt. Build your favorite child memory in 5 minutes using objects. Don't talk about it, build it. Because once you build that memory again, it becomes real, and it inspires you to build cities of the future. As people sort through the objects, they let go of analytical thinking and enter a creative flow state. It's like art therapy. They start thinking differently. The colors and the shapes of the objects remind people of activities and places that they love. For example, hair rollers will remind African American women the importance of doing hair with their elders, while an orange maple leaf will remind people from New England about fall. So everybody builds and everybody shares their memory, and these stories vary from attending summer camp, creating make-believe games, hanging out with friends, or learning how to ride a bike. And after everybody shared a story, I asked, what do some of these memories have in common? And most of them are social, with family and friends. They're also multisensory and often take place outdoors in nature. Children are physically active. They never build passive activities like watching TV or on screen time. You know, and no one builds ownership or wealth and having a lot of toys. And most importantly, no one ever builds getting to school on time. So people then realize at that moment that across ages, income, race, and geography, that they have more in common than they thought. So suddenly the room transforms from a place of individual opinions into one of listening, empathy, and shared values. So before we start to plan or lay out the brick and mortar, we have to begin our meetings with these feelings of belonging. So now people are ready to play and plan. So we ask people to work in teams to create their ideal communities in 10 minutes, using the same objects or more. So they can collaborate, negotiate, and compromise. So their ideas begin to intersect with each other as they place objects on the table and they move them around in their imagined landscapes. Individual ideas become collective with the help of others, and new possibilities emerge. And this would be difficult to do through words, languages, or maps. So once time is up, all the teams share their values, they share their visions, and from the hundreds of visions I've witnessed over the years, no matter who they are, people want the same kind of city. They want a city of relationships with nature and other people. So to illustrate this, the teams build walkable communities that are focused on family and friends. They build public spaces, plazas, and public transportation and gardens that dominate the city centers, not skyscrapers. And like the childhood memories, they're multi-sensory places filled with parks, nature, trees, water, and a range of physical activities. And they turn freeways into gardens. The teams don't build transactional cities with office parks, freeways, parking lots. No one builds a giant house in the suburbs and the commute to work. And no one builds gated communities or jails because they're planning from joy. That makes a big difference. So here are two of my favorite projects, Camino Verde and Casa de los Ideas in Tijuana, Mexico. Most informal settlements in Tijuana, like Camino Verde, were built very quickly, and they lacked basic infrastructure and especially public spaces. So I was invited to facilitate a grassroots community meeting to design a community center down there. It was a big success. We gave the city 10 pages of notes, ideas from the community, and Camino Verde got a community center, but they also got Casa de los Ideas, which translates to House of Ideas. It's an upgraded public space or library where people can read and give talks. The second project is the 50th Street Light Rail Station in Phoenix, Arizona. In 2008, the city of Phoenix helped fund the Ability 360 Center, which is a state-of-the-art recreation center and community center. It's used daily by hundreds of people with disabilities. But across the street is a light rail station. But at that light rail line, but at that time, the closest station were a mile apart in either direction. And under the hot Phoenix sun, a mile walk with persons with disabilities can be life-threatening. So we did a workshop where I had individuals build their ideal station based on their disability. It would work for them. So after they did that, they worked in teams and merged their ideas to create their ultimate rail station designs. So these solutions they created kind of helped solve their mobility challenges. So they became the advocates for this potential infill station. So for many years, they made phone calls, wrote letters, sent emails to their mayor and the council person until 2019, they finally got a station built, which gives them a lot more independence to get to the center. Plus, they saw their designs in the stations, painted crosswalks, low grade, low sidewalks, artwork, twinkly shade, and landscape buffers to protect it from the street. So through play, city planning becomes human again. People don't just describe it, they show it, they feel it, and they own it. And that moment, something shifts. They stop being passive participants, and they start being active designers and visionaries of their own communities. And this gives the planners and the public a new way of shaping cities, not just repeating what we already have, but imagining something better. And sometimes the most powerful tool we have to do this is to play. Thank you.
One more time for James. Okay, inspired by James's ideas, I want you all just in your head right now to think of, in the city or the town where you live, what is your favorite place? Just think of that for 1 second. And then on the count of 3, I'm going to have you say it out loud. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Grand Central. Okay. Great. I heard a lot of parks. I heard a lot of public spaces. And then I also heard my own voice. One thing I want to say also is this is such an incredible group of people that we have on stage. And it is, in addition to the incredible work that they do, they travel from all over the world to come here and to learn these talks and to deliver them on stage. And that is, even though they're making it look easy, that is no easy feat. So if you could just give them all another huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we have one more speaker in this session, and then there is the break. And during the break, you can actually use some of the ideas that James was talking about in the Build the Change activation, so you can do some of that there. Our final speaker for this session is a founding faculty member at the NYU Game Center, and he is the co-founder of Game Lab Studio. He has designed award-winning games on and off the computer, from the smash hit Diner Dash to large-scale public games exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art and the Smithsonian American Art Museum. Please give a big round of applause to Eric Zimmerman.
Hello, everybody. I'm Eric, and I'm a game designer, and that means that I make video games, I make tabletop games, I work with architect Natalie Pozzi to do large-scale museum installations, and I also write books about game design, and I teach at the NYU Game Center at Tisch School of the Arts, where we think about games as an art form and also play as a deep form of literacy. Today, I want to talk to you from my point of view as a game designer about how to really make something that engages and grabs and hooks an audience, right? And how you can apply these ideas to whatever it is that you do. And how do we do that? We play with rules, right? I want to talk about that, and I want to structure that in terms of a series of levels. So I'm sorry about the level thing, but I am a game designer, so here we are. So let's start at the beginning, right? Rules. Okay, what are rules? What do I mean by rules? Well, think about when you buy a board game. What are you actually buying? Well, you have like maybe a pretty box. There's some cards and dice and little pieces, but what you're really buying is rules, right? Rules, from one point of view, is the essence of what a game is. Rules tell you what to do each turn and how to win. If you're like playing the game and it's like, oh, we landed on a red space, what does that mean? I don't know. We have to clarify this ambiguity by referring to the rules, right? Let me give you another example. Let's say you're playing baseball, right? And you say, okay, this tree here is second base. Okay, so I'm here on second base, and then while the next batter is up, I'm like, oh, maybe I can hold on to this little twig way over here and get as close as I can to third base, right? And then I'm tagged out. And I'm like, wait a second, I'm on second base. You're not on second base. Second base is the tree. It's not the tree, it's the trunk of the tree, right? Okay, there's an argument here. And in order to actually play the game of baseball, we'd have to resolve this ambiguity, right, in order to move the game forward. So from this point of view, games don't sound like that much fun, right? Rules are rigid and fixed and logical, right? But the amazing thing about games is that if you decide to enter into those rules, right, if you decide to play, then what happens is play. And play is the opposite of rules, right? So if rules are logical and rigid and fixed and unchanging, play is spontaneous and creative and unexpected, and it's so much the opposite of rules, right? But we need those rules in order to help facilitate that play. Which brings us to our next level, play, right? Okay. Play is not something that just happens on its own. With play, we always play with something, right? Let me explain what I mean. Let's take, we can play with any system. Even this is a system, just like walking, right? So here's walking. Let me demonstrate walking for you. I'm walking, right? So that's the logical, sort of efficient transportation idea of walking, just getting from point A to point B. But if you imagine in your head a child walking playfully, something else is happening, right? what is happening? What are you imagining? Somebody shout it out. Skipping. Okay, so I will demonstrate. Okay, skipping. What's another one? Wait, running? Wandering, right? Okay, well, I'm gonna fall off stage here. Okay, wait. So wandering, what's another one? Hopping. Okay, you guys are really putting me to work up here. One more. Crawling. Oh, yeah. Great, all right. This is becoming like masochistic, I think. Okay, so all right. So what is happening here? What's going on? Well, I'm playing with the rules of walking, right? So however we see a kid avoiding cracks or skipping or hopping, they're certainly playing with space and time, right? This idea of walking as this efficient transportation. They're playing with their bodies. They're playing with gravity. They're playing with maybe with like the social etiquette of the sidewalk because they're getting in people's ways, right? Because they're doing things that are unexpected and inappropriate, right? But that's play. And this is why, play, it's like a very collaborative parasite. It's like it grabs onto something, but instead of sucking the life out of it, it does the opposite. It just adds joy. And this is why play is creativity. Because if we wanted to invent new forms of walking, this is what we would do. We would look at those structures. What are the rules of walking? What are the leverage points where we can start playing around with those structures? And how can we then start to sort of poke and prod in them to play with those structures and maybe invent something completely new? All right, back to our levels. We're at our next level, design. All right, so we looked at what rules are. We looked at how we can play with systems. And now I want to talk about how game designers actually create a game, how we build games out of constraints. And I actually need 2 volunteers from the audience for this. Do I have a couple of volunteers? Okay, one, I saw you two. Come on up. Okay, so come on up on stage. Let's give a round of applause for our brave volunteers. All right, I'll have you two stand over here. Stand right over here. Okay. So what are your names? Mila and Ida. Okay, we're getting you mics. So Mila, just take a step back here. Okay, I've been told exactly where to position you for proper camera coverage. Okay, we're gonna play a game, and this game may not work at first. So we'll just take it step by step. Okay, I'm gonna give you some rules. Mila, we'll start with you. And what I want you two to do is just alternate saying a word. Okay? It can be any word, and the only rule is that you can't repeat a word that's already been said. Okay? Go ahead.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Play. Yellow. Freedom. Red.
Okay, that's a start. Maybe not really a fun game yet, but that's okay. That's not your fault. That's on me. I'm the game designer. Okay, I'm gonna add another rule. We're gonna keep all of the rules that we had before. So you're gonna alternate saying words. You're not gonna repeat a word that's already been said. But I wanna add a restriction. I like your cheese opening. That was a very interesting opening. We're gonna restrict it just to food. So things you eat or drink, ingredients, dishes, otherwise the same rules, okay?
Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Ketchup.
Mustard.
Pizza.
Hot dogs.
Okay.
What
was that last one? Water, okay, I like that. Yes, water, a beverage, of course. That may actually have been less interesting than our first version. That's okay. It's not on you. I'm the game designer. I'm responsible here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add one more rule, okay? We're gonna keep everything we had before. You two are gonna alternate saying rules, so you can't repeat a word that's been said before. We're gonna stick to edibles, beverages, dishes, things that you can eat or drink. But when Mila says a word, the last letter of your word is gonna be the first letter of your word, Ida. And vice versa. The last letter of Ida's word is gonna be the first letter of Mila's word. Let's see how this goes, okay? Whenever you're ready, take a step forward.
Yes.
Yes, let's go.
Cake.
Cake.
Evian is a type of drink. Does that work?
Evian ends with an N.
Nutella.
Oh, easy. Almonds.
Oh.
S. Shirley Temple.
Oh, wow. Let's give it up for our 2 volunteers. Amazing. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks. Yeah, you can take those off stage. Okay, wow. That was amazing. All right, here's what I want to point out. Something happened that third time around, right? When we were adding rules, something happened in that final version of the game. It wasn't just that these two suddenly got much more focused and intensely like wanting to play the game well, but I also heard everybody starting to lean forward. I heard whisperings. I heard suggestions coming from the audience, some of which were taken, right? And we also started to see some amazing play with the rules, right? We sort of switched over to some brand names. We got some, we got some sort of like Shirley Temple was an awesome closing move there. What game designers do is work with these constraints, right? These constraints focus and guide the play of players. Now, it may seem when you're playing a video game that it's the opposite, that it's like video game lets you go anywhere and do anything and be anyone, but actually from a designer's point of view, we work with constraints. And those constraints guide and focus the creative activity. And, it can be that too many constraints are a problem, right? I could have said, oh, let's also now make it only 7-letter words, right? And you probably would have thrown me off stage, so yes. So finding that balance, right? Finding the right amount of constraints to guide and move the game forward into that creative space of play, that's game design. And when you see players, just like we did here, and all of you actually joining in, not just playing in the system, but starting to play with the system and kind of bending and breaking rules, like audience suggestions, for example, that's when we know we've really got something cooking and percolating, and we're in that amazing space of play. Okay, we've looked at rules, and we looked at playing with systems, and how to design with constraints. And the boss level here is thinking about how to apply this to what you do, right? To your project or organization, because there's a methodology here, right? The methodology is looking at and understanding the system. How does the system work? How is it structured? And then what are those leverage points for play? How can you start poking around and playing with the system, maybe in ways that are unexpected and even inappropriate? And then, as you start building this experience, don't be afraid of constraints, right? Use those constraints to kind of guide and focus the behavior of your audiences. I want to finish just with a few quick examples. I was at a dinner party recently, like a big fancy dinner party, room full of interesting people, kind of like all of you here today, amazing group here. But I was only at a table with like a handful of them. And I thought to myself, how can I actually interact with more people here and not be just with the same people all evening? Well, after the first course, I stole all the name tags at the table, and I randomly put them around at different tables. Luckily, everyone played along, but that little bit of playful design made a huge difference on everyone's experience. Another example, there's a wonderful performance space not too far from here in Brooklyn, St. Anne's Warehouse. And there's a wonderful example of playful architectural design there in the bathrooms. So that the bathrooms have these giant signs, like men over here and women over here, and like giant, like taller than a person sign. And so you go in these grand entrances, and then when you go in, you realize, oh, wait a second, they actually both connect to the same space inside, right? And so I love that. It's so unexpected. It's playing with our expectations, but it's also playing with the sort of notion of a gender binary, right? And that sort of social etiquette of bathrooms. And it's just so delightful and a wonderful example of designed play. And finally, final example, I've been working with these amazing organizations, Games for Change and Action for Democracy. And we've been thinking about democracy as a design problem. And this summer, we're bringing together game designers and policy experts to think about how can we play with the structures of democracy and maybe poke around in those systems, do something unexpected and inappropriate, and maybe move them playfully into a new and better space. I don't know what's going to happen there, but definitely wish me luck. We'll need it. Whatever you do, keep playing, and thank you very much.
Eric Zimmerman. Oh, that was amazing. Eric, that was amazing. Okay, we have come to the end of session 2, Play is a Craft. Live stream community, please stick around for exclusive interviews, games, TED Ed animations, and behind-the-scenes moments, including another piece on the accordion by Maria, and the chance to watch Eric talk more about games while he plays them. And before you see all of that, we want to make sure that everyone in this room and also on the live stream knows about an incredible day that is coming up. Mark your calendars. June 11th is the International Day of Play. Here in New York, the United Nations lawn will, please, give a round of applause for International Day of Play. Here in New York, the United Nations lawn is going to transform into playtime at the UN. It's an open-air playground where children, leaders, and everyone else can come together to celebrate the joy, power, and importance of play, and it is going to be amazing, and we hope that you will all be there. And to join, there is a form that you can fill out online. Nothing more playful than a form. You can find that form online at ted.com/play, along with all of the details. Okay, live stream. Please enjoy the studio session. Alex, I'm handing it back off to you.
Hello!
Thank you, Chris. We're back. And better than ever. I'm Alex Rosenthal.
And I'm Alexandra Panzer, and we're here in the TED at Play studio, where we continue the conversations and get a little playful. Speaking of which, we loved hearing about the upcoming International Day of Play coming up right around the corner on June 11th. So you can go to ted.com/play to find out how to participate and get all the details on this exciting event.
We have a lot of fun coming up for you now. We have interviews, we have games, we have a really special performance that Alexandra is about to introduce.
That's right. Fresh off the TED stage, we have a special live performance from Maria Telesheva. Maria, that was beautiful.
Of course, thank you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, while we have this here, can you just give me a little tour of your instrument? What do all these buttons do?
Yes, so this is a chromatic B-system button accordion, and there are 120 buttons on the left side and 106 on the right side.
Do you know what they all are?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
Wild.
But yeah, it's a beautiful instrument. This here in the middle is the bellows, which I push in and out, and they control the airflow and dynamics. And then up here I have a little bit of a fun feature. They're called chin switches, which I operate like this, which change the tone of the sound, so I can imitate other instruments.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And so these are like the notes, sort of?
Yeah.
And then what are these ones?
These are also, same as here, these are registers, which also change the tone of the sound, and they are just duplicated up here for easier access.
Amazing. Oh, wow. Well, you're such a beautiful accordionist. I'm so blown away. I'm like very... like moved by how expressive the accordion is. And it actually, it inspired me. I want to know if you want to play a little game with me.
Okay, yeah.
I had this idea that rather than send people like emojis or like reaction gifts, I wish I could send them like little accordion phrases.
Okay.
So I wondered if I could show you an emoji and you could do a little accordion moment to express whatever that emoji is expressing.
Okay, awesome. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I have a few scenarios here.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the first one. Your friend sends you a text. The text says, "Did you eat my sandwich? I was saving that for a special occasion. Why are you always eating my sandwiches?" And instead of sending this emoji, you send this. Yeah, spot on. Okay, another one. Your friend posts a picture of a panda hugging a koala that's hugging a kitten, and it's just too much. So instead of sending this emoji, what do you send? I'm sorry, I know I came up with this game, but I love it. Okay, last one. Your friend realizes that you've been selling her sandwiches on the black market and using the money to buy koalas.
Oh my gosh.
She texts you, "You'll never get away with this." Instead of sending, let's see, this emoji, you send this. I am so impressed. That is, I think we should record all of these and make them available.
Yeah, those are definitely real life scenarios.
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly. I mean, I was inspired by you and your TED Talk. I'd only assumed. Okay, well, I know this is a very heavy instrument, so I'm going to let you put it down.
Thank you.
Yeah. And one of the things I learned from your talk is that you've been playing the accordion since you were very little, right? How little
Yes.
again?
6 years old.
6 years old. So when you were learning to play, did you think of it as learning or did you think of it as playing? Because you're in that age where you find it's almost like a toy.
Yeah.
And how do you see? Is there a difference between the two? How do you think of that?
I would say yes, there is a difference, and for sure when I was little, I definitely viewed it more of as play. I didn't know how to read sheet music when I started, so I played everything by ear, and I would hear all of the notes as we could use Lego pieces. For example, each note represented like a Lego brick, and I would have to shape them into whatever I wanted it to sound like, to shape the dynamics and just how the phrase of the music flowed. So yeah, I would say I definitely viewed it as more of a fun experience rather than learning, staring at a piece of paper and reading sheet music.
Do you think that impacted your relationship to the instrument?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I would say when I started learning to read sheet music, it was honestly very difficult for me because I was just so used to hearing everything and transcribing it to my instrument, and I almost wanted to quit when I was about 9-10 years old. So I would say having this relationship of fun with your instrument is very important.
Well, how did you tap back into that then when you reach this place of like, this is hard, I'm experiencing a sense of failure and like the potential to fail? How did you tap back into the sort of joy and delight of play?
Well, thankfully, I had my dad with me.
Oh.
And he's actually here supporting me tonight, who is my teacher. And we play in a duet together. And we arrange a lot of our own music. So for that, I don't need any sheet music. So for breaks, we always put aside the piece that I was learning on the sheet music, and we played the piece that we were arranging together, and that definitely gave me a break from the stressful aspects of music and to kind of really enjoy it and express myself.
Oh, that's beautiful. So, I mean, how many years would you say did it take for you to become proficient? And I'm sure, there's probably a smaller size accordion for a little person,
Yeah, I started on a very small accordion, but honestly, I'm absolutely still learning. This instrument is super, super complex. I can't say I have mastered it, and I don't know if I ever will, but professionally, performing, I started with my dad around 4 years ago, so it took me about maybe 8-9 years to get to that point.
Well, and that's what's so interesting is that this was a lot of work. Like this is you have to put hours into this and practice and learn, like you said, reading music and But what is the relationship between work and play? Because I think for a lot of people that sounds like tedious, and I'm sure it is to a certain extent. But how does is play hard sometimes? Or how do you think about that?
It can definitely be hard for sure. I am still in high school, and I'm graduating this year. So every
Congratulations!
Thank you. So every time I get home, I'm usually pretty tired. And sometimes I view my instrument as sort of a release and a break from the school and socializing, but sometimes it is a little bit difficult just because I'm physically tired, and this is a very physically demanding instrument. So I would just say I have to get my rest in to be able to enjoy the play after all of my school and work.
Yeah. And well, so do you have any advice for someone who is interested in picking up an instrument and learning and kind of daunted by just the slog of it, like knowing I'm a beginner, I'm going to get everything wrong? Yeah, do you what would you tell someone trying to learn a new instrument?
I would say it is definitely never too late, because even if you don't necessarily perform with your instrument, it's very good for your brain, very good. And I would say being a beginner shouldn't scare you. You're trying new things, and people should be proud of that. So,
oh my gosh, I want to learn an instrument. That sounds fun.
Maybe pick up the accordion.
I mean, and then I would get a workout too.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so does that sort of sense of play? You must dedicate a lot of time to your instrument, but does that bleed into other parts of your life? Do you explore in other disciplines to help you inform your accordion playing, or how does that affect the rest of your life?
I would say being a musician actually makes me really good at math, so that definitely helps me at school.
Good plug.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just also, obviously, it's very physically demanding, so I need to go to the gym. So that is also part of my daily routine, because I have such a heavy instrument, and I actually really enjoy it. I didn't think I would until I started. So
that's amazing. And do you dabble in any other instruments? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
My secondary instrument would be vocals. Because when me and my dad play in a duet, we like to have more variety in our program. So I picked up vocals a few years ago, and it's been going really well. So the accordion as accompaniment for vocals is very interesting. And I also play a little bit of percussion during our concerts. But I've, of course, picked up other instruments such as the flute, guitar, and violin for background knowledge.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
But never professionally. So.
Well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Maria, thank you so much for sharing your gifts with us here today and for joining us in the studio.
Thank you for having me. It's been such a pleasure.
Absolutely. Well, we have another TED speaker coming up shortly, but first, check out this TED animation on the missing ingredient in how we learn. Can you guess what it is? I'm pretty sure you can. Spoiler, it's not cumin.
In 1851, the Prussian government feared that Friedrich Froebel's scandalous new approach to education might teach disobedience and lead to peasant rebellion. The name of Froebel's school? Kindergarten. Its controversial curriculum included singing and dancing, gardening, painting, and playing. Prussia banned kindergarten, enforcing a strict system of supervised classrooms and government-approved lessons that clearly separated learning time from playtime. And over the next century, the Prussian model inspired public school systems around the world. But while it might seem traditional now, the belief that play and learning are at odds with each other is a relatively new idea. Before the last few centuries, children around the world spent most of their time learning through play, observing and mimicking adults, roaming their surroundings, and sharing what they learned with friends and family. Many communities and educators still believe play is one of the best teachers we have, and they've taken a variety of approaches to keep this kind of self-directed learning alive. In his kindergartens, Froebel provided specially designed toys to help kids learn concepts like volume, density, and even the principles of geometry. And today, Montessori schools continue to embrace toy-based learning, Montessori toys, or materials as they call them, are rigorously designed to isolate and teach specific concepts. For example, to learn math, babies and toddlers might explore dimension with fat wooden cylinders, then unlock more spatial reasoning with a set of pink stackable blocks. Older children tackle a set of brown stairs to learn about height, while a series of red rods reveals the secrets of length and balance. Teachers gently guide this exploration by asking students questions and suggesting material-specific activities, like arranging the rods in order of size. But Montessori classrooms also have a range of ages and low teacher-to-student ratios to encourage students to explore the materials together and learn from each other. Reggio Emilia schools also give students sensory objects to explore together, but they're especially focused on letting the students direct their learning. Every corner of a Reggio classroom is designed to reward curiosity, allowing students to follow their interests and express themselves with a variety of artistic tools. Even when Reggio teachers do assign formal projects, they start by asking students open-ended questions, from how to make a model ship float or sink to how they should decorate an art studio. Then they design the project to explore the students' assumptions and interests, weaving in their curriculum along the way. Skeptics might argue that self-directed learning lets kids avoid the subjects they're not as interested in, leading some students to fall behind. But most of these schools use an interdisciplinary approach to ensure no subject is left behind. For example, in project-based laboratory schools, the day might start by solving a number puzzle, then using the answers to compose a piece of music or three-dimensional art. By choosing to explore overlapping concepts through multiple projects, teachers can show different practical applications that make abstract ideas feel concrete and useful. In all these models, giving students more agency comes with challenges. Different kids have different needs, so educators have to be sensitive and able to adapt. From rearranging the room to redirecting attention, teachers need to respond to each student while maintaining a safe, playful environment for all. This requires buckets of emotional intelligence, prep time, and trust from both parents and their school's administration. But for many educators and learners, the effort is worth it. A 2023 analysis of over 30 studies found that Montessori education outperformed traditional schools in language and math learning, as well as in developing creativity and social skills. And these benefits go beyond early learning. Many universities are moving from lecture-based learning towards long-term projects and round-table discussions. MIT's Lifelong Kindergarten tries to extend a playful, creativity-first approach to learners of all ages, giving students a variety of physical and digital tools to explore, experiment, and express themselves. Some architecture and engineering students even use Froebel's special toys to hone their design principles and spatial reasoning, showing that it's not only children who learn through play.
If you've been watching our live stream, you'll know that our next guest just gave an epic TED Talk. Eric Zimmerman is a game designer who makes video games, tabletop games, and museum installations. He's also a professor at NYU's Game Center, a program he helped create at Tisch School of the Arts. Eric!
Hello.
Hello. First of all, congratulations on your talk.
Thank you, Alex.
You were absolutely incredible. I hope we can now just have some low-key, low-stress fun.
Right. No, yes, absolutely. But I always feel like if you're going to talk about play, why not actually play a little bit, right?
That's what I feel too. Well, you're in the right place.
And that's what we're doing right here.
Yeah, it's going to be all play all the time.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we'll also talk, but we're going to play while we talk.
All right.
So we're going to play Brictionary.
I am ready to multitask and slash embarrass myself.
Okay, good. It's hard, but but we make do. So we're gonna draw names. It's like Lego Pictionary, basically.
Okay.
We're gonna draw words out of this hat.
Okay.
We're each gonna do it at the same time. So please
Yes,
take one.
this is a okay.
Yeah,
It's quite a
stylish,
nice hat. That
dapper
you,
hat.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
I'm going deep from the bottom. All right. So
I'm not really a hat guy, so I appreciate your compliment of the hat. So we're gonna build while we talk, and whenever you want me to guess what you've created, you're just gonna put it here so we can get a close-up shot that people at home can
and
guess.
vice versa.
And vice versa.
Okay.
Yeah. You won't be.
I just saw
You saw mine?
You're
Okay,
a
good.
horrible poker player, first of all.
Well, usually the poker cards aren't see-through.
No, I read it fully. Yeah,
Okay,
it was
well,
fully exposed to
I am a horrible poker
All right,
player.
so
Yep.
so
Okay.
we have to be
Okay, I
much
like
more,
this one better
more
anyways.
secretive about this.
Okay. I got my word.
Okay, all right, I'm game. I'm game. I'm going to, all right,
Okay,
hide
excellent.
my, oh gosh.
Okay. Well, first of all, what are you playing right now?
Oh, what am I playing right now? I'm playing this
I know what you're
weird
playing
Lego
right now. Thank
Brictionary.
you.
Okay.
But what are you playing when it's not this exact moment?
You know, I have different games. There's games that I have to play like for school. Like I just played through a bunch of my master's thesis students' awesome games. We just had a showcase last night of all of their work over the semester. So that was pretty amazing. There's games that I play for fun, and then there's games that I like can't stop playing and should have stopped playing, but I'm continuing to play. So that's
okay. Well,
that would be
what's that?
Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Ah.
Yeah, very mainstream. Like I often have very experimental tastes in games, but I have to say that's maybe the game that has really hooked me.
The most staying power for you.
Yeah. And you know, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. You know, we need to own up to our I don't want to say addictions, but whatever our habits, our proclivities.
Now that's a game that you get like ranked in and higher rundles or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you have like a rundle that you want to? Do you have a rank you want to brag about? You don't have to share it.
I'm usually up in the 6,000s. I guess if that means anything.
That's a big number.
Yeah, you know, points, numbers. That's what,
okay.
What else is there?
I don't know
really?
what number they go up to. Okay, I'm gonna give you something to guess.
Yeah, they go up to 1 million, so it's actually a horrible score.
You're on your way.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing? I haven't even started yet.
Oh well.
Oh, you're showing the.
I'm showing the people at home.
Okay.
But it's rather small. Okay, I'll show you.
Okay.
It's a little abstract. It's kind of a Picasso version of this.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's not a stoplight because you would have used yellow, red, and.
I do love traffic lights.
Yes, but it's
affirmatively not a stoplight.
Okay, and is it?
This is part of it.
Okay, that is part of it. It's a. Is it like a shovel?
Okay,
there's like a large spade area at the bottom.
These are significant. I'm gonna. Okay. I've got a moment. If you are inspired at home, please try to guess what this is. To share it, save me the embarrassment.
All right.
Okay,
Good luck, home
I'm gonna
viewers.
pantomime with it. Okay. Right.
Oh, it's a lute or guitar.
Yeah, guitar.
It's a string instrument.
Perfect. You got it with that. With little cluing. Okay, I'm gonna draw. Oh, that's so good.
Wait a second.
I have a guess of what that is.
What? Hold on.
You're not ready?
On. Wait. This is not a basketball court.
You've got like this is like a Lego kit level build that you have going on.
I'm not sure about that, but I'll. Oh, actually, this.
Okay, it confuses me some part of what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Well, you just have to bear with me, and we're gonna get there.
Okay.
But,
all right. Well, let me ask you more questions. So, the master's projects that you showcased last night is that a combination of video games and tabletop?
It is mostly video games, but they do tabletop games too. Like there's one of them was called The Morning After, and the idea is that you are. All of your friends went out last night, but you actually got drunk and are hungover and like missed all of the excitement. When you wake up in the morning, they all have these kisses all over them. So it's a detective game, but instead of figuring out who killed who, the idea is, and this is the tagline from the students, who kissed who. And so it's a little bit Obra Dinn-ish. You actually you get media, you go into photographs, and you have to actually reconstruct text chats between your friends and like through logical deduction figure out like, oh, if you were here and this was before you got the kiss, and then you kissed you at this date, and then it's a mystery game
Yeah.
of logical deduction. It is so funny and so cool.
If you haven't played Oberdin, Return of the Oberdin, one of the best games ever created, kind of genre defining for detective games, and I highly recommend it. It's one of 2 games that I say if I could erase my memory, I would. So I could play it again. From scratch.
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
Not the erasing memory part, but the, you know what I'm talking about. All right, let me see.
sort of my life.
I'm probably going a little too far on this, but let me see if I can just if I can attach this last bit. Then
I thought I knew what you were building, and now I.
And now you don't because I've taken it
in a dramatically different direction. Than,
okay.
But I'm still gonna guess what I thought it was.
Yeah, you're gonna. Okay.
Well, that game sounds very cool.
It is very cool, and I have to tell you, that is just one of many Lego pieces I'm dropping on the floor. That is just one of many incredible games that was there that night. Tabletop games, video games, and other game experiments at the NYU Game Center. Okay, this is my.
Here, put it up here, so.
Okay.
Oh, beheading.
Right. Okay. So. This is. It's almost got. I'm almost got too many ideas going on here, but.
Yeah. No, it's a whole diorama.
Let's see if.
I was originally gonna say basketball.
No, it's not a basketball court.
Is this like a movie? Is this a property?
No. It's a simple object as a whole.
A simple object with a panda and a disembodied head. What, a railroad crossing?
No. But you are correct.
A sign? A billboard?
No, you're kind of getting close though. This is sort of a type of a sign.
Stop sign.
No, I mean it is a kind of like iconographic marker of something. It's just not a sign.
Classic
but it's,
sign.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to give you another clue right now.
Farrah Fawcett.
I'm going to give you a clue right now.
Okay.
By putting.
Oh, are we in the ocean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a boat, a sailboat.
Specifically.
The Titanic.
Specifically.
Mast, crow's nest.
Yeah. Well, this is a
sail.
Yeah.
It's sail?
Yeah, okay. I think I'm just going to put us all
It's not sail?
No, it is a sail. It's a,
it's a specific
sailing,
sail?
It's a
Top
specific,
sail.
It's a specific kind of
mizzenmast.
Boat.
Sail. What? What kind of boat? What?
All right, I'm glad.
Pirate ship.
It's a pirate ship.
Oh, wow.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, see,
Okay.
I kind of went
I'm gonna
overboard.
put side by side what I've created with what you've created, just to show how our brains work slightly differently.
See, this is supposed to be the pirate flag with the skull and crossbones, and then there's a pirate on the ship. And okay,
That's
and this
incredible.
is then water. So
it's not me. No, sorry, it is me. It's not you. It's me.
Okay.
Yeah, you did something amazing. Okay, I made this for you.
Oh, this is another one. Okay,
yeah.
This is a guitar after you've broken the frets off of it, and it's just the bottom part of a guitar, I believe, because you've recycled the guitar.
I have recycled the guitar because it was there.
Okay, but that's not what this is.
No, it's another.
It's also not a stop sign, even though it does have red and green on it.
Still not a stop sign.
This is an abstraction. Can you tell me which way is up? Does it matter?
So traditionally, this would face towards you like so.
Oh, is it not a baseball plate?
No,
then it would just be like the brown thing without anything else.
Yeah, but here, I'm giving you another one to do when you're ready.
Oh, we're doing.
Okay,
when does this?
Okay, it's kind of
punishment end.
It's kind of an. Well, I'll tell you, it was something that appeared in your talk, not something that was said by you.
Is it a piece of cheese?
You're very close. It involves cheese.
A piece of pizza.
Yeah, there you go.
It is a slice of pizza.
It's a slice of pizza.
It is a slice of pizza. Okay, I like that. Yeah, that was a good. I like that clue because it was also a callback to the talk.
Exactly. Watch the talk if you haven't already.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Am
Question.
I really doing another one of these?
You don't have to. You can just build something random if you want.
No.
Make me guess it.
All right, I will.
I gotta get another one too. Okay. You talk a lot about breaking rules.
I thought that you were just going to end that sentence with "you talk a lot."
No. You talk the perfect amount.
Too much, maybe.
You talk a lot about breaking rules.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. I have a book called The Rules We Break. That's a compendium of all the ways that I teach game design, or really teach design through games and play. But yeah, go ahead.
It's quite good. Okay, you have a design exercise about modding tic-tac-toe.
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel like there is a game, a traditional game that you've taken and made a superior version of it in the course of tinkering with rules?
Well, people definitely improve on tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
I definitely have seen people improve.
It's kind of a low bar, right?
Yeah, but this
Sorry,
is what you.
Sorry, Mr. Tic-Tac.
This is your Tic-Tac. Sorry, a folk spirit that invented tic-tac-toe. So yeah, I'll give you a couple of examples. One example of an improvement on tic-tac-toe that I've seen emerge out of that exercise is just it's tic-tac-toe, but you play to lose instead of win. So if your opponent gets 3 in a row, then you win. And what I love about that is it's so elegant. And it's probably...
So you force a win for them.
It's probably a solvable problem. Like it's probably not, maybe it's slightly more deep, but I just love it because you can play it and use all of your tic-tac-toe knowledge. And it's like tic-tac-toe is all fresh and new again.
Sure.
And we can all appreciate the elegance of that just little reversal of the winning conditions that suddenly transforms the whole game. And I'll give you one more example. Something else that I've seen come up, actually, let's say it's medium, like a lot of people expand the grid and things like that. Sometimes people do multiple tic-tac-toes. So they'll do like 9 tic-tac-toe grids. And then what you do is you make a move somewhere, and then your opponent makes a move somewhere. So then
across
suddenly,
all of the grids.
Yeah, across all the grids. And when I win in one of the games, then I get a point. Sometimes people play like I'm actually trying to get tic-tac-toe within the grid of 9 of 9, and sometimes it's just for points. But if you're playing, it's like a tic-tac-toe grid of tic-tac-toe games, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a
meta
it's a 3x3 grid of tic-tac-toe games.
And you have to
win. You're deciding you can play in any of them.
But you have to win a meta tic-tac-toe where you have to win 3 games.
Yes,
okay, that's cool.
Yes.
I like that. That's
yeah, I agree.
So
yeah, that does work well.
Can I show you something that I learned? We visited the Lego headquarters. And there are a lot of...
Lord it over me, why don't you? I would love to visit. Why didn't you invite me? I would have loved to come.
I would if I could.
All right, next time.
Okay, so I saw they have a lot of Lego bricks
that's my spontaneous response to.
There are a lot of Lego bricks on the table. And people had been building something. I saw somebody do this, which I didn't know you could do with Lego bricks. And it's sort of like...
Oh, yeah, that's like a 90-degree...
Is this like an obvious move?
That was all of the lasers on my
so you can
spaceships
do a 90-degree
as a 7-year-old.
It blew my mind.
Yeah,
my entire life until last year. I hadn't known you could do something like this.
I used all those skinny long pieces. Like that's how you get those nice.
You were way ahead of the curve. That's why you're a game designer.
I don't know.
You saw the potential. You saw the break of the rule.
Okay.
Okay. Here's
now
I got one for you. It sort of went a little off the rails.
Oh, there's a head at the end of that?
Yeah, I mean, here, I'll just stick it on here, but you'll know where it's supposed to be. Again, it's an abstraction.
Okay. Is the head a head, or is it just a yellow
The
round
head is
piece?
a head. No, the head's a head.
Oh, is this like a gallows? It's a scarecrow.
You're on the right track with scarecrow.
Okay.
I maybe,
it's like a. Is it a crucifixion? I don't. Somehow I would think that's not in
that wasn't
that
actually.
That would be like sacrilegious, or it could be not just religious.
Maybe that's the game we're playing now.
Okay.
Is to see who we can
all right,
defend.
but the bases seem significant to me.
The base is
because the base
is
the most substantial part of this.
The base is probably the
wonderful creation.
where I was constructing in a reasonable way.
Okay, the base. So what is that base? Like a pillar or a podium or
okay, let's do a mod because I think that part is becoming confusing.
Oh.
Okay. This is after time. This is time passes, and this is what you're left with.
Oh, it's like a sand timer.
Okay, you're on the right track. It is like a figurative thing.
Right.
But like the passage of sand through a timer, it has transformed.
Okay, but it's shrunk over time.
Yeah.
It's shrunk over time.
Exactly, and it has
a head. So what does not grow but has a living creature would grow over time?
Does not grow?
Yes, exactly. So this is something with a head that shrunk.
Yeah.
Is it like?
It isn't old, but it lives in the cold.
A snowman?
Yeah.
That melted. Right,
that's
that
not what
melted,
was on the
right,
piece of
right, I
paper.
see,
That
I
was just
see.
my inability
Okay,
to find
now
more.
I'm going to give you one.
Okay.
But I don't know if you're going to get it. So this is.
That's the
it's
thing in Queens.
Yeah, no, it's not architectural. It's much smaller. In fact, I'm going to give you some. This is for context.
It's the UFO from Men in Black.
This is for
Oh,
context.
okay. A trash can. Barbecue.
It's probably the context would be more like this.
A flying tree?
No, this would be larger in context.
Oh, okay. Oh, so it's small. Like recessed lighting on a path.
It looks like that. It looks too much like that. I'm gonna also give you some more context.
Okay, please do.
I'm gonna.
I need it. You're gonna keep building.
Okay, no, I'm gonna perform the clue for you. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay. Wait, now I'm possibly more confused.
All right. That's
there
why
are a lot
I'm
of things
here.
that one
That's
could.
why I'm here,
Oh, it's
folks.
a mushroom.
It is a mushroom.
It's a death cap mushroom.
It is a mushroom.
Okay, but
some of which are poisonous.
Yeah, not all mushrooms.
Okay, so mushroom is really hard because it's like, how do you?
The topology.
What I like is that the premise is that just the pure Lego can express it. It's like no, you and I are having to give clues and hints, and I liked your transformation of the snowman, so I like it that. So what's interesting about this game is that it's not just about Lego construction, which is what one would think, but it's really also about as the clue giver, you're having to and you know this because you're a puzzle designer too. It's like, how do you give a clue so that someone can kind of inch towards a solution, but you're not giving it away?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So this is the sense in which game designers are like, we're not performers, but it's like we're sculpting the performance of the player, right? We want to give them that satisfaction of that aha moment. We don't want to steal that from them by giving them a clue that's too obvious, you know?
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's like a lot of other minds. You got to sort of think about, not how about you're thinking about it, but not how I'm thinking about it. How are you going to think about it?
I mean,
I tried to make the snowman guessable, though. I wasn't trying to give you a challenge. I'm just bad at building a snowman.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What's interesting about this game is that the restrictions of Lego, the abstraction of Lego and our limited supply and limited time forces us into this. I had to do it too. It forces us into this clue giving world, right?
We might just need to get good, though, right? Like,
I don't know. I think that I think we're doing.
We went through a lot of work.
This is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to kind of say that even though we're not just sculpting and just leaving it there like that, I'm realizing that part of the design of this is the clue giving design.
Totally.
It's a kind of seduction.
Well, and
it's
these
like
are play objects, right? Like they're not meant to be just placed and admired. They're meant to be.
They're meant to be part of a situation.
Yeah. Well, speaking of puzzles, should we play a puzzle game?
Sure.
Okay.
Always
great.
ready to play.
Always
Something
ready to play.
else, and I'm going to save you, audience, from having to watch us painfully. Should I take this off the table?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the guest here. You don't have to do stuff like that.
All right.
Okay, we're going to play a word game called Letter Brew.
Okay.
So this is a game. It starts with word ladders. Do you know word ladders? Or you change
believe
words?
I know what a word ladder is. It's a classic word game type where you transform a word by changing one letter in the word.
Exactly. So the first step of this game are word ladders.
Like
There's
cat
a second
to bat, for example. Change the
mat,
first letter.
To mitt. No,
okay,
that's
good.
not
Can
right.
we just make that my game so I don't have to embarrass myself doing a hard one?
You're not going to embarrass yourself because we're going to do it together. We might co-embarrass ourselves. Okay, so like boxy, and the clue is skeletal, actually.
Okay. So bony.
Bony, very good.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
My Little Blank toy franchise with equine characters.
Okay, that I like the obviousness of the clue.
Yeah,
that would be a pony.
That's
My Little Pony.
And
or Our Little Pony if we
Our
want
Little Pony.
Yeah,
we're going to
share
adopt.
The pony. Yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah,
cool.
all right, we'll co-parent our pony together.
That sounds great.
All right.
Cutie marks. That's
wow,
I know.
who knew?
A word.
Who knew what would come out of this podcast? I'm now a proud co-parent of a pony.
I know. Yeah, well, you'll collect your pony when you leave the
Okay,
room.
I assume Ted is paying for all costs associated with the pony
we have
racing.
Deep pony pockets.
Okay.
Okay. Possible home for a duck.
That is a phrase that sticks in the
deep
memory.
Deep pockets?
Pony pockets.
Yeah,
that sounds like a new form of pants.
Song.
Okay.
We go to different places.
We have to finish the game.
This is a pond.
Well,
I'm so sorry. I thought we were playing together. It was home for a duck, I think.
Yeah, I distracted myself.
I just trusted you to get that.
Okay.
Punic. Not a word you see.
So pond, just to explain to the viewers,
They
the
see
way
this.
that
They see
right,
what you're
I know, but the way that this game works is that you actually do 3 of these separately, and then there's this sort of final moment.
Yeah, it all comes
right, so
together. It's all.
That's what I'm terrified of. I feel like the word ladders I'm okay
We'll
with.
take a
but-
clue on that part if we need it. Okay, Punic to lose your cool.
Panic.
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 Very good.
Okay, thank you for steering us.
My pleasure.
In a frenzy.
In a frenzy.
I mean, panic already is in a
I
frenzy.
know. It's, yeah, even more so. Manic.
Oh, manic. All right, I like that. Okay, you don't know
I
the
don't know
answers.
the answers.
Okay.
I know
I
it'd
don't
be-
believe you, but I believe
No,
you.
I truly don't. I haven't
believe
played
you.
this level.
Jocular
I promise.
answer to how did you do that? How did
Post
how
your
did,
answer in the
how,
comments
how
if
did
you can get
how
it.
did you do that?
Ma-
Maybe no.
May.
How did you do that?
Here, let's take a clue of which letter we need
Oh.
to change. Magic.
Magic. Ah.
Magic.
I like that.
Okay,
yes.
one more.
How did you do that?
This is ostensibly the easy part of the game. Okay. Okay. Pair to what aspirin relieves pain. Yep,
Aspirin
pain.
relieves pain. I'm going to say it quickly so that they don't think that you're going to get them all.
Oh, thank
okay.
you.
Chess piece
that
that
can be promoted.
pawn.
Pawn. Yep.
All right.
Onset.
I feel like a chess piece that needs to be promoted after this.
No, you
after
just gave a TED talk. You're promoted.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Well,
You're
like I said, as long as Ted is covering my pony expenses, I'll be all right.
Deep pony pockets.
On set.
I think it's Dawn.
Dawn.
Okay, so now,
onset as in beginning. Okay.
Yeah. Now
I still was thinking like
I know,
on stage.
multiple meanings.
Okay, now.
Okay, so this is where we've made 3 potions down here.
Right.
And we have to transform all 3 of those words into the same final answer.
Right.
And we're gonna do that. One of them we're gonna anagram, change the letter order.
Right.
One it's gonna be a rhyme, and the other is the other half of a common phrase. So it'll be blank this or this blank.
Right.
So for example.
Okay, so one thing that I already know is that magic can't be the rhyme because it seems
Sure,
like
there's no
pond,
C.
pond and dawn maybe could rhyme.
Yeah.
Those seem like the.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, one of them could be an anagram, which then
so
ends
I bet it's
in.
going to be. So I think we can place magic there. Because
Oh, right, because
it's
of
not gonna be-
logical deduction,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Logical deduction.
can we anagram?
I
Oh,
haven't-
other half of a common phrase, magic.
Magic. Okay.
Wand. Magic wand.
Magic wand rhymes with pond.
Right.
And
so
is an anagram of dawn.
all right. Wow. Magic wand. And so then we
Just
type
write
in.
magic.
Wand.
Wand. Yes, thank you. Wand.
All right. Hey, we did it. All right.
We did it.
All right.
Yeah.
but I'm-
Teamwork.
All right. Nice.
Okay, you want to play a different game?
Nice job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'm always ready to play more games.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to play a game called the Purring Test.
Okay.
This is a game about trying to wrap your head around like AI generated stuff.
Right.
It's a game about basically how weird AI is.
Right.
And like much is made of the fact that AI is a black box.
Right.
But it's impossible to trace the path from input to output. But one thing you can do is you can learn about things by playing with them.
Right.
That's what this game is about. It's also about teaching.
And what I
people.
like about this game as a vibe is that it's using AI, but it's also kind of ridiculing AI.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Yeah,
And-
this is not how great AI is. This
Yes.
is like how freaking weird.
And
AI
should we assume everyone knows what the title refers to, the purring test?
No, not necessarily. Do you want to build out of Legos the explanation?
No.
Okay.
But I will tell you
Please.
the explanation. All right. So yeah, how long do we have? The Turing test, not Purring test, but the Turing test
Turing
is
test.
from the famous mathematician. And this actually originally it was a test of gender. It was can you actually fool an audience into thinking that you're a different gender? And then it came to be used. Yeah, that's
I didn't know
the
that.
original version of the Turing test was actually based on a party game about guessing gender, which is super interesting if you think about the kind of cultural politics of computers. But now in its most common usage, it's about trying to guess which of these is a computer and which is a human. And so before the advent of modern large language model AI, this was actually a big challenge, and you could basically, and the original game was slipping notes under a door, and in this case it's typing text to a computer. So the Turing test for many years was like an AI test. I think MIT used to run versions of it where people would try and guess, okay, which of these two people is a computer versus
exactly.
an AI.
There's a great book called The Most Human Human by Brian Christian where he enters the competition with the goal of being so in the test, you're typing with someone,
right,
and the goal of the AI, the programmers, was try to get your chatbot to be passed off as people to think it's human.
Right.
He entered as a human and wanted the most people to think that he's human. So it's all about sort of figuring out what are the signifiers of human being.
Right.
Now this is already 10 epochs ago in terms of
exactly.
where AI is now.
Right.
Okay,
which
so
brings
let's
us to the purring test.
The purring test.
Right.
So this is a game, obviously playing off of that. Every level has a cat, and there's Professor Purring as your guide. So he's thinking of a food. We have to figure out what that food is. And there are three clues. So we'll go in order. Write some title ideas for a TED Talk given by this food. Iron Will, How I Became a Superfood. Again, please type your guesses in the comments.
Confessions of a Former Salad Bar Star.
And
Resilience is Green. Okay, so we're definitely talking about a salad element.
Yeah.
Right? It could
definitely.
be kale, broccoli.
I like spinach because of the iron.
Spinach?
Should we take another clue, or you want to guess?
Let's take another clue so that I think that the audience can join us on this adventure.
Confidence. That looks like spinach to me.
That looks like spinach to me.
Okay,
now,
let's just see the food as a cat.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Of course, we have to see the.
That's
funny.
That spinach is just weird.
Okay.
It's a creepy cat.
All right, we did it. Yeah, nice. Yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
So there's three levels every day.
Okay.
Increasing difficulty. I'm thinking of a thing.
A thing. Okay, I like how that's a little more ambiguous than food.
I'm writing a dating profile for this.
Okay.
Write this thing. Okay. Do you want to do a dramatic reading of the dating profile? Okay.
I've been standing in the same place for what feels like forever, and I've learned that patience brings the best light. I thrive outdoors, basking in warm days and clear skies. I appreciate a good sense of direction and people who know how to cast a little light on life's mysteries.
That was beautifully delivered.
So we're talking about something that involves light. Could be a flashlight, a lamp.
Yeah, there's
standing
a lot of
in
basking.
In the same, it could be like a street light or something.
Street light.
I'm
or
also
like a
thinking of some of our
tanning bed.
Lego models that we made are sticking.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna keep
a
this going.
culinary dish.
Wow.
I would not want to sit on that.
I think it's a sundial. Why would you sit on the culinary dish?
Well, because it would poke you and that would be funny. Hold on. I want to double check. Yeah. Now I'm trying to play your game, okay?
Yeah.
Alex,
sorry.
Rushing me through the process.
I'm
trying to this is what's interesting about this game is that it's this sort of cognitive, trying to connect this sort of syncopated versions of this.
Exactly. It's bringing the two minds together.
Different prompt, different outcome.
Now I'm between two things. I don't know the answer to these.
Yeah, it could be. I think we're leaning
Sundial
towards
or
sundial.
Compass. I could also see compass.
Well,
here.
let's
Should
look
we
at
see
the cat. Yeah, let's look at the cat.
Okay.
Sundial.
Sundial.
That's one word or two words?
The game will accept either, but it's one.
Okay. Very nice.
Okay. Cool. This has been so much fun. Thank you for coming and play. I wish we could play all day.
Now, I wanted to stop earlier, but now I want to continue.
You want to stop earlier?
It's called ludus interruptus. I'm not.
I know.
Fully,
I'm sorry.
It's
about the suspended cord. So congratulations again on your TED Talk. Please collect your pony at the door.
Okay.
And
our pony.
Our pony. Sorry.
I'm such a proud parent.
I gotta take responsibility as a parent.
Co-parent.
Yeah.
Okay. And I look forward to reaching in those deep pony pockets of Ted.
You heard it here first, folks.
All right. Alex, this was so much fun.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you so much.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good things come in threes, and we are here at our third and final session. Play is an adventure. In our last session, we traveled from the bright lights of the London stage to the world of sneakers, and then the philosophy behind gameplay. And now, somehow, we have yet another incredible adventure planned. I genuinely feel like I have experienced more mind-blowing moments in the past few hours than I normally would experience in a decade. And somehow, there are still more to come. We have a session chock full of them. Also, before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to give a really big thank you to the staff and the crew who are making today happen. Incredible. I was talking with some of the crew members at lunch, and something they said stuck with me that I just wanted to share, which is I was saying, oh, this is such a fun, interesting event, and they were like, yeah, and everyone is so nice and kind. And to be at an event where people are able to put things on at such a huge professional level and also treat people with so much respect and care, I think is really exceptional. It shouldn't be, but it truly is. Okay, who here met PopBot during one of the breaks? Okay, several people have met our robot friend. Well, we're going to learn about PopBot's backstory right now. Our first speaker of the session is an artificial intelligence researcher who worked at MIT's Media Lab and as a professor at Carnegie Mellon University's Human-Computer Interaction Institute. Please welcome to the TED stage the phenomenal Dr. Randy Williams.
In the 1940s, the radio was a transformative technology, but it wasn't an immediate hit. That's because the radios of the early 1900s looked like this: unwieldy contraptions of exposed wires and glowing vacuum tubes, like a science fair project gone wrong. And it wasn't until 1929 when radio started to look like this, with its sleek bakelite, that's a kind of plastic, shell, that they became insanely popular, but at a critical cost: transparency. What happens when technology becomes a black box and we stop being able to see what's going on inside? Fast forward 100 years. Today, the sci-fi artificial intelligence devices of our dreams have been woven into the very fabric of modern life. But like the radio, these systems are bakelighted. We've hidden the machine behind frictionless interfaces, beneath friendly voices, and inside children's toys. Over the past decade, I've had a lot of conversations with kids about AI as an MIT researcher and founding member of Day of AI, a nonprofit creating opportunities for millions of children around the world to learn about how AI works. And here's what I've been seeing. These devices mimic intelligence and friendliness so well that children learn to trust them, sometimes more than they trust themselves. And there is real danger of children becoming overly reliant on or inappropriately attached to their smart toys. That said, with some intentional choices on the parts of adults, we can help children see the technology for what it really is: objects that they can play with or even program, rather than entities that they should look to for all the answers. My journey exploring kids and their relationships with AI began early in my days at MIT, working on this fluffy, adorable social robot, Tega. So Tega, being a social robot, means that its goal is to help people with their goals. Social robots are used throughout healthcare, customer service, and education. In Tega's case, we were building it to see if a robot could help young children as they were learning how to read. Let me show you a quick clip of Tega in action.
I'm lavender. Oh, what are we trying to find? We are trying to find lavender color stuff. Okay. The word was lavender. Yes. And what is lavender though? Lavender is purple. Yes. Just like my friend loves lavender. Ooh,
So, as you saw, it's Tega's job to keep the child engaged in the story. Tega will ask questions, add funny commentary, and of course, weave in that target vocabulary for the week. And it was my job to introduce Tega and get children oriented to how to use it. So one day I come into the study room and I say, "Hi, my name is Randy. This is Tega. You're going to read some stories with Tega today. Let me show you how it works." And the girl I was working with, a kindergartner, stops me. "No thanks," she says. "I know all about robots. I have an Alexa at home, and she's my best friend. Watch this." And then she proceeded to show me how my robot worked. What do we make of a response like that? Well, first, I thought it was kind of impressive that this girl, who again was learning how to read, could effortlessly navigate the internet thanks to voice technology. And for context, I had to know how to read, write, and type before I could ask Jeeves a question. But for her, not so much. But secondly, I was a little bit disappointed that this girl didn't think that my super cool robot was so super cool. And when I took a step back, I realized it wasn't just her. We are raising a generation of children who are growing up with AI and smart toys. And they tend to see these devices not as virtual assistants or technology, but as friends, distinct beings with a mind, a will, and a soul. And that made me really curious about what children make of this technology. How much do they understand about what's going on? So to investigate that question, I ran a study. And I had 30 children between the ages of 3 and 11 come together to interact with a whole bunch of different smart toys all at once. We had toy robots, talking dolls, text-based chatbots, and of course, plenty of virtual assistants like Alexa and Google Home. One of the girls in the study, her favorite animal, they were sloths. She loves sloths. She'd been telling us all day how much she loves sloths. And so naturally, when she got hold of an Alexa, she wanted to learn more about sloths from Alexa. So she picks up Alexa and says, "Alexa, what do sloths eat?" And then Alexa very helpfully replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know how to help you with that." The girl looked disappointed for a second, and then all of a sudden perked right back up. "Oh, I know," she says, and she picked up a second Alexa. "I'll see if this one knows." The limitations of AI are not only frustrating and confusing for children, but research in child-robot interaction shows that it can make them vulnerable to even more serious risks, like manipulation, or accidental exposure to inappropriate content, or security breaches. And for me personally, even the devices that are marketed as educational or screen-free, are still corrupt because they're consumer products. And they seem to be designed as something that can be endlessly engaging or addictive. They want to become your child's best friend and gain their trust so that they can advertise to them. Or better yet, sell that trust back to you for $20 a month. The bottom line is that smart toys open a digital door into children's playtime, bedroom, and hearts. And if you're thinking about opening that door, my advice to you would be to take a very careful look at what's on the other side. The good news is that we can mitigate the risks of AI to children by leaning into something they already do. Kids are natural reverse engineers. Over and over again, I've watched children playing with AI devices, trying to break it, just asking seemingly absurd questions like, "Alexa, how old are you?" Or Cosmo, which is a toy robot car, "Can you jump?" Or, "Hey Google, is it okay if I eat you?" And these questions, while silly, also are an example of children probing the machine about its very nature. Play is inherent to how children understand the world, which means that maybe we can use it to help them understand what's happening with the technologies they're interacting with. What if children could take apart and reconstruct their smart toys the same ways that they take apart and reconstruct physical blocks? That was the idea behind another social robot that I worked on, Popot. As you can see, Popot's body is made completely out of Lego bricks. And it's kind of like a typical smart toy, except I built it to make the most complex ideas of modern AI, logical reasoning, machine learning, generative AI, easy to understand through hands-on, child-driven play. The idea was if a 4-year-old could understand AI, then anyone can. So for example, to learn about machine learning, what children would do is they would play rock, paper, scissors against the robot. Let me show you a quick clip of what that looks like with Popots.
Okay, go ahead.
The beauties of a real-life classroom study. So, Before children could start playing against their pop-bot, first they had to teach their pop-bot the rules of rock, paper, scissors. And then, as they played the game, rounds like that, over and over again, what pop-bot would try to do is pick up on their pattern so that it could predict what move it could play to beat them. And if you're between the ages of 4 and 6, pretty soon it gets hard, if not impossible, to beat your pop-bot. There was one boy who was very frustrated by this. And so I planted a mischievous idea in his head. I said, well, what if you taught your pop-bot the wrong rules of rock, paper, scissors? That way, as you played it, you would win every single time. And he really liked that idea. Our little act of AI sabotage created a unique opportunity to talk about who teaches AI the rules. Well, people do. And so I asked him, well, if you can teach your pop-bot the wrong rules of rock, paper, scissors, how do you know Alexa was taught the right ones? Which led to a very insightful conversation where he discussed how much we can trust AI and the importance of verifying what it says with an adult's help, just to make sure that Alexa has been taught all the right rules. The big idea that I want children to understand is that AI is not magic. It's a set of rules written by people. And it's up to us, those of us who have been around for a bit longer, to make sure that children aren't being programmed by their toys, but rather things work the other way around. We need to raise a generation of children who know that they are the ones who get to write and even rewrite the rules of AI. And this work, starts at the dinner table. So you're all sitting down, and a question gets asked to the nearest AI chatbot or smart toy. When it responds, rather than just accepting that answer, I wonder why it answered the way it did. Or ask aloud, do we agree or disagree with that answer? Who do we think wrote the rules to make it work the way that it does? And the thing is, you don't need to know the answers to all these questions or become some sort of AI expert. That's not the point. What children need is a model of what it means to be a curious user of AI. They need someone who will sit down with them, explore the machine, poke at its limits, challenge its responses, and most importantly, dare to rewrite its rules. And I've been thinking about this a lot in the context of what's happening in children's toy boxes, but the bigger picture is that we should all be treating the everyday AI systems that we interact with the same way. I 100% believe that we can help children build safer relationships with their smart toys, and we all need to build better relationships between ourselves and the technologies we interact with every day. I believe in a world where no one is left in the dark by technology, and where everyone has the inherent right to play a part in shaping the systems that shape our lives. Thank you.
Amy,
how's it going?
Fantastic talk. I'd love to ask you just one question here, which is, before I was a parent, I had some very black and white thinking around screens. I had this pristine vision of I would never use screens with my child at all. And then, as I think many parents have experienced, that crashed into the reality of needing to put sunscreen on him or needing to clip his nails. I'm wondering, AI as a new technology and these smart toys, how do you see parents balancing the ideals and the best case with what we want versus the practical realities of kids being exposed to these things in ways that are sometimes out of our control, even as a parent?
Yeah, no, I really love that question. I think first because it gives so much grace to the fact that parenting is hard and there are a lot of challenges. I think in the world of artificial intelligence, something I think a lot about is human wisdom, right? And we've actually been kind of struggling with this problem for a long time. There were books, and then the radio, and then TV, and then the internet, and now it's artificial intelligence. And I think the advice from then still rings true now, which is don't leave children on their own to figure it out. Rules are great, but better is to help your child learn how to interact with them in a way that works with your family's values and the ways that you want to engage in the world. So if you're willing to take that journey with your child, I think that could do a lot of good.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Thank you. Another big round of applause for Randy.
Thank you.
Great job. Okay, so earlier today, we talked about how Play at TED was shaped by young people from around the world through our Play-themed Connect Week. And what you're about to see is what that looks like in action. At TED, we create pathways for young people to take ideas from conversation to the stage through our Student Talks program, which has reached over 2.7 million students globally, thanks to an incredible community of educators leading those groups, many of whom are here today. Big round of applause to those educators who are here. And earlier this year, we partnered with the LEGO Group and the LEGO Foundation to host Play-themed virtual meetups, bringing together more than 300 students from over 27 countries to discuss how play has helped them build real-world skills. So let's take a look at what some of those interactive virtual calls looked like.
The message I want to share is that play isn't the opposite of discipline. It's how discipline becomes enjoyable when learning feels like a game. You stop fearing mistakes and start improving faster. So when we think about learning, we shouldn't always ask, how do I work harder? We should ask, how do I make this more playful?
In video games, failure feels different. When you lose, the game simply gives you another chance, and it doesn't judge you, it just restarts. And that's what games secretly teach us, that failure is not the end. It is a part of the process.
Play turns learning into an adventure. It shows you how to solve problems, stay curious, and be creative in a way worksheets or lectures could never. When you're having fun, exploring freely, and not afraid to make mistakes, you discover things you didn't even know you could. Play isn't just fun. It's how we grow, learn, and find the confidence to keep trying.
I hope you enjoyed that video. And now we're going to hear from one of those youth speakers in person. She is currently a 5th grade student, and Mila is part of this global community, a Student Talks participant guided by her educator, Lisa Weiner, who is here. And she is a part of this group of students who helped shape Play at TED. This moment right now is a continuation of what we stated earlier. What happens when young people aren't just included, but given the platform to lead. Sometimes what they say is not just for other young people, but it is for all of us, especially the grown-ups in the room. And so Mila is here to offer a perspective about the role that we can all play in these everyday moments. Please join me in welcoming Mila Rojas.
A year ago, I was at a water park with my dad, and we were waiting in line on a huge green water slide that swirled like soft serve ice cream. It was a hot summer day, and his face was beaming. Even while we were waiting in the long lines, he kept turning everything into a game, like who could slide down the fastest, and we were laughing the whole time. He was relaxed and completely himself in that moment, just like a lot of kids are when they play. When he FaceTimed us from work later that week, I could sense that his mood was different. He was less happy and more tired, probably like most adults at work. That contrast stuck with me. It made me realize that play isn't just a childish activity, but something adults need to do to connect more deeply to their families and live life more fully. Adults must add more play to their daily lives. We've all felt that sense of wonder as kids. Finding a new playground, going to Disney, or for Thanksgiving, making the big dinner of pumpkin pie and Jell-O salad, and decorating the table with a fresh linen tablecloth, fancy plates, and silverware that we don't put out any other time of year. But sometimes adults forget how rewarding play is because they are too busy or feel like they have too many responsibilities. They rush to unpack. They ask us to sit still for pictures. They miss the magic because they're focused on planning instead of playing. I've seen this in my own family. One Christmas morning, I came downstairs filled with excitement. The house smelled like gingerbread cookies and everything felt special. But when I was opening presents, I was told, "Don't open the next one, call Grandma to thank her, and smile for the camera." Wouldn't it be better if parents were fully engaged with their families? Present, curious, and willing to explore without worrying about checking something off a list? What if instead, parents hid all the really special presents in a scavenger hunt? Parents should enjoy play, not because it's productive or efficient, but because it's fun. For kids, this happens naturally. When kids play, they explore without worrying about being right, imagining new games and inventing rules. Play isn't an escape from real life, it's a way into it. Adults often tell kids to go play, but for adults, their own play gets buried under schedules, expectations, and pressure to be serious. According to the American Journal of Play, adults often have play guilt because their inner voice tells them that play isn't productive and that they should be doing something more beneficial. As responsibilities grow, play is often viewed as immature, unnecessary, or a distraction from getting things done. Over time, that belief becomes automatic. Play starts to feel like a waste, even though it's actually one of the most effective ways humans learn, connect, and regulate stress. UNICEF holds an International Day of Play to remind us of the importance of play for all ages. But it doesn't need to be so big. Adults don't need to add more things to their to-do list just to benefit from play. They just need to bring a play mindset of curiosity and exploration into responsibilities they already have. Take parenting, for example. Instead of just managing schedules and routines, what if parents modeled exploring and curiosity by racing who could pick up the most toys or clothes, or while washing the car starting a water fight, or after work having a 30-second dance break to your favorite songs? What if before dinner, everyone looks through your pantry or fridge to make a work of art with anything they can find, and you serve it as a fun appetizer for dinner? What if families just take one night a week to play, relax, and have fun together, doing things like setting up a pickleball court right in the middle of the living room? Tonight, ask a parent to start a themed game night. Ask to plan a family trip so that it has fun activities that both kids and parents will enjoy. Anything to stay connected. In my own family, I've seen how play can have a real impact on adults. I go on walks with my dad and my little sister. We talk, laugh, and breathe for a moment, instead of rushing through the day, giving him a chance to unwind after work. On Friday nights, my mom and I make pizza together. It's messy and creative, and it reminds her of something she loved as a kid. These moments don't take much time, but they change how we feel afterward, connected and happier. Kids, we need to remind adults how to play again. Parents, what did you love to do when you were 11? Playing doesn't have to be big or perfect. In fact, the more creative it is, the better. It just has to be shared. Because play isn't something we need to grow out of, it's something we need to grow with. It helps us stay curious, connected, and human at every age. Thank you.
Mila Rojas. Wow. How great is Mila? It's this is such a great example of she's so much to teach us, and also, I was like nervous. Oh, you're a fifth grader giving a talk. Is this intimidating? Are you going to be nervous? And then last session she was like, "Hey, I'll get up on stage and be the one who does the Shirley Temple game." Like she's got it under control. She's perfect. Before I was a comedian and before I hosted anything for TED, I was a fifth grade teacher. And Mila just reminds me of like all the best students that I ever worked with. One of the things that I thought was so fun about being a fifth grade teacher, and all the teachers in the room know this, is that you could never predict what was going to happen. Right? Like sometimes I would give out a worksheet and I would just be like, this is just a regular old geometry worksheet. Name the following shapes. I was expecting like, hexagon, something like that. And instead, and look, that's indisputably correct. That is Gabriella. We can all agree. Or another time, I gave out a homework assignment and got this back. I am sorry, my pencil is not working. Written in pencil. Really clever. I love the audacity of trying to pass that one off. Okay, our next speaker is one of the leading international scholars on children's agency in education. Her work focuses on how adults and children can play together to strengthen creativity and problem solving in diverse classrooms and in early learning settings. She is the co-founder of the International Play World Network and a leader of the Child Research Group at the University of Helsinki. Please welcome Anna Rainio.
I'd love for you to think about a classroom full of, let's say, 20 7-year-old children. They are all different. There's a child who loves school and can easily concentrate through noise. Another child needs a lot of physical comfort and happily climbs to his teacher's lap if it's free. One student has to fidget to concentrate. The one at the back learned early on that adults and their promises cannot be trusted. She tried to keep her distance. Next to her is a boy who loves drawing dragons, and he drew this when the task was to craft holiday decorations. Now imagine you're a teacher in this classroom, and it is your task to include all these different children in one activity. It's easy to see what happens. 1 or 2 children do not fit in and become excluded. Why is that? In most other phases of our lives, it would be odd to think that everybody was able to do the same activity, enjoy similar things, or develop at the same pace. Schools, however, are historically places where sameness is expected from all. This makes many children and adults alike suffer in these institutions. I am a researcher and teacher educator in Finland, and I believe that this does not need to be the case. Radical inclusion is possible in any early learning classroom through something called playworlds. Playworlds are adult-child joint play, often structured around a piece of literature or a work of art, like Moomin Trolls Playworld or Alice in Wonderland Playworld. They were originally developed by a Swedish scholar, Gunilla Lindqvist, and they are now studied worldwide by our research teams. The adults and children create the world of a chosen story in the classroom, and then the class plays, interacts, and undertakes adventures together with both adults and children in roles, like you see here in this illustration of a playworld, the teacher as a witch. The children take initiative, and the adults listen carefully. I've had the privilege of learning from more than dozens of playworlds, and together with my colleagues, and I want to mention here especially Beth Fairholt, we have seen how playworlds can change the way schools are. Just a moment. Okay. Let me give you an example of how a playworld might look like in a kindergarten class. And just to note that these are fictional examples to protect the privacy of the participants, kind of composite stories of all the things we've seen in the many playworlds we've studied. So the teacher Johanna started by reading aloud the first half of a famous Slavic folktale, Baba Yaga, to the children. But instead of reading aloud the second half of the story, the class collectively wrote and directed their own resolution to the story's central conflicts. These are the set pieces and props that the class created over the course of a year. This is, for example, Baba Yaga's tower. And these are magical creatures' caves that the children created. And that over there is Baba Yaga's trap in which she loved to captivate everybody she could. And these are the trees and a lamppost in the forest of the story. And this is a drawing by a child of a hut on chicken legs. It's very important in the story of Baba Yaga. And it was created in the classroom, and this is the wardrobe inside the hut that became a portal from the everyday life of the classroom to the magical reality of the play world. Even the adults used it to keep the magic alive. You know, one night, the teacher Johanna even returned to the class after the children had gone home, just to exit the play world via this wardrobe, in case she had forgotten to do it earlier during the day. But in this classroom, like in many others, there were some children who had hard time participating in classroom activities. Viola was often inattentive and disruptive. And when the class was discussing how to bring everyone's safety from the evil Baba Yaga, Viola suggested blowing up the whole school to save the magical creatures from Baba Yaga's trap. It's easy to see how Viola and her plan would be excluded from a normal classroom. But this is a play world. And in play world, the children, not the adults, are the experts. So the children negotiated with Viola and asked whether she could consider blowing up some props instead of an entire school. And Viola agreed and said, this is a good plan because everybody gets to do their own plan. But the following week, Viola was again inattentive, disruptive, so the teacher had to speak directly to her. And the teacher said, Viola cannot be part of the plan unless she commits to go through with it, because everybody is dependent on her to save the magical creatures from the Baba Yaga, and her disruptive behavior might alert Baba Yaga. So something extraordinary happened. Viola agreed to participate, and when it was her time to carry out her part of the plan, she first carefully checked that everyone is protected, then threw the bomb to Baba Yaga's trap, and engaged everyone in a dramatic countdown to the explosion. Now, here's why I find this example so powerful. In most other classroom settings, Viola's behavior would be considered problematic or something that we should be preventing from happening. But inside a play world, it made sense, and it even helped to solve some problems. Viola's story is also a great example of a phrase I believe teachers, mentors, parents should be saying as much as possible. Why not? If a child turns to you to ask for something or suggest something, it's often cognitively difficult for us adults because it means changing our plans, right? Or going into different direction, or as we perceive it, wasting our precious time. So our first intuition is to say no, or maybe later. But before you rush to respond, try asking yourself, why not? And sometimes there's a clear reason to say no. But often there isn't. And when there isn't, you can go along with your children in that unpredictable direction and doors will open. Here is another example I love, and this time, let's say, from a first grade classroom. The teacher, Tom, wanted to develop a play world based on a children's book of Reuben, a bird who accidentally flies in through a child's bedroom window and needs that child's help to get back home. So the children read the story and imagine how Reuben might look. But then COVID hits. But the children continue thinking and talking about Reuben. And then, after several months of distance learning, the children return to class that one morning to find Reuben, an actual puppet, on a windowsill of the classroom. Tom, the teacher, plays Reuben, and the children just love it. They want to include it in all activities. They sing their favorite songs to it, they feed it, they build a nest for it during their art classes, and they even teach some math to it. But at this semester, also in this classroom, some children were seriously on the edge of disengagement. There was Alma, for whom it was difficult to sit still, follow orders, or do school tasks. And there was Luca, who was so disruptive that the teachers had made special arrangements for him to leave school early. You can imagine how this made him feel even more excluded. Until these children started to develop a special bond with Ruben. For example, the puppet sent private email to Alma, saying that it felt really lonely in the class during the night. And Alma responded, asking whether Ruben needed a friend, her own soft toy, Sunny, from home. And Ruben said, yes, please. Slowly, these children became really close to Ruben. It often sat in Alma's lap in activities that were difficult for her and that made her calmer and more attentive. On a school field trip, Tom, the teacher, put Luca in charge of Ruben, and that was a huge win. Luca often couldn't join these trips because of his behavior, but Ruben made it possible for him to go. Perhaps you can see best how Ruben helped these children through this drawing. It's an illustration of Luca on a classroom whiteboard. It's Ruben and Luca together. It looks kind of like Ruben is lifting Luca up, perhaps making him feel happier, lighter. And for me, as a researcher, I really love this picture because I think it is the 7-year-old who was able, through this drawing, to best crystallize for us what development is and what imagination can do if adults take it seriously. Now, it would have been easy to write off children like Luca, Viola, or Alma and say that the classroom just isn't a place for them. But these stories show us how adult-child joint play can start changing these systems from the inside. But, and this is my strongest message for you today, the value of adult-child joint play needs to be better recognized in early learning, and teachers who play need to be supported and trusted by their school systems. If this happens, then playworlds can help us imagine and build better futures with our children, futures where everyone could have an important role to play. It is through these roles and those relationships that our most excluded students can find their rightful place, and we all benefit. And this can happen again and again and again if imaginative play is given the place it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Our final speaker is a 14-year-old origami innovator and a student right here in New York City. He recently earned the top prize at the 2025 Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge, and he is here today to tell us all about it. Please give a huge round of applause to Miles Wu.
I love origami. I love the way I can transform a simple piece of paper into almost anything, like a wheel bug, my grandparents, or even a neuron cell. I'm 14 years old, I live in New York City, and I'm in 9th grade, so I'm usually busy with homework or after-school activities, but in my free time, I really enjoy doing origami. Origami is fun, but playing with paper has also shown me that origami has the power to stretch my creativity, help others, and even lead to new discoveries. And today I'd like to share one small discovery that I made and how I got there. So I started folding origami over 7 years ago, making ornaments for my family's tiny Christmas tree, and getting in trouble in class for turning my worksheets into ninja stars and paper claws. As you can imagine, my teachers were less than overjoyed. but I told them I was making academic weapons. Over time, I began folding more complex origami and even designing my own models. But no matter what, I'm always folding. Give me any scrap of paper, and I'll challenge myself to turn it into something. For example, if I'm waiting in line at Trader Joe's, I might turn a sample cup into a crane. Or even a super long CVS receipt into a centipede. Or even the New York Times into a lizard. And it's this process of turning nothing into something that sparks my imagination and draws me to origami. I've also found that origami has the power to help others. During the pandemic, 8-year-old me wrote cards and mailed origami birds to seniors at my local nursing home to cheer them up during quarantine. And more recently, I've been folding even more origami birds. 2 years ago, I folded some origami pigeons. By some, I mean 200 of them. If you couldn't tell, pigeons are my favorite birds. And then the following year, I folded sparrows, another bird that's overlooked, but that I personally love. And I folded 100 of them and sold them alongside the pigeons to raise over $4,000 to donate to my local soup kitchen, as well as a nonprofit that rehabilitates injured and orphaned birds in New York City. And so, And so through this project, I was able to see the power of the most humble material, a simple piece of paper, to really help my community. More recently, I've been interested in the intersection of origami and science and engineering. I think it started in middle school when I began going down rabbit holes to see how scientists and researchers and engineers were using origami folds. For example, in space, or even to help sick people. But one fold interested me in particular, and this was the Miura-Ori fold. It was invented in the 1970s by Koryo Miura, a Japanese astrophysicist. It's a tessellation, which means it's a repeating pattern of parallelograms. And the way these parallelograms are arranged, they're able to fold down to an extremely compact size in one smooth motion. And this makes Miura-Ori an efficient, deployable structure that's even been used to fold a solar array that was sent into space. And last year, I was also reading the news about natural disasters like Hurricane Helene. And I saw so many people displaced. And it made me wonder if Miura-Ori could be used to improve emergency deployable shelters by making them stronger and lighter. And so for my 8th grade science fair project, I decided to study Miura-Ori and how I could optimize its strength to weight ratio. I started out by designing 18 different folding patterns. These had different heights, widths, and angles of the parallelograms in the pattern. I tested each of these patterns across 3 different paper weights, and each of those variations twice, for a total of 108 Miura-Ori that I folded and tested. And for each of these Miura-Ori, I wanted to see not only how much weight they could hold, but also how many times their own weight they could hold. And so, for 2 months, I transformed my family's small New York City apartment into my testing lab with Miura-Ori all over the place. When I was first starting out, I grabbed basically every heavy book and item, and I stacked them on top of the Miura-Ori. But I quickly realized I didn't actually have enough weights to accurately test the models. And so I asked my parents to buy some really heavy exercise weights. 250 hours later, and after a lot of heavy lifting, I found that the Miura-Ori with the smallest and least acutely angled panels, made out of the lightest paper, had the greatest strength-to-weight ratio. The strongest pattern held almost 200 pounds, and another lighter version held more than 10,000 times its own weight. I found that the stronger patterns were more compact, and they also created truss-like structures that were able to distribute pressure evenly. It's amazing that something can be so strong and yet so lightweight at the same time. And it's exciting to think about what potential applications a fold like this could have, maybe even helping to imagine a better emergency shelter one day. And so this work that I did by myself at home, it led to me receiving the top prize at a national STEM competition last year. And thank you. as you can see, I was really shocked to receive such a big prize for simply playing with paper. And so in the future, I definitely want to keep exploring and learning, but most of all, to keep playing with origami so I can continue to discover all the possibilities a single piece of paper can hold. Thank you.
Great job. Give another big round of applause for Miles Rule. What an inspiration. Oh my gosh. Wow. Can you believe it? We have come to the end of this day. Thank you all so much, everyone who is watching on the live stream, all of you incredible people here in person. Thank you to the incredible TED team, everyone who you can see and everyone who is hiding behind the curtains, making this run so smoothly. Thank you to the LEGO Group and the LEGO Foundation for this partnership. And thank you to the Concept of Play, which makes everything more fun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Okay, if you are watching on the live stream, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining us. I love you. Goodbye.